Good morning. Welcome everybody to meeting number 66 of the Standing Committee on Health. And I'm looking forward to an interesting day today. Our first panel is on household cultivation of plants, and I think it's one of the more interesting topics and controversial topics we have on this subject. So we're certainly welcome our panelists to help us through this. And our guests today are from Anandia Labs, Jonathan Page, Chief Executive Officer. As an individual, we have John Conroy, a barrister, and from the Canadian Federation of Apartment Associations, Mr. John Dickey, President. We'll ask you to make a 10-minute opening statement and limit it to 10 minutes, and then we'll ask several questions. So I'm going to start with Mr. Page, if you would open up with a 10-minute statement.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the committee for the invitation to speak on this important topic. It's really an honor for me to be here. I'm a scientist who has worked on the cannabis plant for more than 18 years. My research is mainly on the biochemistry and genetics of this very fascinating plant, and I'm very familiar with its cultivation, both in a scientific context and then in the new commercial industry we have in Canada. I'm also an adjunct professor in the botany department at the University of British Columbia, and I'm the founder and CEO of a cannabis testing and biotechnology company in Vancouver called Anandia Labs. There's a lot to speak about, but I've confined my comments specifically to the subject of cultivation of cannabis and to hopefully educate and eventually answer some of your questions. I think it is fundamentally important that this legalization includes the ability to grow cannabis for personal use. I was happy to see that Bill C-45 included some provision for this. The cultivation of plants is a foundational aspect of human culture. In fact, the advent of agriculture via the domestication of plants has been one of the key forces in the creation of human societies. Cannabis has been grown by humans for thousands of years as a source of food, fiber, and drug. Given the long-standing relationship between humans and cannabis, and the fact that we will soon be allowing adults to consume it legally, I think it is important that the Cannabis Act allows Canadians to grow the plant. That the absence of personal cultivation from the Act, as for example might occur if the provision was stripped from Bill C-45 in response to pressures from, for example, law enforcement, would surely lead to Canadians facing fines or charges for the simple act of planting seeds. I also think we are dealing with a relatively small number of people who may choose to cultivate, since most consumers of cannabis would rather purchase from a store. This is the same situation as with the home brewing of beer or making wine. I suspect we will not see apartment buildings overrun by cannabis gardens. The fact that Bill C-45 includes allowances for personal cultivation doesn't mean everything is fine. There are a number of points that cause me concern. Bill C-45 restricts the number of plants that can be grown for personal use with a limit of 4 plants per household. I see the purpose of this restriction in that the ability to grow larger numbers of plants may result in diversion into an illicit commercial market. Indeed, all of the limits of plant cultivation, including plant height, plant number, and seed possession limits, appear to have reduction in diversion as their main goal. However, these limits expose the awkwardness of applying strict legal definitions to a living organism, a plant, and may criminalize Canadians who are simply gardening. The proposed limit of 4 plants per dwelling doesn't take into account the practical challenges in growing plants or the biological characteristics of cannabis. Plants are difficult to grow. Every gardener, I think, or farmer knows that, and may fail to thrive or succumb to disease. In growing tomatoes, one may sow a dozen seeds on your windowsill and select the 4 most robust plants to transplant to the garden. Cannabis plants may be male or female, with the male plants unusable as a drug. With outcross seeds, which are a proportion of the seeds that are available, 50% of the plants will be males and therefore discarded. In many cases, cannabis cultivators maintain so-called mother plants to be used as a permanent source of cuttings, producing so-called clones, which are vegetatively propagated cuttings, to be used for growing, and then having 1 or 2 plants in flower at one time. The cultivation limit should be adjusted, in my opinion, to account for this non-flowering and non-producing plants that are required for normal cultivation practices. In fact, Bill C-45 already distinguishes between non-flowering and flowering plants. Therefore, I would propose that the Act be amended to allow adults to grow perhaps 10 plants in total, of which 4 may be in flower. This allows cultivators the flexibility to grow for personal use without running afoul of the law. I also wanted to address the limit on plant height for 100 centimeters, or about 3.5 feet. Cannabis is a highly variable species, and I have seen plants of 30 centimeters that are flowering and others that are several meters tall. The limit of 100 centimeters is potentially problematic from the perspective that cultivators may break the law simply by providing fertile soil and water and then going away for a week's vacation. Their plants may grow from 95 centimeters to 105 centimeters during that time. I wonder what the goal of the 100 centimeter limit is, which was also contained in the Legalization Task Force report. Is it to reduce the amount of cannabis that each Canadian is capable of growing so they don't go on to sell it? Or is it to reduce the visibility of plants grown on private property? If it is the latter, I think this is best dealt with by municipal bylaws. If it is the prevention of diversion to the so-called black market, I would suggest that achieving this through enforced pruning is quite silly. The 100 centimeter height limit should be removed. I also wanted to comment on the awkward treatment of cannabis seeds in Bill C-45. Cannabis seeds are individually smaller than a peppercorn, weighing about 15 milligrams each, and are devoid of cannabinoids such as THC. Yet Schedule 3 of Bill C-45 indicates that one seed is the equivalent to 1 gram of dried cannabis. 1 gram of dried cannabis may contain up to 250 milligrams of THC and is fully usable as a drug. Bill C-45 proposes that this is the equivalent to a single small seed that is not usable as a drug at all. The possession limit in public is therefore 30 seeds, or about a thimbleful. Since there will be limits on the number of plants that can be grown, this equivalency factor seems very arbitrary. Cannabis seeds, for the purposes of personal cultivation, should not be restricted at all. The Cannabis Act also makes distinction between illicit and licit products, which also apply to seeds and plants. The ACMPR, our current medical regulations, patients and licensed producers may only purchase seeds and clones from licit sources, yet most of the patients choose to source their seeds and clones from the internet, store displays, and through and trade with other growers. All of these are considered illicit. Licensed producers are also under very tight restrictions on their access to cannabis genetics to be used for starting their commercial operations. As any plant breeder will tell you, genetic diversity is important. The genetic diversity of cannabis is important for its future breeding and improvement. We need to make sure that the regulations, I respect the fact that this may not be the act in the legislation itself, but regulations arising from it, need to allow broader access to sources of cannabis genetics and don't criminalize growers who use their own heirloom seeds as starting materials. On the commercial side, licensed producers need also to access a rich supply of cannabis genetics, which does now exist in Canada and around the world. As a brief comment on quality control testing, because my laboratory in Vancouver does a lot of this work, cannabis can be safely grown at all scales, and the cannabis produced by home growers is no more dangerous, perhaps, than the tomatoes, basil, and lettuce that others grow at home. There are always hazards inherent in gardening, and careful application of fertilizers, manure, pest control products is always advisable. That said, allowing everyone to access accurate quality control testing via certified testing labs will help ensure the safety of the product. This is currently the case for patient growers under the ACMPR, and access should be continued and expanded under legalization. The last point I'd like to make is from my personal perspective as a scientist who has done research on cannabis for many years. My request to the government, as legalization and regulations are crafted, is allow our scientists to work on cannabis. Cannabis is a plant that in many ways has been left out of mainstream science because of prohibition and restrictions on research. As far as I know, there are currently no Canadian university labs licensed to grow drug-type cannabis or marijuana. So we have more than 200,000 authorized patients, 56 or 58 licensed producers, and yet our universities are lagging behind. On Monday, in this panel, Dr. Mark Ware made a strong statement about Canada's leadership in cannabis research, from plant science to clinical trials and epidemiology. I echo his thoughts and add that if we allow cannabis to be grown in our homes and sold in our stores, but then we keep it out of our university, government, and private sector labs, then we will not maximize the benefits and reduce the negatives arising from legalization. Mr. Chair, I conclude by saying that I support this bold policy move. Legalization's time has come. Bill C-45 is not perfect, but I am sure your committee will recommend changes for improvement. Thank you very much.
As a lawyer, it's always hard to confine oneself to 10 minutes.
I'll do it.
To use the analogy or metaphor yesterday of traveling on the plane, I've been on this plane for almost 45 years, and there's been a number of times when I thought we were going to run out of gas with various other proposals that have come up in that 45 years, but I do think that we are coming in for a good landing. It's certainly not a perfect landing from my point of view, but I think it is going to be a safe landing, and that we will have some bumps, obviously, along the road. So my experience with this started not long after I was called to the bar in 1972, when the interim Ledane Commission report was tabled that essentially recommended that the government hybridize, create summary conviction and indictable offenses for trafficking back then, and it's only just being proposed now in some 45 years later, and that the maximum penalty be 5 years imprisonment, not 14, as you are proposing now, some 45 years later. So in terms of, the public education issue, there are studies that go back to 1894, the India Hemp Drug Commission, and you can take, I think, 7 or 8 royal commissions that led up to Ledane before that. So there is more information out there about cannabis than any other drug in terms of if you want to use it for public education, which I understand is one of the concerns. I was born in Montreal, but after a couple of years, my father, who got a degree in agriculture from McGill, went out to the colonies. And so I grew up in Central Africa, and it wasn't long before I realized that some of the Africans smoked something called dacha, which was cannabis. And years later, my father told me that if he saw a marijuana plant up and around the tobacco plants, he would pull it up and throw it on the ground, as he was a consultant on the growing of tobacco. So I grew up in a situation where there wasn't this concern about cannabis and it being a problem. But when I came back to Canada and started practicing law in the early 70s, it wasn't long before I was in front of judges who would drink booze after court and pop Valiums, but they would actually sentence people to prison for simple possession of cannabis and lecture them about it. And so the hypocrisy of what was going on at that period of time was something that motivated me, certainly, in terms of the cases that I was doing. In those early days, we didn't have people growing marijuana. The market was coming in from Los Angeles, as Harlow Guthrie said, or we used to get it from Thailand and Colombia and so on. They were all big import cases. And it was only over time that the ingenuity of Canadians is such that people figured out how to grow it indoors and how to do it and create something called BC Bud, and which became popular, and we became an export economy after we had been an import economy for years. I can remember one of my first growing cases was a young man decided to grow a few plants out in his yard in Clearbrook, BC, and the police didn't know how to operate their own camera, so he helped take the pictures for them. And when we went to court, they were actually dragging the plants along the floor, and people were scooping up the material behind them. That was in the mid-'70s. And so that was the nature of what was going on in terms of the production of cannabis in those early days, which has, of course, changed substantially ever since. In those early days, I used to have drug squad and other police officers come up to me and fellow lawyers and tell me I was trying to ruin a good thing by speaking out and saying, look, this is crazy for us to use prohibition in terms of this subject. And now at least I have the police coming up to me often and saying, we hope you win. So things have changed considerably since those old days. I was counsel in Malmo Levine versus and Kane, which was the challenge to prohibition that went to the Supreme Court of Canada in about 2003. I incorporated the BC Compassion Club Society about 20 years ago, and it's had senators and members of parliament and many others go through it and comment it on the way it operates, including the recent task force. And I was also counsel in Allard, which you should, I understand, have a 5-page sort of summary that I put together, as well as an appendix, which are the excerpts from the court on the issue that you've asked me to address, which is the household cultivation. So in that case, well, I should step back and give you history, which probably some of you are aware of. But when the BC Compassion Club Society first started, the patients had an authorization under Section 53 of the Narcotic Control Act, which at that time authorized practitioners to give, sell, administer, or prescribe any narcotic to a patient for a medical condition that they were treating them for. And so that was the basis for the Compassion Club, which was, as I say, checked out by the police and everything in those days and allowed to continue. Subsequently, there was the Parker case here in Ontario, which determined that a medically approved patient had to be given reasonable access. And the government of the day ultimately determined that the marijuana medical access regulations was the way to do that, and that compelled people to, the only source for them was to grow for themselves or have somebody grow for them. So while we attempted to convince the government in those days that they should allow somebody to grow for more, so we'd have less grows, they said, you can grow for 2 instead of 1. And so we went back to court and we tried to say, look, we should be able to have more in one place than just 1 or 2 grows, and they said you can have 4. So we did make efforts to try and have people grow for more people so we'd have less home grows, but the number of home grows went to some 38,000 by March of 2014. So that was the situation we were faced with when a new government decided that they would introduce the marijuana for medical purposes regulations and take away that right to grow, or the designated grower, which had now existed for some 10 years. And so we went to court and we got an injunction from Justice Manson in March of 2014 that basically allowed those who had a grow license under the MMAR to continue to do so, so long as it was valid on September 30th, 2013, and those who, and their authorization to possess had to be valid on the date of the injunction, which was March of 2014. We then continued with the case, and ultimately, Justice Phelan in the federal court ruled that indeed the MMPR, the new regulations, were unconstitutional because they failed to provide reasonable access. The evidence from the patients was that they would go to a licensed producer, maybe get what they wanted the first time, then get on a waiting list and be waiting to receive in the mail their medicine, which they needed. And it wasn't working. So the evidence established that the patients voted with their feet and went to the dispensaries. Now, there were only a few of those in the early days, Compassion Club being one of them. But suddenly there was a huge increase in the number of dispensaries because those people in the business of trying to sell cannabis and make money out of it and so on figured out this was where to go. And the same then happened out here in Ontario, in particular in Toronto. So the surge in dispensaries occurred, and it established, I think, as Jonathan Page said earlier on, most people don't want to grow for themselves or have somebody grow for them. They want to be able to go to a store. and be able to purchase, get information, not just wait and get it in the mail. So that's the current situation. We are I've got a minute, so I'll just jump to the topic. So in the context of that case, which deals with the entitlement of medically approved patients to have reasonable access, which includes their ability to grow, we were faced with the police, Corporal Holmquist, Chief Len Garris from Surrey, vocal opponents of home grows, going on about fire, mold, and public safety, and so on. And we established, as we do in trials after examination of the witnesses and cross-examination, that they lacked credibility totally. Justice Phelan found that both Holmquist was totally biased and not to be credited, as was Chief Garris, because we clearly established that all of these things in a legal market can be reasonably done and safely done. So all of the evidence they relied upon were from the illicit market, where people were cutting corners and staying underground and not complying with anything. And so today, the inspectors that I deal with in local government tell me the last thing they want is to go back to those old days. The big issue nowadays is not a great problem in terms of fire, electrical safety, and mold, and so on. They're very easy to deal with. The most common complaint is smell. And so stinking out the neighborhood, not impacting your neighbors, is a critical thing that needs to be addressed. And so I want to very quickly then close by saying that Mr. Dickey and I managed to chat a bit before coming in, and he represents the apartment owners, and I support what he says in the sense that, again, you don't want to allow people to do things where they may put their neighbors at risk or impact negatively on their neighbors. But you can't just sit back and say, well, then we're going to prohibit it, because that will not work. It hasn't worked for as long as I've been practicing. You're going to have to, I think, look at Washington State community gardens or something. Most people don't have a dwelling house as the Act defines it, with some land surrounding it and so on. So you're going to have to figure out something so that they'll be encouraged to do it in a safe place. We do have bloom boxes, which are engineered solutions, but most people can't afford them, and they'll take up most of the apartments. So I think reasonable regulation is what we want, but we're heading in the right direction. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we have from the Canadian Federation of Apartment Associations, Mr. John Dickey.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Casey. I appreciate being invited to speak here, and I'm glad to do so. So as the president, I'm really the executive director of CFAA. I'm also their housing policy analyst and their government relations specialist. Our association represents the owners and managers of close to 1 million rental homes across Canada, and the total rental sector across Canada consists of close to 4 million rental homes. They range from close to 1 million apartments in high-rise buildings, a little under 2 million apartments in low-rise buildings, and then various other low-rise rental units, duplexes, triplexes, and some 525,000 single-family homes, which are rented. You can drive down a street in a city and think it consists of owner-occupiers, but in fact, depending on your city, in Toronto, 6 or 7 of those homes may be rented, even though they're single-family homes, and in other cities it may be 1 or 2 or 3 or somewhere in between. Now, but I'm going to focus, and let me give you a bit about me as well, as Mr. Conway did. I'm 61, grew up in Montreal, remember the Ledane Commission, remember how remarkable it was that the government, having set Mr. Ledane, they hoped the job of condemning marijuana and what the young people were doing, and Mr. Ledane and his commission came back and said, listen, that's not the biggest problem of illegal non-medical use of drugs, it's alcohol. So it was a little bit shocking to a number of people at the time. As I've grown up, I certainly have experienced people using marijuana, and some of them use it, and there's absolutely no harm whatsoever. I know a fine young man who, uses it in that way, smokes once a week, and he's fine. My daughter, on the other hand, also dated a person who was also a fine young man, except that he is now afflicted with schizophrenia, and that seems to have been brought on, at least may have been brought on, because of his smoking marijuana as a teen. So there's a whole range of reaction to this and the way it works. One other bit of personal background is, besides representing CFA, I am by profession a lawyer. I, in fact, am one of the experts on residential tenancies law in Ontario, and with my law partner, I've written one of the leading texts on that subject. So Ontario residential tenancies law I know extremely well. The residential tenancies law of the other provinces I know reasonably well as well. So, back to multiple dwelling units. Multiple dwelling units are a living environment which is different from single-family homes, because in a single-family home, essentially what you do really only affects you and your family. It doesn't affect other people. Whereas in an apartment, what you do very much affects other people, affects your neighbors. And that has to do with noise, it has to do with anything that produces smells in your apartment, and certainly safety in your apartment. I mean, if as a homeowner you break the rules and don't have a smoke alarm, the people you're going to kill are you and your family. If you don't have a smoke alarm in your apartment, you may very well kill half a dozen people in a building. And so landlords are empowered to stop those activities which are safety hazards or which interfere with the neighbors. Now, again, it used to be secondhand smoke fell into the category of an interference that no one could address. People just had to put up with, but that's not the case anymore. And I know we're not here to talk about smoking, so I'll leave that subject, but it is certainly a concern for our members and neighbors of people who will be consuming marijuana by smoking it as opposed to ingesting it. So the various provinces have a number of bans on smoking tobacco, and I would certainly hope that they would ban smoking marijuana in those same locations, such as the common areas of apartments in Ontario, but that's a provincial matter, and this whole business is very complicated because of the provincial-federal interface. Our position as an organization is that we would like to see more restrictive limits on growing in rented dwellings in order to protect the owner's interests and the neighbor's interests. And at best, we would see a federal ban. It probably doesn't need to be an offense subject to a term of 14 years imprisonment, but a federal ban would be our first preference. And that is because of the fire safety issues with electrical overloads, the humidity, so safety to the building, and certainly the smell through cultivation and the impact on the neighbors. So that would be our first preference. However, I'm here, and all of that is set out in the submission with information which comes from the website ilovegrowingmarijuana.com. Until 12 months ago, I wasn't much of an expert on marijuana, but I certainly went to that site and found it extremely informative, and found it in law, one would say, these are admissions contrary to interest. If the marijuana proponents say there's a problem, well, there's a problem. And they say there's a problem with smell, and they say there's a problem with electrical, and they say there can be a problem with humidity. And there are ways to address those things, but they all involve changing the physical building. Whereas our buildings are not built to do that, and we are not mandated typically to change our buildings to address those things, other than the case of accommodation under the Human Rights Code for the medical users. For the medical users, we may have to do certain things, but for recreational users, we're not required to make those changes. At least we never have been before this law has come forward. All right, so then in terms of compromises or suggestions, as a kind of a fallback position, I think our members would be willing to see a regime in which growing was allowed in rented dwellings with the consent of the landlord. And then you could have landlords who had smaller buildings or weren't worried about the ventilation or had good electrical systems who could allow it. And then tenants who want to grow would be able to find their accommodation there. On the other hand, landlords who aren't able to deal with the situation, aren't willing to invest the money, aren't willing to disturb their other tenants, could decline consent. Now, beyond that, the federal legislation could enable the provinces to establish a regime to deal with, to make that a practical reality. And one regime would be a regime the provinces could establish in which the landlord's consent could be dispensed with. So in other words, a tenant could come forward and say, well, landlord, you're refusing your consent unreasonably. Your building has good electrical. There is no humidity problem. You know, there isn't this problem. Look, my neighbors on both sides of me say it'll be fine. So landlord, I presumably the landlord-tenant board would say, all right, we're going to dispense with consent, and then, provided sufficient dovetailing, that person could legally grow marijuana in their apartment subject to size limits. The other flip, which again could be left to the provinces to decide which way to do it, could be that the provinces could establish a regime in which if a landlord wished to prohibit growing marijuana in their building, the landlord then could apply to the landlord and tenant board, presumably, to say, listen, my building can't cope with this, the electrical system, et cetera, ventilation, a petition of the tenants in the building, I should be allowed to prohibit marijuana. And again, it's a little trickier, a little trickier to do, but we've got some pretty smart people in this room and pretty smart people working on this bill. And I'm sure a setup in which the provinces were able to do that fine tuning to address the problems which really do exist and which Allard found would be a positive outcome. The last thing I'd like to suggest by way of a compromise is we are concerned that the 4-plant limit is a limit that is not sufficient. And we've heard from Mr. Page that, well, people should maybe be allowed more than 4 plants. My concern is that if they're allowed 4 plants or whatever number of plants, and they go to ilovegrowingmarijuana.com, they'll soon find that you can use a screen of growth technique. You can put a screen across the top of your plant. As it grows up, you can nip it at the top, you can bring it out, and you could be filling an area from the end of this desk to past where Mr. Page is sitting, or to the end of the table to number 19 there, full of marijuana leaves off 4 plants. And surely that's not a good thing. Surely when the government is thinking and when Parliament is considering 4 plants, you mean 4 plants, a plant here, a plant here, a plant here. You mean about a cubic yard. Well, so we would suggest that as well as whatever plant limit, whether it be 4 or 6 or whatever, there be an area of growth limit. We would suggest a cubic meter, because I think that would pretty much cover, one, it would address Mr. Page's concern about a higher plant, and 2, it would cover a higher plant, 2 kind of plants in mid-stage, and a small plant. Admittedly, a little more difficult to administer, but you know, no one is going to be charged with an offense with 14 years possible imprisonment if they're growing 1.2 cubic meters. It's going to be pretty clear if it's more than 1.5 cubic meters, how big it is. The police can take a meter stick, put it there, take a photograph of the plants as they're growing, and then at the end of the day, you can prove in court, whoa, they were growing a grow area of, 6 cubic meters. And whoa, that's way beyond the limit, or 4 cubic meters. So that would be my suggestion in terms of limiting the amount that is grown. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, this is going to be interesting. We're going to go now to the question period, and we're going to start with a 7-minute round with Mr. McKinnon.
Thank you, Chair. I think I'd like to start with Mr. Page here. So you indicated the height might not be a good restriction, but you understand our desire to limit possible diversion. So what would a good restriction be?
Right, I've given this some thought. So is it that, 1.5 meters or 2 meters would encompass the majority of plants grown now? And I think that is the case. So we could, double or increase by 50% that grow limit, and that would likely catch or encompass more of the typical growing, including outdoor cultivation. I mean, one of the issues is that cannabis is a photoperiod sensitive in a technical term. It means it flowers when it is exposed to short days. So if you're growing cannabis inside, you can make those short days occur just by the flick of a timer or a light switch, and sort of force it to flower at 60 centimeters or 80 centimeters or a meter or more. Outside, on the other hand, the day length is, of course, determined by the season. So outdoor cannabis production in Canada now, the flowering starts in August. It might continue through September, depending on where we are in the country. Harvest might be sometime around Thanksgiving, in fact. And what's happening during those long Canadian summers is that the plant is getting quite tall. So if we allow outdoor cultivation for typical climates in Canada, we may be approaching sort of a 2 meter or even a little bit taller plant height by the time flowering occurs. Of course, as I said, you can enforce pruning and people can bend their plant down or something, but I in general think if you have a limit, a plant number limit, and if it's 4 flowering plants and a few more to tidy up the sort of gardening issues as I suggested, I think that's sort of can be the limit. What people do within those 4 plants, if it's 1.5 meters or 2 meters or even 2.5 meters, I'm not sure we should be that concerned also about this 100 centimeter or a height limit. The task force came up with this suggestion of 100 centimeters, and I was sort of puzzled about why that was, and I think it had a lot to do with screening plants in cultivation in people's backyards. So, sort of the height of a typical fence in Canada is about 4 feet by city bylaw, and that would sort of screen out those plants at 100 centimeters. As I indicated in my submission, is that allow the cities to enact those bylaws, and I would just toss out the plant height restriction.
Even though I remember the 60s, I don't know much about growing a pot. What kind of a life cycle is involved here with the plants, and like how long does it take to grow a typical plant? I keep hearing about smell as a problem. We keep hearing about potential problems with mold and property damage. It seems to me I've heard that growing pot is like growing tomatoes, right? That doesn't seem to be a problem with mold and property damage. So maybe you could expand on this area.
Well, I think there's a lot of sort of variability in the approach. If you're a indoor cultivator, you're sort of force flowering the plant, so to speak. So it might be a cycle where you would plant a seed or establish a cutting, and it might grow for 4 weeks or something, and then you would trigger flowering, and then there'd be a flowering period of about 8 weeks. So about 3 months in total, sort of seed to harvest in typical terms. Outdoors, that might be longer because you would potentially plant in May, when you would plant tomatoes around the Victoria Day long weekend, and be harvesting later in September. So that would stretch out that growing season to more than 3 months or a little bit longer. In terms of the smell, cannabis has a very distinct odor, whether it's smoked or grown. This is not due to THC, but rather due to the so-called the terpenes. These are the sort of volatile components of the plant. The same chemicals that give mint and lavender and basil, their smell are also terpenes, and they are quite a powerful odor. And in terms of indoor cultivation, they can be controlled with appropriate ventilation or appropriate filtration, so you can have charcoal filters to remove the smell. But it is a little bit more complicated than tomatoes in the sense that tomatoes don't smell as much. And so in terms of, some of the issues are that people are pushing larger numbers of plants in, closets in their apartments or dwellings. And that smell then in that, intense light and indoor confined space is difficult to control.
Is it possible to detect or to tell if a plant is male or female before you see flowering? And how soon might you see flowering in a plant?
There's a few options there. One is that if people are growing from clones, the plants are cloned from female plants, so that's one thing. Feminized seeds are also available, so these are seeds that are produced only to give female offspring. There are more molecular methods to determine males and females. For example, my lab offers a test that you can test at a very early seedling stage. Generally, and again, it's all about the sort of light regime, but you can detect males within several weeks of the triggering of flowering, and then they start to produce a sort of a different floral structure that can be identified, and they can be removed or
if I walk
isolated.
into a home that has a number of green things, I don't know necessarily if I'm a police officer if they're male plants or female plants.
No. So at a seedling stage, a plant that's grown from seed and it's 40 centimeters high or something, the males and females would be virtually indistinguishable.
In terms of controlling the numbers of plants, at some point a seed, we're not counting seeds necessarily, but a seed becomes a plant. So at what point, what would be a good determinant for saying this is a plant and this is not a plant? If you know what I mean. You couldn't necessarily, if you had a bunch of small shoots coming out of the ground, is that something that you want to control for number, or do you need to have a minimum size to say, oh, this is a plant that we're counting or not?
Well, I think at this point, everything counts as a plant under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. So seeds are cannabis plants, and they're restricted. Importation, for example, is restricted, or sale is restricted. I believe it's the case that if you take a cannabis plant, and this is under the current laws, and take cuttings from that plant and they start rooting, those are also considered plants for the perspective of being charged with plant numbers. So that's the current case. In terms of what, if a plant, if an organism has leaves and it's growing beyond the sort of seed stage, it probably is a plant.
Thank you.
Okay, now we go to Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Chair. My first question is for you, Mr. Page. Are you familiar with the type of testing and quality control that the medical marijuana operations, the larger facilities, do?
Very familiar. My lab offers that as a service.
Can you describe some of the things in terms of testing for potency, contamination from fertilizer, mold, that sort of thing?
Yeah, there's 5 or 6 sort of core tests within the ACMPR quality control measures. So as you mentioned, potency, the presence of heavy metals, aflatoxins, which are fungal toxins produced through spoilage, bacteria and mold, and pesticides.
Okay.
The 6th area in the case of extracts and oils is residual solvents, so it's sort of an add-on measure for that.
Okay. And what kind of quality control testing do home growers typically do?
At this point, under the current medical regime, under the ACMPR, and since last August, patient growers are able to access certified labs, Health Canada certified labs, in order to have their product tested. However, it's not required, so it's their option to access those labs and pay for the tests.
Okay, very good. A question for you, Mr. Dickey. I see this article that there was a 2010 RCMP report on medical marijuana grow operations that shows that fires are 24 times more likely to occur in homes with grow operations than those without. So I would think that there is a huge concern about fire damage. And I also know that when we talk about secondhand smoke that you had raised, that in the U.S., there's an estimated 34,000 premature deaths from heart disease due to being exposed to secondhand tobacco smoke, and they report that marijuana smoke provoked even bigger effects than tobacco in their lab studies. So my question has to do with the rights of the person that owns the property. If I own a property and I'm worried that, you know, I'm going to be more likely to have fires, or maybe somebody's renting the basement from me and I don't want to have the secondhand smoke problem, does the homeowner have the right to prohibit people from smoking cannabis with this current legislation?
That is a question which would vary by the province in terms of, or let me rephrase that slightly. Across Canada, landlords could impose on renting, on first renting, could impose a ban on both cultivating and smoking, either or. However, enforcing that ban would be relatively easy in the Atlantic provinces and in the West, from Manitoba west. In Quebec and Ontario, it would be difficult to enforce because in Ontario, where I have the most familiarity with the law, it is very clear law that it is a landlord cannot, and the way a landlord enforces a term in the lease is by giving a notice and then bringing eviction proceedings. You don't necessarily want the tenant to go, you want them to stop doing what they shouldn't be doing. And the way you do it is with a notice of termination. And it is not possible in Ontario to give a notice of termination for merely breaking the term of a lease. So merely to prove the smoking when it's banned in the lease, the growing when it's banned in the lease, that will not get a landlord what they want. The tenant can basically flip them the bird. To enforce the term in the lease, or what the landlord needs to demonstrate, is a substantial interference with the reasonable enjoyment of other tenants or with the lawful rights and interests of the landlord. The first one is easier to do, although it's not easy to do. And what it requires is the bringing of other tenants as witnesses to the landlord and tenant board to give their evidence about how they've been impacted. And you can understand people don't want to do that because they're living right next to this person. They're going to see them in the hallway. The person may crank their TV at night as the least of what they might do in retribution. And they're just uncomfortable doing it. They don't want to do it. So, 90% or 95% of the steps landlords take to address tenant behavior is, in fact, to protect other tenants in the building. And in Ontario, thanks to Ontario's landlord-tenant law, it would be much easier to enforce against what is an illegal act than to enforce a lease term.
Right. So if I understand you correctly, it means that if we allow home grow under this legislation, then in Ontario and Quebec, landowners will essentially lose the rights over their own property to keep people from home growing and smoking it there.
The only way they would not do that would be if the provinces added violations of those terms or that behavior as a ground for termination under in Ontario, the Residential Tenancies Act. Okay. And again, it might be Ontario might do that because they look like they want to drive everything into sales by the LCBO. I mean, heaven help us all. But that would be very much contingent on what Ontario and Quebec did.
It's good to know.
And it would also be contingent in some of the other provinces on, in the Atlantic or the West, on how the boards reacted to this, because it's certainly the case law that for mere trivial breaches of the lease, the landlord cannot terminate. Mm-hmm. So if the view is taken that, oh, well, the federal government has made this legal, so, it's legal, it's trivial, or say someone's growing 5 plants. I doubt that even in Atlantic Canada or the West, a landlord would get a termination for 5 plants, perhaps even 6 plants, if the limit is 4, because it would be regarded as a kind of a minor breach, a minor violation.
Oh, good. It's concerning to me because apartment 801 here in Ottawa smokes so much marijuana that I get secondhand smoke exposure every time I come home. So it is a concern. Question for Mr. Page. Are most people growing plants inside or outside in their home grows?
I think in general it's inside, partly because of security and the fact that, well, if it's a medical grow, they're worried about people taking that, and if it's an illicit grow, they're worried about police or other ones seeing it. So I would say indoor, but it's very hard to get statistics on a very gray, nebulous world.
Time's
Thank
up.
you.
Mr. Davies.
Thank you. Thank you to the witnesses for being here. Dr. Page, in your submission to the committee, you pointed out, I'll quote from it, among the task force's 6 specific recommendations were promote environmental stewardship by implementing measures such as permitting outdoor production with appropriate security measures. Despite these clear directions as of yet, there has been no indication from the federal government that outdoor production of cannabis will be part of the new cannabis regulations. So my question is that the case? It's unclear from C45 whether outdoor production will be permitted, and if so, is it your opinion that it should be allowed, and why?
Actually, I'm not clear on if Bill C-45 restricts indoor or outdoor. And Mr. Conroy's making a...
The definition of a dwelling house in the Cannabis Act includes the land contiguous surrounding the premises and any outbuilding on the property. So, while under the medical regulations, you can only grow indoor or outdoor, they won't let you do both, which actually doesn't make sense in some cases who want to start indoor and go outdoor and then come back indoor, especially if you live in the West Coast rainforest. But it appears you can do it outdoors under this bill.
Would that include community gardens?
Well, no, it doesn't, and so that is why I think there's this problem with apartments that don't have an area where somebody could do it besides their apartment. So you need to give them the carrot to be able to do it somewhere else rather than do it in the apartment by creating the community garden.
Thank you.
But back to your question about outdoor and sustainability, the submission you refer to was one that I did as a team, not the one as I'm doing as a witness here. And it really highlighted the issues around the carbon footprint of indoor cultivation on a commercial level, less regarding this sort of 4-plant personal production area, and that is, when you put a large cannabis production facility in a concrete bunker and put it under intense lighting, and have HVAC and all the sort of air control to do that, you have significant power needs. You've built a concrete structure maybe on farmland or something, so there's an ecological footprint to that industry. And cannabis is a plant, it doesn't need intense sunlight. It can grow in a greenhouse, it can grow in the field as hemp does now with sunlight. And so the argument would be that the regulations arising from Bill C-45 should allow outdoor growing as well.
Well, I see. So you mean for production, like for producers that apply to the federal government for license to produce cannabis, you're saying that it should be explicitly allowed that outdoor growing would be permitted.
Right, exactly. And currently, under the ACMPR and the MMPR before that, outdoor production is prohibited for commercial purposes under the medical cannabis regime.
Okay, thank you. I don't know, I want to get your thoughts, Dr. Page, on labeling. We haven't had a lot of testimony on this, so when Canadians do go buy the product, as someone who understands the properties of cannabis, what aspects of cannabis do you think are properly of interest to consumers, as opposed, and I'm thinking beyond just THC levels, CBD levels, what other things might a consumer want to know about the product?
Right, so THC and CBD levels, of course, are the main driver of the pharmacological activity. That's what we label for medical cannabis at this point. But other aspects would be the terpenes I referred to before, so those would be the sort of smell and flavor components. So one could see that labeling might, in a limited way, because we don't want to get into a list of 100 chemicals that have to be parsed by a consumer, there might be some information around the terpene composition of the product. There are other cannabinoids also present, so THC and CBD are the two main ones, but we often see large amounts of cannabigerol, CBG, or cannabichromene, CBC. So also including information on the presence of some of the other cannabinoids that in certain products might be higher than a sort of a baseline. So I would suggest that. There's also this whole focus in the cannabis world on strains and genetics and the sort of origin of the material. And there's a sort of widespread classification between sativa-type plants and indica-type plants, which hasn't really stood up to scientific scrutiny at this point. But there could be labeling around the sort of genetic type of plant as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to turn to Mr. Dickey. The interesting thing, in apartments, I'm from Vancouver, another high irritant for people is smoking inside apartments, smoking cigarettes and tobacco. Interestingly, this bill does not, if passed as is, does not legalize edibles. And so you're going to be promoting the smoking of marijuana in apartments. And I'm just wondering, is it your view that it would be better from a multiple dwelling point of view that people have the opportunity to consume their cannabis in a non-smokable form as a means of...
Yes, absolutely. And I mean, especially for the medical users, but for everyone. You know, we would strongly support that. There's some health concerns in terms of children getting at it, but that, I mean, hopefully would be a limited problem. It can be addressed in a limited way, in a careful way, but to avoid the secondhand smoke would be huge for all kinds of people. And it's ironic to the extent to which we're now being pushed as landlords to limit smoking, and the non-smokers' rights people are after us constantly to make our buildings tobacco smoke-free, and yet this is kind of opening the whole thing up to smoking marijuana.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Conroy, I want to turn to you, and thanks for bringing up the Ledane Commission, both Mr. Dickey and Mr. Conroy. I mean, the NDP has been actively pushing for decriminalization for the last 40 years since the Ledane Commission, so it's nice to see that we're finally here. I want to talk about pardons a bit. I mean, Mr. Conroy, you've got your whole career has been spent looking at the stigmatization and negative impacts of criminalization on people's lives. And this bill will continue, actually, to criminalize people, and we're criminalizing people right now. Yeah. So I'm just wondering, what is your advice to this committee on how we might approach pardons for Canadians who maybe have carrying around convictions today for things that this bill will now render legal?
Well, I clearly feel that if you're going to make conduct legal that in the past was illegal, that you should also then address eliminating those prior criminal records and so on. And you certainly are making a mistake, I think, in not looking at the existing industry and saying we're going to regulate you as opposed to trying to push them out and create a whole new group of people doing it, such as in the Ontario liquor stores. So, because the whole idea, as I understand it, is to try and eliminate the black market. That's what legalization is. Home grows will reduce the black market, but stores reduce both home grows and the black market. So we need to, just because somebody has a criminal record or has been convicted in the past should not be a bar in my submission to them being able to participate in this market. And we should take steps to enable them to eliminate things. Now, the Criminal Records Act is what governs the pardon situation, and there's been recent decisions that have pointed out that the ability to get a pardon is determined by the date of the offense. So we've ended up now with a situation where, depending on how old your offense is, different rules apply under the Criminal Records Act compared to what's in the current version of the Act.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to our three witnesses for joining us today. The beauty of the thing of being in Canada with the at least 3 levels of government, collaboration between governments means that it's always a challenge, but also a great advantage.
You see, there's 2 of the witnesses don't have the hearing. I want to make sure that they understand. Yeah, it's very important. So. Oh yeah, well, the 3 of them, so that would be better then. So maybe I can start over, just to make sure that I've got the...
Okay, how we doing? We hooked up?
Do you need one, Mr. Dickey? You can understand. You can answer me in English, that's no problem. Sure. Donc,
So what I was saying is, the beauty of living in a country like Canada and having a number of different levels of government, like federal, provincial, municipal, means that there are challenges, but at the same time...
The channel, you've got the... That's okay? Testing 1, 2, it's everything is okay? Let's see. So maybe I get and again the 30-second that I'm sorry about that, you guys, but we need to make sure everything is good in French. Yes. After a while, you know, since I'm the only French guy in here, well, we need to talk about that. Yeah. Alors je commence.
So once again, well, the federal, provincial, and municipal levels being what they are, the challenges and advantages that we have is that we can work together to improve legislation that, in this case, the federal government is giving a framework, and it is legislating on the legalization of cannabis. When we get into the details and when we have to apply legislation that is more at the more local level, well, the importance and the independence and the autonomy belonging to the provincial level. For Mr. Dickey, you talked about Eastern Canada, Western Canada, Ontario, Quebec, and they have different challenges. But isn't it true that they can act and legislate to tailor the legislation to their local needs about with respect to number of plants, particularly for housing? Already now there's housing where you can't have pets or you can't smoke. There are some cities that have banned pit bulls, and there's a huge debate on that in Quebec right now. So there is a certain independence at the municipal and provincial levels, and I'd like to hear your thoughts on that. Do you think that this autonomy can help address issues that are more local?
The federal government is legislating in this area in part because of its power over criminal law. And I realize that with respect to criminal procedure, there are differences in the different provinces. But with respect to the criminal law, for the most part, that is uniform. And so I think there is some value in uniformity on the basic prohibitions, in part because people do move around Canada. And it seems quite a bit. And it seems to me it would be quite onerous for someone to grow up in one province where they're allowed, say, 8 plants, and then they take a job somewhere where, they're only allowed 4 plants, and to grow 5 plants risks 14 years imprisonment, and yet they don't know. I mean, so I think on the basic prohibition, there should be a uniformity. With respect to procedures for example, allowing consent to be given or to be dispensed with, that I think could well be a provincial issue because it is already, because that issue comes up with respect to other aspects of landlord and tenant law.
That's why I said c'est un cadre. So
yes, it's a framework.
Higher than the minute, the
I see, yes.
would be.
Yes. Well, in that respect, that might be a solution, a partial solution. Because certainly, as I understand it, the provinces, under their power with respect to civil property and civil rights, could in fact ban the home production. They could ban various forms of cultivation. They're being given the power to regulate the production and distribution system. So they could be given the power to make more restrictive rules. Yes.
Merci, Monsieur Dickey. Peut-être Monsieur Page.
Thank you, Mr. Dickey. Mr. Page, I would like to benefit from your expertise on cultivation of marijuana. if to sum up a bit, it's either we want to not regulate the number of plants at all, and based on what you said, that would be to allow the cultivation, like tomato plants or tobacco plants. There's no limits on what you can cultivate. Either you do or you don't, and there are no limits. If you have ground, land, it doesn't matter. So there's that extreme, and then there's the other extreme, where we ban cannabis cultivation on an individual basis. Is there not can't we strike a balance in what we can allow? Or is it just too complicated to legislate the height and to get into the details? Because the details are quite complicated to manage. We've heard that for this before, but I'd like to know your opinion between the two extremes. What's the sweet spot?
I do think that we can strike a balance between sort of a free-for-all, wide open, you could plant 10 acres of cannabis if you wanted, and very restrictive limits. And what I guess what I was getting at before is that I do agree that, some plant limits for personal production are appropriate, and that we do see those in, say, U.S. states like Colorado and Oregon, where cannabis legalization has occurred. It's often 6 plants, not 4. I guess where I was going is that, we want to have a limitation that also takes into account the cultivation realities of cannabis. So the idea that you could have a limit on the number of plants in flower, which are really the producers of the drug, and if that was to be 4 plants in flower, I think I could support that. But there should be some sort of leeway that you could have these additional 4 or 6 plants in vegetative state, non-flowering state. Where I
just want one more question. I don't have lots of time more. Is it easy to have those kind of culture of cannabis? I never grown any cannabis of my own, but is it as easy as tomatoes? Is it? What is the?
Yeah, it's as easy as tomatoes, though a lot of growers make all sorts of complexities with cuttings and hydroponics and all this kind of stuff. But in general, it's a weed. It grows easily. Where I was going, though, was my recommendation around plant height was that's a hard one to regulate. The plant does grow, and limit the number of plants and maybe the number of flowering plants. But within that, after that, not get into this. Oh, we hit 100 centimeters, and that's suddenly illegal.
How can you regulate that? Is there a way to regulate that?
Well, as your colleague asked before, could you expand that to 150 centimeters or 200 centimeters and encompass more of the sort of typical growing that might occur, and therefore Canadians wouldn't be offside if their plant is sort of inched up in those directions? I would say, why do we give, police carry guns and all sorts of handcuffs and things, but do they have to have tape measures as well? And that's sort of where we're going with 100 centimeters. Just count the number of plants and don't worry about how tall they get.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Now we're going to our 5-minute round. Mr. Weber.
I will go with Mr. Carey here. I'll go next time.
No, you got to be you.
It's got to be me today.
Mr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, fascinating witnesses, and I wish I had more time. I got a lot of questions for you, but again, there's a lot of things we've agreed upon, I think, with some of the witnesses coming forward. And this home cultivation is one that there's not a lot of agreement on. I think it's important to point out that cannabis isn't tomatoes. It's not aloe vera. It's not carnations or roses. According to the CMA and the Canadian Pediatric Society, it is potentially dangerous, especially for our young people. And like you, Mr. Dickey, somebody close in my life developed schizophrenia and lifelong psychological problems that has been attributed to cannabis use. I'd like to bring it down to talking and listening to my constituents who have concerns about these. I've mostly talked to individuals and small business people, or as the Liberals call them, tax cheats. But one lady came in to see me, and she identified herself as a former drug user. She said that she identified herself as addicted to marijuana, and it took her many years to get off it. She lives in an apartment, and the ventilation in her apartment, it's an older building, and she is concerned about the smell. She's concerned about how it's going to affect her. This is an extremely difficult situation because you're saying now, with the government legalizing, we have the rights of one group, so we'll say recreational users, and then the rights of others, owners and neighbors who may be in apartments. And Mr. Dickey, I was wondering if you could maybe give us an example. How are governments going to manage that competing interest of the rights of one group versus another group? And historically, how has that played out?
Typically, it's a question of this test of substantial interference with a reasonable enjoyment. So there has to be not just an interference with the other person's enjoyment, but a substantial interference. Medical problems will meet that test. If someone has asthma, someone's affected. Someone who coughs when they smell smoke, those kinds of things. And then the question is the reasonable use. So in other words, if say someone's playing the piano, as an example, loudly at 7 p.m. or playing, God forbid, the bagpipes, although I'm a Scotsman, so everyone should love the bagpipes, by heritage at least. And but, you know, so, and I'm sorry, I better go back to the piano, because the bagpipes probably would be a substantial interference. But the piano, if someone wants to sleep at 7 p.m., kind of too bad. Someone gets to play the piano at 7 p.m. They don't get to play the piano after 11 p.m. Now, with smoke, it's not that easy, because smoke, you kind of adjust, you can't separate the interest by the time of the day. So what typically happens now is the smoker is required to take steps to minimize their interference. Maybe it's to smoke on the balcony. Maybe it's to smoke on the side of the apartment that's away from the person who's got the problem. Maybe it's to run a fan to push the smoke out of a window.
So somebody who's a former addict, for example, the onus would be on her then to get out there, and if one of her neighbors is growing, the smells maybe triggering her. She was really concerned about falling back into what she said her addiction.
So she could certainly address the issue herself, but that takes a certain fortitude to do. She can, in I think most of the province, go to the landlord and say, look, the neighbor's interfering with me, will you please do something about it?
Can you see
that's when it gets into, does the landlord have the right? Because remember, landlords don't have 90% of the population, well, hell, it's 99% right now, of leases do not prohibit marijuana smoking or marijuana growing, because one didn't have to, because it was in the law. So effectively, you know, the legal regime of today is going to be turned on its head, and gradually landlords can take it back through a lease prohibition. But again, in Ontario and largely in Quebec, you cannot impose a new lease term on a tenant. So there'll be all those grandfathered leases where the landlord doesn't have any right under the lease.
Well, that, again, some of my constituents who are retirees who are renting out, you know, could you foresee landlords then being hit with huge bills to comply with these conflicts? And I know that Ontario just rolled out their plan, and a lot of people thought that landlords could simply prohibit homegrown marijuana in leases. And what you've said is, for some of these grandfathered leases, this can be very problematic for certain people. And did Ontario put anything in their plan, if you're aware of, that will help in settling these issues for home cultivation?
As to the second question, no. I don't think Ontario has focused on this either. People tend not to get this distinction between rental dwellings with these other competing interests and detached homes. And as to the first question, I'm sorry, remind me the first, the question of damage. Yes, Ottawa, for example, has a marijuana grow-up remediation bylaw, and there is within it no test. Any grow-up could trigger a report by the police to the city, which then triggers the city to go to the owner and say, you had marijuana growing in your unit, in your dwelling that you own, prove to us that there's been no damage. One would hope the police would not go with, a 6-plant or an 8-plant or a 10-plant or 12-plant, whatever. But if the police go with that, then that owner is basically looking at $10,000 of expert reports, engineers, air quality control, electrical safety, to prove there's been no damage to the unit. Plus, they're on this registry, which might knock $10,000 or $20,000 off the value of their house.
So these small business owners most likely will be negatively affected by these changes in the law. That's what you're saying.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so these tax cheats, I should say. We got to keep that straight type of thing. Oh, darn. Okay.
Ms. Sidhu.
Thank you, Chair. Yesterday, we have heard home cultivation would make it easier for youth to access cannabis. Mr. Page, could you explain to us what would be the health impact of children or youth eating the raw leaves of cannabis plant, eating the raw plant? Can you explain?
That's a good question. So the leaves of the cannabis plant, which are not typically consumed by someone who wants to get high, so it's the flowers that are rich in THC and other cannabinoids. So the leaves are general, and the reason they're not consumed by people interested in getting high is because they contain very low levels of cannabinoids. So the sort of classic sort of pot leaf that you see on people's T-shirts and things like that, that doesn't have a lot of THC or CBD cannabidiol in it. So the impact on children, and I'm a plant scientist, not a medical doctor, so I'm going out on a limb a little bit, but just on the basis of the plant chemistry, kids eating cannabis leaves or a small cannabis plant, there's not a lot of cannabinoids that are going to get into their system and affect them. On the other hand, if the plant is flowering, and it is that THC-rich material or CBD-rich material, they could ingest it and receive a dose of that. It's a little technical here. The plant actually doesn't make THC. It makes an acidic form of THC, so tetrahydrocannabinolic acid is the form the plant makes, and you actually have to heat it to form THC, which is why smoking a joint or baking a brownie or something is required. So if a child were to eat the raw bud of cannabis, they're mainly getting the acidic form, which is non-psychoactive. So, they're not, just the fresh material is not capable of getting you high. You need to bake it or heat it or smoke it to get there.
Thank you. Presently, the illicit market of 100% controlled by criminals estimated $7 billion in income annually for organized crime. Furthermore, the cannabis being sold today is unregulated, untested, and often safe. How Home Grow Along has fought this illegal market? Can you explain on that? And Mr. Conroy, both, if you.
How has Homegrown helped to eliminate the black market?
Yes.
Well, because people are growing it for themselves instead of being consumers of something that somebody else is producing, so that you are eliminating, you're not buying into the market. And that's why these stores are the most important thing in terms of reducing the black market, because most people don't want to grow for themselves. But home grows will reduce the amount that people will, the demand, should I say, that's out there. So that's why, we have, in tobacco, for example, under the Tobacco Control Act, you can grow 15 kilograms of tobacco for anybody over the age of 18 in your premises. But we don't have a demand for illicit tobacco anymore that I know of. I've never had anybody charged with that in my career in any event. And the same with alcohol. You can make as much beer, wine, and spirits as you want, as long as you don't, you can share it with your neighbor, but you can't sell it. We used to have bootleggers and stills and so on in the old days, certainly in the area where I live, and we don't see much of that anymore. So flooding the market, in my view, is what we need to do so that we can regulate it and control it. So you have the Tobacco Act, you have tobacco regulations under that act, so we presumably are going to see federal Cannabis Act regulations, and we're presumably going to see provincial cannabis acts with regulations. And so I say, as I think Dr. Page was saying, many of these issues can be dealt with in those regulations without federally saying 4 plants 100 centimeters tall. You can allow the feds to, as they do for tobacco and alcohol control manufacturing, but you can allow the fine details to be controlled in those regulations, and particularly in the provinces. Because human ingenuity being what it is, which keeps some of us lawyers busy, they will do things in order to get around what you come up with. So you have to anticipate what may occur, but as I say, make an opportunity for it to be done in a way that hopefully it doesn't impact upon others.
Okay.
Dr. Carey, by return engagement, are you on the list? No. Oh, Mr. Webb, okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, presenters, for being here today. Dr. Page, your submission to the committee here, I found it quite interesting. You talk about the environmental considerations of indoor cultivation, and you say that the statistics are staggering. According to a report by the Northwest Power and Conservation Council in Oregon, where recreational marijuana has been legal since 2014, an indoor grow system for only 4 plants consumes as much energy as 29 refrigerators. And you say the carbon emissions of this energy use are likewise staggering. It has been estimated that 1 average kilogram of final product is associated with 4,600 kilograms of CO2 emissions. Looked at another way, embedded in an average indoor grown plant is the energy equivalent of 265 liters of oil. From the perspective of individual consumers, a single marijuana joint represents about 4.6 kilograms of CO2 emissions, or an amount of electricity equal to running a 100-watt light bulb for 75 hours. In addition to the environmental and economic costs of the energy-intensive nature of indoor cultivation, the legalization of marijuana has also placed strains on some individual utilities and local grids in the U.S. states where marijuana has been legalized. So it is clear to me that there is quite an environmental impact to growing 4 or how many plants in a household. Yet you propose that we allow even up more than 4 plants is what the proposed legislation is. I just wonder, is it because you're not concerned about the environment, or is it because you believe that we have the right to grow more plants?
No, I think in general what that submission is getting at is mainly the large-scale commercial production, which currently under the medical regime allows indoor and greenhouses, but not outdoor. So the idea that either personal production, this sort of 4 or 10 plants or what have we for personal use, could also include outdoor. And you know, in the apartment situation, this could be on someone's balcony, you know, carefully monitored to not to be exposed to public view. Or in the larger scale commercial industry that we've seen now with medical cannabis and we'll see with recreational cannabis, that would also allow, you know, secure facilities with appropriate fences and, you know, cameras and alarms, but to have outdoor production as part of the spectrum in order to have a more sustainable industry. And I guess where I would go with that, because we're talking about personal cultivation here, is that regulations would encourage the outdoor possibility to reduce that carbon footprint.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I can see with the effects here that why Mr. Dickey and his association is concerned with tenants growing indoor plants and the cost to our environment. Mr. Dickey, I owned a condominium in Edmonton. I've lived there for a number of years in the past. I don't anymore, but I had to deal with a neighbor in a high-rise beside me who would have their morning toke and their evening toke before bedtime. I had to deal with after the secondhand smoke, I guess, coming into my apartment. It was frustrating. I did talk to the landlord about it. They indicated to me that it was for medicinal use and that they had legal documents stating that they can grow and smoke. So there was not a hell of a lot I could do about it. other than try to sell my condo. So it's up for sale now. If anybody in here is looking for a condo in Edmonton, come talk to me.
Yes, with added secondhand smoke as a kind of an amenity.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. So I do understand your concerns and the concerns of your association. And now, with the government going forward and allowing recreational marijuana, I can see more and more apartments and more of me out there dealing with more and more secondhand smoke from neighbors who live in multi-dwellings. And I just...
Well, yes, it's certainly a concern. And one of our suggestions here today is to attempt to achieve a compromise in which landlords' consent is required, and with different levels which the provinces could choose of ability to refuse consent or not to refuse consent. And then that would allow us to take into account these safety features in the buildings. It would allow for a diverse market, a diverse supply of apartments. Some buildings where cannabis is used, and if you're going to rent there, you know you're going to get some secondhand, but you can use it yourself. Or other places where you can go and you will not get secondhand smoke, and you will not be smoking cannabis. Mm-hmm. The medical users need to go in the first set. So that could solve the problem in terms of creating these two sectors of the market. And there'd probably be a little bit of a middle ground in which a few people use it occasionally, and no one freaks about that. But certainly there are many, many people who rent apartments who do not want secondhand tobacco smoke and who do not want secondhand marijuana smoke, as well as the fire safety issues and the humidity and all of those issues.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Mr. Oliver.
Thank you very much, and thank you very much for your testimony here today. One of the goals of the legislation is a public health goal to ensure that cannabis is produced in a way that's safe and there's no contaminants and that it's a licensed production facility. We've heard from some witnesses that growing cannabis marijuana at home introduce risks, sort of reintroduces those risks again. So I was just curious, I guess the fundamental question is, can you grow safe cannabis at home? Are there any general increased risks of that would be a contaminant that would be unhealthy for people that is part of public health we should be addressing with this legislation as part of sort of education or messaging to the public?
I absolutely think people can grow safe cannabis at home. There's nothing inherent about home production that would say there's an issue with mold contamination or something that is different, say, than what licensed producers would be able to do. Of course, they're professionals, and presumably the home cultivators are more sort of hobbyists or amateurs, but some of them get really good at this. One of the things we haven't had good statistics on is the quality control analysis of home cultivation under the medical regime. So I can't refer to a statistic that says only 2% of it showed signs of mold or something. We haven't got those numbers, but there's really nothing to indicate that there are problems inherent in putting it, whether it's a backyard cultivation setup or indoor in your garage or your basement. That said, there have been indications of concerns around things like heat and wiring, and as Mr. Conroy said, those were really sort of, I think, well refuted in the Allard trial, and so there's, in both aspects, the plant itself and then the sort of infrastructure for the plant, we don't have a lot of information to say absolutely home cultivation is bad and people shouldn't do it for the public safety aspect.
Okay, thank you. So just in Googling here, 4 marijuana plants under a 60-watt NPS lamp, whatever that is, will produce about 150 grams per plant, or about 600 grams from the 4 plants. Now, we've heard from many witnesses that they are concerned about increased exposure of children, of youth to marijuana because of homegrown plants. And again, one of the goals of the legislation is to reduce access to marijuana for Canadian youth. So do you have any reflection on that? I heard you say that when the plant is sort of growing, and unless you heat it or do something that doesn't actually release the THC components. But once it's dried and you have 600 grams of it sitting around somewhere in jars, I guess, what's your feeling about children's exposure to it at home?
So, just exposure, being in the same room as a jar of cannabis, obviously, it's not that THC is sort of wafting around. So, and children themselves, and I think for children, I guess I would define, younger than 13 or something, the vast majority of them are not smoking anything. They're not interested in that. As they become teenagers, that becomes something of an issue. It's not a very, attractive thing to be eating. So toddlers are not going to sort of reach into a jar of dried cannabis and start nibbling on it. It's sticky, it's stinky, it tastes bad, it's dry and crispy. I mean, it's not something like a cookie or whatever that's going to be more attractive. So I don't think we're looking at a massive problem.
It does seem harder for a parent to control 600 grams of dried product versus 30 grams of dried product in terms of is someone getting into it or not. There does seem to be a greater quantity at home under the home growing operations.
Right, but I think, storage, secure storage is secure storage, and 600 grams is, it's not like a bale of hay, so to speak. It's a smaller amount that can still be locked up, the same as a 30-gram amount. I have kids at home, 9 and 13, so I think about these things as well. And
we've had people doing it for now over 12 years or 13 years, and we don't have any bodies.
Okay. And just under the recommendation, Mr. Dickey, so I'm a bit concerned about if there was sort of prohibitions on rented dwellings. I don't know this, but I would suspect that some of the more vulnerable communities are renters, not homeowners. So that's it's sort of putting them more back out into the market versus being able to do this at home. If the legislation permitted it, and would the landlord-tenant things allow a sort of collective growing, say in a storage area or something in apartment buildings, or would that be? I don't think the legislation permits that right now, but would that be a way around the concerns of each apartment having its own 4 plants and the odors that come with it?
Yes, that would be an improvement if that could be done. And again, that would be a way for the demand to be met because landlords are certainly in this business. I mean, we provide housing for people and do it very cost effectively, but the motivating factor is frankly to make money. And if the customers want to be able to grow, and the landlord, has unused space in the basement or can throw a chain link fence around a plot in the outside in many of areas of Canada, then that would be a way to allow it to be done at the building without being done in the unit and bothering the neighbors. Yes, so again, it's kind of come up today. Mr. Conroy raised it with me before we began. And yeah, I like the idea.
Okay, thank you.
Moving now to our 3-minute round with Mr. Davies.
Thank you. Dr. Page, my research indicates there are 3 basic strains of marijuana. There's indica, sativa, and rudorellus or hybrid. Interestingly, sativa is the strain that grows tall and thin, and indica is the type that tends to be shorter and bushier. My research indicates that it's the indica, the shorter, bushier one, that produces the higher yield than the sativa, which grows tall and thin. So, ironically, it seems by putting a 100-centimeter limit on a plant, we are actually enshrining the type of plant that will produce more yield based on this arbitrary notion of height than the indica plant, which will grow taller and produce less. Am I missing anything there?
Yeah, I hadn't thought of it that way. But yeah, in general, I mentioned before the science is still sort of out on this indica sativa split and how it relates to sort of the effects of the plant. But generally, the sort of to generalize this taller, lankier, open flowering sativa type can be lower potency than this sort of dense, squat, wide-leaved indica type.
But there seems to be a pretty clear connection between height and yield. I'm just talking about yield.
Yep, and indicas, I mean, those style of plants, these short, squat plants, are the kind of backbone of the commercial cannabis industry, legal or otherwise. And so, yeah, by enforcing a height limit, there will be potentially a sort of a higher yield in that sort of area than these taller plants, though that's, you can get high-yielding indica types as well.
Okay, and I thought you had very interesting testimony on the issue of research and your suggestion that, we're restricting home cultivation to 4 plants. I've got your testimony that you think it should be more than that, perhaps 10. And then we have the producers that will be applying for licenses, I presume, for commercial growing. But in terms of researchers at universities who may want to be growing plants for research and experimental purposes, would you suggest that we amend this legislation to provide a clearer section on that to make sure that researchers can actually get access to grow the kind of cannabis they need to do the research that I think we all want done?
Yeah, I think adding that to the legislation would be beneficial. I mean, some of these things have been treated in regulations. So currently under the narcotic control regulations, licensing and exemptions for research are delineated there. But it has been the case that we just don't have the research that we need, and Dr. Mark Ware indicated the same thing around clinical studies. So enshrining it in legislation and being very clear in the Act that access to the cannabis plant, be it for the plant science side or the constituents for research purposes or trials, I agree it should be amended, and that would be beneficial.
Last word to you, Mr. Conroy. Anything that you would like to add?
Well, we don't have time for anything that I'd like to add. As I say, where are the bodies? I think after all these years, we don't have any of these problems that many people have talked about. And we've had for a long time now many, many people producing for medical purposes, and we've managed to iron out some of the kinks as we go along, and that's what we're going to have to do here. Certainly, the Act doesn't address all of the issues, and I think you do have a problem in terms of source, in terms of the 12 to 17-year-old that is there. Even though I agree completely that is a good thing in order to avoid them being stigmatized for the rest of their lives as a result of cannabis. But I don't think we have. If you look at the big picture in terms of how many people have been involved in this over the years, sure, we have a legitimate basis to be concerned about certain things, but we don't have on the ground many of these problems occurring. We've been able to sort them out, and I think we can sort them out in the future.
Now, okay, that completes our official round, but we have 20 minutes left. We have time for first round with 5-minute questions, if that's the wish of the committee. Is that the wish of the will of the committee? All right, we'll start again with 4 questions, and then our questions will be 5 minutes, starting with the Liberals. Is there any Liberal that's ready for questions? Any Liberals ready for questions? You're good? Good. Everybody's good? Okay. We now go to the Conservatives. Ms. Gladue?
All right, thank you, Chair. A couple questions. I share the concern that Mr. Oliver raised earlier about, the potential of having 600 grams in a homegrown operation. I'm not so concerned about kids eating. I'm more concerned, especially with the 12 to 17-year-olds, that they're going to try to roll it up, dry it, roll it, and smoke it. So there's no provisions that I can see in Bill C-45 about protected storage. But, Mr. Page, are there best practices of how you would recommend storing this material to keep it out of the hands of children?
Yeah, I think one of the things about the experience Mr. Conroy referred to in medical cannabis is that, people have been now receiving cannabis or producing it themselves, and there are lock boxes and other sort of small safes that can be put in people's houses. Certainly with the opiate epidemic that we hear about so much, that there has been a move, I think, in households to make sure teenagers can get access to pharmaceutical drugs in medical cabinets. The same thing may go with alcohol in a liquor cabinet in someone's home, that there should be some controls over it. So I think cannabis is very similar to those two areas that we already deal with, and it's up, I think, to each family how they, and the age of the children in the household, how they deal with security. But there is certainly best practices could include a small safe with a combination or a key to make sure, and also just heard child-proof packaging. So, outside of personal cultivation, receiving samples, if it's LCBO or online via producer, in packages the same as a pill bottle that a young person, obviously a teenager, can open child-proof packaging, but younger kids can't. So.
Okay, my second question is for Mr. Conroy, and it is about the time it will take for the provinces to introduce legislation. We've heard concerns today that, in Ontario and Quebec, the landowner or the landlord won't have any rights to prohibit somebody from having a grow up or from smoking marijuana on their property if the provinces don't introduce legislation. Similarly, I think if we talk about trying to make sure that there are regulations that keep the smoking of cannabis in the same light that we have the smoking of tobacco, and where it's allowed and where it's not allowed. How long do you think it will take provinces to get that kind of legislation in place if they started today?
Well, it shouldn't take them very long. Unfortunately, the bureaucratic process in terms of passing regulations, which, you don't need to go through the legislature or parliament to pass regulations. So it's always a puzzle to me how long it takes for them to do things. I mean, we heard them go on about, we're not going to be ready, we need more time. And they said, well, the feds have to tell us more about road safety. I know you're talking about that next week in terms of the impaired taxation. Well, we've got examples of how we tax tobacco and alcohol, HST, GST, and so on. So I don't understand what the difficulty is. Training of distributors, they said. Well, that's surely, we've got existing distributors who know what to do, and that's why we need to bring them in and regulate the existing market instead of trying to reinvent it. And then public education was the other one they raised. And as I said, there's more information about cannabis out there than any other drug in history, given all of the Royal Commissions of Inquiry and other things that we've had, as well as evidence in court cases. In Malmo, Levine, and Kane, the Supreme Court of Canada heard all the evidence that came from 3 cases that went all the way up, and there were findings of fact by judges after hearing expert witnesses like you've heard, and them being examined and cross-examined and made findings of fact. One of them being that marijuana is not addictive.
Okay,
that's because
I think
of the
I've got the answer on the
definition.
amount of time. It'll take a lot of time.
Well, it shouldn't take a lot of time, but the defect or the problem is in the process as opposed to the subject matter.
Very good. That's it for me. Thanks.
Mr. Davies.
Dr. Page, I want to ask you about your opinion on what production policy would look like in an ideal world here. I've had concerns that from a number of people that they don't want to see production limited to so-called big weed, big mass corporate growers, but that they want to see space in the production world for the small growers, the boutique growers, the craft growers, as it were, to make an analogy to craft beer. I'm just wondering if you have any, as a person who's done a lot of research in the different kinds and strains of cannabis and the plant, what's your view on that?
Yeah, I think some of the information we have around this is from the current medical system, where we have some very large producers licensed and also some small mom and pop style producers under license. But there's a general feeling that under the illicit world, which includes many small growers, primarily in British Columbia but elsewhere, has been excluded. That the fact is they don't have the wherewithal produce the security, or they have, legal issues that have sort of been held against them, and that there's been, delays in licensing that have led mainly to the large producers with very, deep investment funds to build facilities, and that I think what we need to do in the commercial sense, and this is outside of the sort of personal cultivation subject of this hearing, that we need an ecosystem in the same way that we have with beer or wine, where you can have Molson's and this type of thing as big ones, but you also have smaller producers that are equally well regulated, and there's testing applied and securities around there, but that we also have regulations and legislation that encourages those small ones to get involved in this industry and not make it the sort of cost of startup so steep or the regulations so strict that we exclude those small producers.
Thanks. Mr. Conroy, we're calling this the legalization of cannabis, this bill, but really it's really we're making it less illegal is what we're really doing by this.
A little bit of legalization.
Yeah, well, there's, it's still, if you have more than 30 grams on you in possession, you'll be criminally charged. If you have more than 4 plants, you'll be criminally charged. Penalties up to 14 years imprisonment. If you have more than 5 grams as a youth, you face some sort of penalties. I'm just wondering, one of the purposes of this bill in Section 7 is to reduce the burden on the criminal justice system. Do you see that happening?
Well, I live in the cocoon of British Columbia, where people haven't been charged with simple possession now for a long time. The police just seize it. You still see lots of charges, but rarely convictions, unless it's something more than simple possession. So we still have, but my practice, I don't get anywhere near as many cases as I used to in the old days, even though you haven't legalized yet. So, the burden has reduced. But having this maximum 14 years hybridized by indictment and so on is frankly totally unrealistic in terms of what goes on the ground. Even the Saskatchewan Court of Appeal, which is not known to be the most liberal court in the country, their range for trafficking, for example, is 12 to 18 months. So, most sentences are up to 2 years. For tobacco, for alcohol, all your maximums are 2 and 3 years. So this 14-year thing is ridiculous, frankly. And it's problematic because it will increase the burden in this way. Years ago, through the Sentencing Commission, through Parliament here and so on, we determined that we had to reduce the amount of incarceration because we just make people worse most of the time instead of really protecting the public. And so why are you going to put somebody in prison, actual prison, for trafficking in cannabis nowadays? It seems ridiculous. A judge, we introduced something called the conditional sentence order. And the conditional sentence order is the last step before having to put you actually in prison. So depending upon levels of denunciation and deterrence, the judge decides whether to put you in prison or not. 14-year maximum, because of the 2012 amendments, prevents a judge from doing that. So, what's 14 years got to do when the court is sitting there saying, we think up to 2 years is a fit sentence, but we also think you're not a danger to the community, you don't have any violence in your history or anything like that, so we think you can serve it in the community, the judge can't do it. So what do judges do faced with that now? Well, they'll go and give probation with conditions to try and structure it like a conditional sentence order. So, I really encourage you to listen to what Ledane said at least 45 years ago and reduce that to 5 years if you're going to keep a hybridized system. But my hope and expectation is that the cannabis consumers that I have now watched over a long period of time are going to demonstrate to you that they will be able to live under this existing proposed beginning, if I can call it that, and will not create lots of problems, hopefully, for the criminal courts and others, that we will effectively, in practice, legalize and demonstrate to all of you that you don't need many of these limits and so on that you're worrying about.
All right. That concludes our session on on the household cultivation of plants, and we appreciate the information you've given us. We continue to learn. I think we've all learned a lot today from your input, so I thank you very much for taking the time to come and participate. And I suspend this meeting now until 10:45 in this room. Okay, welcome back. Here. Where? What do we do here? I think I have to. Okay. We're going to have some order here. We're going to start our meeting. Yes. Welcome back to our Standing Committee on our 66th meeting of our Standing Committee on Health. Where this afternoon we're going to study, we're going to have a panel on the age of legal possession and the impact on young Canadians, which is certainly one of the controversial discussions and part of this. I should tell all our witnesses that some of the questions will be in French. We have translation there, so you should just be ready for that and be prepared. All right, so our witnesses this afternoon or this morning are Canadian Drug Policy Coalition with Scott Bernstein, Senior Policy Analyst by video conference from Vancouver. Welcome. And from the Canadian Public Health Association, we have Ian Culbert, Executive Director. From the Canadian Pediatric Society, we have Christina Grant, member of the Adolescent Health Committee. And Educators for Sensible Drug Policy, we have Judith Renaud, Executive Director, and Paul Renaud, Communications Director. And from Portage, we have Peter A. Howlett, President, and Peter Vamos, Executive Director. Now, each organization will have 10 minutes in an opening statement, and then we'll go to questions. But we'll start with the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition by video conference. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, honorable members. Thank you for the opportunity to make comments on Bill C-45 this morning on this important panel. I'm representing the Canadian Drug Policy Coalition, or CDPC, a non-governmental organization comprised of over 70 organizations and 3,000 individuals working to support the development of a drug policy in Canada that is based in science, guided by public health principles, and is respectful of human rights. CDPC supports the passing of Bill C-45 and the legal regulation of non-medical cannabis as a way to minimize the social and individual costs of prohibition, while ensuring the cannabis policy supports public health and human rights to the fullest extent possible. Legalizing and regulating cannabis will ensure that there is adequate oversight of the complete market of non-medical cannabis, including control over dose, quality, potency, marketing, and access. From decades of prohibitionist drug policy in Canada, evidence clearly and unequivocally demonstrates that criminalizing people for possessing and using drugs leads to great social and individual harms. As such, CDPC supports the legal regulation of all drugs within Canada as a route to retaking control of a dangerous, unregulated market for drugs that supports criminal organizations and puts countless Canadians at risk of criminal sanction. We believe that this is the path to minimizing infectious disease such as hepatitis C and HIV, reducing overdose and social stigma, and promoting public health and safety objectives. Similarly, we believe that evidence strongly supports decriminalizing all drugs in further of improved public health and public safety. I'd like to make comments this morning on recommendations that CDPC has put forward to this committee in our submitted brief. First, addressing the minimum age of access. The Cannabis Act establishes a federal minimum age of 18 years to access cannabis, with provinces having the ability to raise the minimum age, as Ontario has done to align with its alcohol age. CDPC supports maintaining the federal minimum age of 18 years in the legislation. Despite the existing system of cannabis prohibition that has been in place in Canada for decades, there remains a consistent 1 in 3 people in the 16 to 25 age range who are active users. In a UN study, it was shown that youth cannabis use was lower in countries with more liberal drug policies than in Canada, demonstrating that strict enforcement policies are not a deterrent for young people. It is unrealistic to conclude that all youth will completely abstain from consuming cannabis, regardless of set age limits and sanctions against consumption. Having a minimum age that is too high will maintain the illegal market and put numerous young Canadians at greater risk than the risk to them of consuming cannabis. That approach should be rejected in favor of a public health approach that looks at the entire spectrum of risk to young people, from not only the substance itself, but the policies as well. Protecting youth must consider the harms to youth of engaging with illegal markets as well as the harms of consuming cannabis, a policy balance that supports a lower minimum age of access. Second, regarding criminal penalties in youth. The Cannabis Act prohibits a possession of dried cannabis of more than 5 grams by a young person, creating either an indictable or summary conviction offense, and, if convicted, a sentence under the Youth Criminal Justice Act. Notably, the province of Ontario has chosen to close even this small gap and create provincial crimes for a young person carrying any amount of cannabis. Seeming to recognize the harms of a criminal record, the Cannabis Act provides, in some circumstances, allowances for a peace officer to issue ticketable offenses to both adults and organizations. Such allowances, though, are not available to young people. It is now well documented that a criminal record contributes to considerable social harms, from limiting international travel, diminishing career and volunteer opportunities, exacerbating poverty, and leading to poorer health outcomes, creating stigma and consuming scarce public resources. As mentioned, evidence also supports the fact that the potential for criminal sanction is not a deterrent for adolescent use of cannabis. Instead, as was recommended by the task force, achieving the public health and safety goals of the Cannabis Act with respect to youth should be addressed through education and soft approaches to discourage use, as opposed to criminal punishment. Overwhelmingly, respondents to the task force took the view that the criminalization of youth should be avoided and that criminal sanctions should be focused on adults who provide cannabis to youth, not on the youths themselves. One such approach might be found in the state of California, where the regulatory scheme provides that young people found possessing cannabis will receive non-criminal infractions and must attend mandatory education or counseling and perform community service. CDPC recommends that youth not be subject to criminal penalties at all, and that the Cannabis Act be amended to substitute similar soft approaches to youth drug use, such as counseling and community service. Removing these sanctions of criminality will increase public health and safety, particularly with respect to youth, by decreasing the harm and stigma of criminalization while still discouraging unlawful use in a balanced and realistic approach. Additionally, social sharing, which is a common practice among young people, is something the task force recommended be allowed, but it also has been prohibited by the Cannabis Act by the criminalization of any form of distribution to a young person, with a draconian penalty of up to 14 years in prison. This would penalize an 18-year-old sharing cannabis with a 17-year-old friend, or a parent sharing with his or her son or daughter. In the case of alcohol, there are clear exemptions to criminalization for adults sharing with their minor children in a private home. And all provinces regard social sharing of alcohol with far less punitive penalties than in the Cannabis Act. CDPC recommends that social sharing with a young person not be criminalized, but rather treated in a similar manner to youth use, with counseling and community service. CDPC further recommends that adults be permitted to provide cannabis to their own minor children in a private residence similar to alcohol. Finally, regarding social justice, underlying the legal regulation of cannabis is the notion that our historic policies of criminalizing cannabis have led to unacceptable negative outcomes in Canadian society, including supporting a thriving illegal market for cannabis nationwide and capturing hundreds of thousands in the criminal justice system for cannabis offenses. Criminal law, though, is rarely applied equally, and cannabis prohibition has had a greater negative impact on marginalized communities, people of color, youth, and Indigenous persons. Legislation crafted to repair past policies should also aim to repair the damage done to those punished under an unjust system, including creating opportunities within the new economy and clearing past criminal records. CDPC recommends 2 changes to the Act to better serve the social justice aims of the legislation. First, prior drug convictions should not be the sole reason for denying a license to participate in the cannabis economy. Section 61 sub 7C allows the minister to refuse to issue, renew, or amend a federal license or permit required for participation in the cannabis industry if the applicant has contravened the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act or committed other drug-related offenses in the past 10 years. This would, of course, include any drug conviction, including one for activities that would now be legitimate under the new regime. There is no logical reason for creating a specific ground related to drug offenses in this provision, compared to any number of past offenses that might make a person ineligible for a license, such as theft or fraud. A preferred approach would be one similar to California, where prior convictions for non-violent drug offenses are actually prohibited from being the sole reason for denial of a license. Second, there should be clear mechanism for those convicted of cannabis-related drug offenses in the past to apply for suspension of convictions of their criminal record, or for those cases where sentences are still being served, of having these cases dismissed or reevaluated under the new legislation. CDPC recommends amendments to the Cannabis Act that allow for reconsideration of ongoing sentences and record suspensions for prior convictions. The Cannabis Act is a remarkable piece of legislation that forges new policy standards around regulating previously illegal substances. It is important that these new standards be centered on evidence, public health, and the well-being of Canadians, young and old. Thank you.
You had 2 seconds left. Moving on to the Canadian Public Health Association, Mr. Ian Culver, Executive Director. 10 minutes.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for the invitation to present to you today. I will preface my comments this morning by noting that throughout my remarks, my references to cannabis use relate to recreational use, not the use of cannabis for medical purposes. On behalf of the Canadian Public Health Association, I am pleased that the Government of Canada has committed itself to a public health approach to the legalization and regulation of cannabis. We are further pleased that Bill C-45 does in fact embody such an approach. Different from the publicly funded healthcare system, public health is the organized efforts of society to keep people healthy and prevent injury, illness, and premature death. As such, a public health approach is based on the principles of social justice. It pays attention to human rights and equity. It is based on the evidence and addresses the underlying determinants of health. A public health approach is organized, comprehensive, multisectoral, and it emphasizes pragmatic initiatives. And as a colleague recently noted, in some ways, public health is like that darling child who's always asking why. In the case of cannabis, we want to know why people use it so that we can develop policies and interventions that meet their needs. The human relationship with cannabis ranges from abstinence to a spectrum of consumption. The spectrum ranges from beneficial to non-problematic to potentially harmful use to the development of use disorders. At the federal level, the legal and regulatory response to cannabis needs to be sufficiently broad to encompass the entire spectrum of consumption, while at the provincial and territorial levels, the response begins to narrow to meet the particular needs of each jurisdiction. And then at the regional or local levels, the response is honed to the specific needs of particular populations. There has been considerable discussion and unfortunately a lack of consensus regarding the appropriate legal age for the possession of cannabis. The Canadian Public Health Association supports the provisions in Bill C-45 establishing the minimum legal age at 18 and allowing provinces and territories to set a higher age as appropriate in their jurisdictions. From a practical perspective, it is important and appropriate for provinces and territories to establish a legal age for cannabis consumption that matches the legal age for alcohol consumption. In that way, confusion should be reduced and education efforts can be better coordinated. Now, while we would prefer that no Canadian use cannabis or any other psychoactive substance, a public health approach recognizes that cannabis will be consumed for a number of different reasons, regardless of efforts to discourage it. You're already familiar with the statistics. 12% of the general population, 21% of youth aged 15 to 19, and 30% of young adults aged 20 to 24 reported in a 2015 survey that they consumed cannabis in the previous year. Since more than 1 in 5 youth aged 15 to 19 are consuming cannabis now, and we have no reason to believe that rate will change, the responsible policy option is to create a legal and regulated market for cannabis that is accessible to adults 18 years of age and older. Bill C-45 will establish a supply of cannabis of known potency and quality. Currently, anyone consuming cannabis is playing a game of Russian roulette, never knowing the product's quality before consuming it, or if it has been laced with other more powerful psychoactive substances. From a public health perspective, the Canadian Public Health Association is encouraging provincial and territorial governments to limit the sale of cannabis to government-controlled entities to ensure that the focus remains on harm reduction, not profit. The prohibition model currently in place in Canada has severely hampered health promotion and harm reduction efforts. The only message we had at our disposal was just say no, and clearly that has failed. Beyond simple health education, health promotion is the process of enabling people to increase control over and to improve their health. It is our view that legal cannabis sales must therefore be preceded by comprehensive, non-judgmental, non-stigmatizing health promotion campaigns across Canada that have a clear and consistent message, and these campaigns must be supported on an ongoing basis and should be complemented by in-person health promotion and harm reduction messaging at the point of sale. We need to normalize the conversation about cannabis, not its consumption. There are concerns that legalization will result in significant increases in cannabis use, especially among young people. While the Canadian experience may be different, 2 recent reports from Washington State both indicate that youth cannabis consumption has remained stable since legalization in that jurisdiction. One of these reports, however, indicates an increase in older adults' cannabis use, while another indicates an increase in the number of people who consume cannabis daily or near daily. These early reports out of Washington remind us that we need to pay attention to the entire population with a particular focus on why certain individuals go on to potentially problematic use. Concerns have also been raised about the impact cannabis consumption has on the developing brain. While the studies quoted are important pieces of the research puzzle, they focus on young people who are daily and heavy cannabis users. I think we can all agree that if a child is consuming a large amount of cannabis on a daily basis, there is a cause for concern. If a child was drinking alcohol heavily on a daily basis, there would be a similar cause for concern. Once again, from a public health perspective, we want to know why that child is consuming heavily and daily, and then we can focus our interventions accordingly. At the moment, we lack robust data on the health impacts of casual use of cannabis, and we hope that legalization will allow that research to take place. Having understood that people are going to continue consuming cannabis for different reasons and in different amounts, it is crucial that our policies and interventions focus on harm reduction efforts. Harm reduction can take on many different forms, including ensuring a product of known potency and quality, effective education and health promotion activities, ensuring consumers and health and social service providers know about safer consumption methods, and adopting and promoting the lower risk cannabis use guidelines. I understand that you have a panel dedicated to that subject later today, so I won't go into these guidelines in detail, but will say that they are an important tool that should be adopted in all jurisdictions. The Canadian Public Health Association does have one recommendation for an amendment to Bill C-45 that I believe one of your witnesses mentioned yesterday. As it currently stands, Section 10(5) of the bill will result in the crime of possession for the purpose of selling becoming an indictable offense punishable with up to 14 years in prison for those convicted, including young people between the ages of 12 and 18. Section 8 concerning possession and Section 9 concerning distribution provide similar sentencing options for people over 18 years of age, but permit referral to sentencing under the Youth Criminal Justice Act for those between 12 and 18. The Canadian Public Health Association's viewpoint is that an option for sentencing under the Youth Criminal Justice Act for young people should also exist under Section 10(5). In many cases, this offense is related to possession for sale by young people to their peers, and the stigma established by such a conviction may cause irreparable harm to their futures, outweighing the actual offense. Care should be taken to apply the proposed rules concerning possession for the purposes of sale to reflect the severity of the crime. You have also heard calls that we are not ready for legalization. Unfortunately, we don't have the luxury of time, as Canadians are already consuming cannabis at record levels. The individual and societal harms associated with cannabis use are already being felt every day. The proposed legislation and eventual regulation is our best attempt to minimize those harms and protect the well-being of all Canadians. Our first efforts may not be perfect, but perfection is not required, as we can modify our approaches as we learn from our experiences. At the end of the day, we all want to do the right thing for the broad range of Canadians who already consume or may choose to consume cannabis for a variety of different reasons. The Canadian Public Health Association believes that Bill C-54 and provincial responses such as Ontario's are steps in the right direction. Key lessons learned from jurisdictions that have traveled this road before us include the following. Regulators must have the flexibility to adapt to changing conditions in the marketplace. Upfront investments in education and health promotion are essential. Law enforcement and public health need to work together. And the interests of the private sector cannabis industry are rarely aligned with the interests of public health. Thank you.
Very much. Now we go to Dr. Christina Grant, a member of the Adolescent Health Committee of the Canadian Pediatric Society. 10 minutes. Look forward to your comments.
Dear members of the Standing Committee on Health, I'm an adolescent medicine specialist and associate professor of pediatrics at McMaster University. Thank you for the invitation to speak as a representative of the Canadian Pediatric Society on Bill C-45, specifically regarding the age of legal possession and the impact on young Canadians of the legalization of cannabis in Canada. I have submitted a summary of the CPS statement on cannabis in Canada's children and youth for your reading. My goal today is to ensure that you have up-to-date scientific information regarding the impact of cannabis use on young Canadians, including young toddlers, and to discuss our society's stance regarding the age of legal possession. First, there can be no doubt regarding the scientific literature that cannabis use prior to the mid-20s is associated with structural and functional harmful effects on the developing brain, which have been borne out in many peer-reviewed studies. There are rigorous studies demonstrating a relationship between regular cannabis use in youth and the increased risk of approximately 40% of developing a psychotic episode. We know that the earlier the use, the higher the dose, and the frequency of use all contribute to this risk, in addition to other predisposing factors for developing a psychotic illness, such as family history. There are also studies demonstrating a relationship between regular cannabis use and clinical depression, though not as robust as the psychosis relationship. There are studies indicating that youth with certain anxiety disorders are at increased risk for developing problematic cannabis use that can inevitably interfere with their everyday lives. Strikingly, 1 in 6 adolescents who experiment with cannabis go on to develop cannabis use disorder, a psychiatric illness similar to alcoholism, where the drug use interferes with multiple areas of functioning. This can include academics, social and family relationships, and extracurricular activities, all areas that require rich development during someone's teen years in order to be well equipped for life. For all these reasons, there is no safe age of experimentation with cannabis, and we do recommend that young people not consume cannabis. However, adolescence is a time of experimentation. We know that Canadian youth are experimenting with cannabis at the highest rate compared to other countries around the world. The proposed legal cannabis industry in Canada has raised the dilemma regarding the most appropriate age for its legal use, which should minimize harm to children and youth, our most vulnerable population. On the one hand, prohibiting cannabis until the mid-20s would protect adolescents during a period of critical brain development. On the other, adolescents and young adults are already experimenting frequently with marijuana. Aligning the legal age for cannabis use with that of other legally controlled substances, notably alcohol and tobacco, would help ensure that youth who have attained age of majority have access to a regulated product with a known potency. Also, they would be less liable to engage in high-risk illegal activities to access cannabis. Of emerging concern in the United States and in Europe is the number of accidental ingestions of edibles by the toddler age group. Perhaps we all know that edibles are marijuana-infused food products that come in various formats, including cookies and candies, which are highly attractive to young children and often indistinguishable to regular candies, chocolate bars, or baked goods. In Colorado, rates of unintentional ingestion in children less than 9 rose by 34% after the legalization of cannabis. More than a third of those cases required hospitalization in a pediatric critical care unit because of overdose symptoms. Most commonly, the toddlers could not breathe on their own. A study from France published right this month demonstrated a 3-fold increase in young children, mostly toddlers, requiring pediatric emergency care, presenting with coma and seizures secondary to accidental cannabis ingestion. My apologies. Because of the aforementioned concerns, I would urge your committee to consider the following CPS recommendations so that as a society we are able to protect those who are most vulnerable. 1. Enact and rigorously enforce regulations on the cannabis industry to limit the availability and marketing of cannabis to minors. These regulations must prohibit dispensaries from being located close to elementary, middle, and high schools, licensed childcare centers, community centers, residential neighborhoods, and youth facilities. Mandate strict labeling standards for all cannabis products, including a complete and accurate list of ingredients and an exact measure of cannabis concentration. Mandate package warnings for all cannabis products, including known and potential harmful effects of exposure, similar to cigarettes, including child-proof packaging. Mandate and enforce a ban on the marketing of cannabis-related products using strategies or venues that attract children and youth, such as edibles. 2, adequately fund public education campaigns to reinforce that cannabis is not safe for children and youth by raising awareness of the harms associated with cannabis use and dependence. These campaigns should be developed in collaboration with youth leaders and should include young opinion leaders. Finally, send a strong message to the public that cannabis has neurodevelopmental risks by considering limiting the concentration of THC in cannabis that 18 to 25-year-olds can purchase legally. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to move to the Educators for Sensible Drug Policy. Judith Renaud, Executive Director, and Paul Renaud, Communications Director. I'm not sure how you're going to spread your time, but you have 10 minutes
Thank you.
Between you. So.
Thank you for the invitation to speak to the House of Commons about this very important act and the issue of youth use and the age for legal possession and the impact on our young Canadians. Cannabis prohibition has been an abject failure. As the Executive Director of EFSTP, I want to see educational policy and reform come from a place of progressive change where students, parents, teachers, and healthcare professionals and mental health providers work together to provide a quality of schooling that reflects a place where what is learned is lived based on solid scientific evidence and where truth matters. More and more, for a variety of reasons, it has become society's role to educate, to provide support for parents and children. Educators have a responsibility to be esteem builders. Bill C-45 has some good intentions, but the Cannabis Act will not prevent youth from using cannabis. It should not subject them to further harms from the law itself. Educators understand that despite its increasing ubiquity, research suggests that young people's attitudes towards cannabis are ambiguous. Many have conflicting positions and negative attitudes towards its use. This is not surprising considering the complexity of the substance. Unlike alcohol and tobacco, two substances almost exclusively limited in purpose to recreational use, cannabis can be used both recreationally and medically, although the line between the two is blurred. To increase the understanding about the issues, cannabis can pose health and well-being of young people. Drug reform educators believe we should be educating them not only about the possible substance's negative effects, but also its positive ones too. And this can be achieved using evidence-based, unbiased, and holistic information, and where truth matters. The ubiquity of cannabis is a major health issue. Youth need to gain factual knowledge about cannabis so that they are able to make informed decisions about cannabis and use it in order to mitigate possible harm. We agree with the task force that 18 is an appropriate age for legal use. However, some EFSTP members agree with the 2002 Ledane report that 16 is also appropriate. As a society, we need to remove as many misconceptions that are perpetuated by 8 decades of prohibition. Educators must find a common ground as some people continue to push the prohibitionist agenda. Educators are becoming more aware that teens are more at risk from alcohol, pharmaceuticals, and opioids. Neuroscientist Mark Lewis wrote a book called Memoirs of an Addicted Brain. He discusses in detail how cannabinoids are natural brain chemicals, and I quote, that the cannabinoid receptor system matures most rapidly, not during childhood, not during adulthood, but during adolescence. So it wouldn't be surprising if cannabinoid activity is meant to be functional during adolescence, more functional than any other period of our lifespan. As far as evolution is concerned, adolescents may well benefit from following their own grandiose thoughts, goals, and plans. By doing so, and by ignoring the weight of evidence on sheer inertia piled up against them, they would greatly amplify their tendency to explore, to try things, to imbue their plans with more confidence. The evolutionary goals of adolescents are to become independent, to make new connections, and to find new territory, new social systems, and most of all, new mates. The distortions of adolescent thinking might be precisely posed to facilitate these goals. Adolescents ignore most of what parents think, most of conventional wisdom, and are spellbound by their own ideas. They follow chains of logic that nobody else finds logical and voice excessive allegiance to their own predictions about how things will turn out. Even when they're not stoned, adolescents live in a world of ideation, of their own making, and follow trains of thought to extreme conclusions despite overwhelming evidence that they're just plain wrong. In 2001, I was offered a position as a First Nation administrator in northern British Columbia. Not only was this experience life-altering, but it was one that made me realize how ordinary Canadian educators and citizens have no idea what misfortunes, tragedies, and adversities many Indigenous young people experience by the time they reach adolescence, how many deaths, what abuse they endure, and what despair they feel. I met Dr. Maté, a well-known drug addiction expert, an author of In the Realm of Hungry Ghosts and Hold On to Your Kids. And he said, quote, "The despair First Nation youth feel, what self-loathing plagues them, what barriers to a life of freedom and meaning they have to face, it is the educators that must always remember this. Don't ask why the drug, ask why the pain." At the core of unresolved traumas passed from one generation to the next, along with social conditions that induce further hopelessness, I witnessed untold multi-generational traumas in several Aboriginal communities. Native history resonates in Aboriginal youth with their brilliant art, their dances, their music, and their wisdom. Mate said, quote, "When educators see their First Nation peers, they witness their humanity, their grandeur, unspeakable suffering, and strength." Cannabis law enforcement has shown to be racially biased. The from school to prison pipeline is real. Jail cells cannot be the new classroom. Our Aboriginal youth are suffering. We must stop targeting marginalized people of color, and we must learn to understand that trauma and its multiple impacts on human mentality and behavior. I agree with Dr. Mate. The best meaning people can unwittingly re-traumatize those who can least bear the pain and loss. EFSTP goals is to promote alternatives to failed punitive drug policies. As hard as we try, we will never convince 100% of youth to say no 100% of the time. If we can clear up the underlying problems, there will be less incentive for young people to use drugs and as a way of coping with the stresses they face. Thank you, and I welcome your questions.
Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Paul Renault, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to be here today. While my wife, Judith, was principal of the band school in Bella Coola, BC, I was hired by the Newhawk Nation as their EDO, or Economic Development Officer. As EDO, I had the chance to meet many locals and hear their stories. It soon became clear that there was not much job opportunity there, and many of the people were living on social assistance, even as alcohol and drug use seemed ramped up, particularly as pharmaceuticals were paid for by the government, and children were also medicated under doctor's orders. One day, I decided to go to court that was being held quarterly in the basement of the band administration building. I was astonished and dismayed by how much of the court's time was being taken up by cannabis offenses, and how many of the plaintiffs were young, in their teens and 20s. It seemed a cruel use of the judiciary. At the same time, it was clear to me that cannabis was being used by many in the community to help avoid alcohol. But because of the risks of having and using cannabis, people were reluctant to talk about it. Because cannabis shows promise in treating a wide variety of ailments, it will, like pharmaceuticals, be prescribed to children, to be administered in schools, just like other drugs. This context provides the basis for some very important education about cannabis. It is primarily medicine. As has already been noted by many, the line between recreation and medicinal use is not clear. Gabor Mate's definition of addiction is any behavior that has negative consequences that one is compelled to persist in and relapse into and crave, despite those negative consequences. With this in mind, the possibility of any person, young included, using cannabis to avoid alcohol or other more harmful drugs, having a positive outcome may not fit the definition of addiction and certainly should not be considered an offense. A youth cannot be criminalized for alcohol possession. What sense does it make to criminalize them for cannabis? There seems to be mounting evidence, some may call anecdotal, that cannabis is useful in avoiding other more harmful substances. I've heard people say, that's not really quitting, that's just switching one drug for another. While that may somewhat be true, the principle of harm reduction is sound, and where abstinence may not be achievable, a reduced use of a more harmful substance may be a positive outcome. The average age among First Nations people is very young as compared with the rest of Canada. Any laws or public health policies that affect young people will affect First Nations youth disproportionately, just as incarceration rates also show. The Government of Canada, led by Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, has indicated a willingness to engage with First Nations in a deeper, more meaningful and productive way. Because First Nations are so plagued by substance abuse issues and already have many people using cannabis, they may benefit.
How much time have you got there? Because we've allowed 10 minutes for your organization, and we're over that now.
Well,
I know what you're talking about is very important. It is important, but in order for us to proceed and get everybody's fair share, we have to only allow you 10 minutes, and we're well over that now. So, if you could
I'll have to
wind
stop
up
there then.
Oh, that's perfect. Okay,
Thank you.
Thanks very much. We'll hear from you on questions for sure. Okay, now we're going to go to Portage. Mr. Peter A. Howlett, President, and Dr. Peter Vramos. I'm not sure how you're going to divide your 10 minutes, but you have 10 minutes between you.
Mr. Chairman, distinguished members of the committee, Portage, which I'm the president, has been in existence for nearly 50 years, treating adolescents, adults, pregnant addicts, mothers and small children, indigenous communities, mentally ill, drug dependents, provided in-prison programming and programming in some 15 other countries. Portage is here today not to debate the merits of legalizing marijuana, but rather to register our concerns about the collateral impact of Bill C-45 on youth in general and substance-abusing youth in particular. We will offer some recommendations on how these risks may be mitigated. This past April, Health Canada released a paper that reported that marijuana is an addictive substance with significant possible impacts on both mind and body of the users, and that continued frequent and heavy use is likely to cause physical dependency and addiction. Anthony reported that using DSM-4 criteria, between 8 to 10% of adult users and 16% of adolescent users fit the cannabis dependency criteria. As a further risk factor, future lung cancer in heavy cannabis users of military conscription age in the United States is discussed by Callanan, Hallenbach, and Sidorchik in their 2013 work. The American College of Pediatricians, in an article titled Marijuana Use Detrimental to Youth, April 2017, reports a number of studies on potential causal relationships between heavy marijuana use and a number of non-infectious illnesses, such as long-term impacts on the cardiopulmonary system. Aside from these risks caused by heavy marijuana use, there are also a number of studies described by the American College of Pediatricians showing associations between chronic marijuana use and mental illness. The findings suggest that people who are dependent on marijuana frequently have comorbid mental disorders, including schizophrenia. Some of the studies cited found nearly a 50% increase of psychosis among cannabis users versus non-users. The authors are describing consequences of heavy persistent users, but Portage wishes to remind the committee that 16% of young users can be described as such. It is the protection of this significant, highly vulnerable minority that is the focus of Portage's presentation today. While the proportion of dependent heavy users to casual users may remain the same, the size of these groups is expected to grow dramatically as a consequence of legalization. Examining some of the evidence since 2007, there's been an increase in marijuana use among young people in the United States attributed to limited legalization and the diminishing perception of drug risks. As of 2014, the number of users aged 12 and up have increased from 14.5 to 18.9 million. In the United States, 7.3% of all admissions to publicly funded drug treatment facilities were aged 12 to 17. The prevalence of usage among young people is therefore noteworthy. A major a study evaluating the impact of the legalization of marijuana in Colorado found in the area of traffic offenses there was a 45% increase in impaired driving between 2013 and 2014, a 32% increase in marijuana-related motor vehicle deaths. By 2013, marijuana use in Colorado was 55% above the national average among teens and young adults and 86% higher for the age group 25 and over. The American College of Pediatricians maintains that marijuana legalization will result in increased adolescent usage, addiction, and associated risks for them. Age-specific data on Colorado cannabis use compared data from 2 years before to 2 years after legalization for the age group 12 to 17, 18 to 25, and over 26. The increases were 17% to 63% higher, while national averages for the same group remain the same or lower. Callan, 2016, cites calculations of approximate number of cannabis users in Ontario population groups below and above age 25 for 2013 and found that adolescents, young adults, are disproportionately represented among cannabis users. Research suggests that existing alcohol and tobacco control measures are not likely to prove to be good models for controlling youth access to cannabis after legalization. Despite existing regulations banning distribution or sale to minors, alcohol continues to be widely used by Ontario students at all levels. The evidence for driving under the influence for those 19 and under is very disconcerting. Up to 18% of those involved in fatal accidents between 2000 and 2007 tested positive for alcohol, drugs, or both. The numbers for those reporting to driving under the influence of alcohol or cannabis is similarly high, and those reporting to be passengers in a car driven by someone under the influence are even higher. As mentioned earlier, the findings of the Colorado data for cannabis-related driver fatalities after the broad commercialization of medical marijuana underlines the concern. In Colorado, experience in restricting access to medical marijuana failed. 70 to 72% of 12 to 17-year-olds who enter drug treatment programs do so primarily for marijuana addiction, and amongst those, 74% reported using someone else's medical marijuana. So here we are, on the threshold of legalization, discussing permissible age and denying access through regulation to minors. Something's not right with this picture. First and foremost, the messaging. Marijuana is not a harmless substance. Adolescents are heavily involved in its consumption, and age restriction and controlled legal distribution is not likely to deter them or their suppliers from continuing their practices. Hoffer, 2014, suggests that in the United States, the Surgeon General's 1964 report declaring smoking as harmful may have been the most important substance abuse intervention. It resulted with the aid of public health stakeholders in triggering a shift in public perception of smoking, followed by a steady decline in smoking. Portage fears that the current message surrounding recreational use and B3045 in general will produce a reverse phenomenon. Has telling adolescents, wait until you're old enough, ever dissuaded the majority of them from doing anything? We must raise the question, who benefits? There is an assumption that legalization will create a windfall of revenue for the public purse like alcohol that will support increasing expensive public health education and social programming. Finding by Ram et al. In 2007 suggests the inverse may prove to be true. Their findings suggest that social and economic costs generated by alcohol consumption may possibly be greater than the revenue derived from the production and sale of alcohol. Is there any reason to believe that this would not also be the case for legal cannabis sold through government monopolies? Portage fails to understand how policing costs would diminish. Under legalization, importation, production, trafficking would continue to remain criminal offenses and would still result in policing and court costs. The same principle applies in other areas. Shifting the debate to age of access and mode of distribution may have clouded the challenges facing our society and our young when the Act is implemented. We need serious thinking to be devoted to protecting the at-risk young people who will continue to become dependent, perhaps in greater numbers. In terms of recommendations, because we are dealing with a high-risk situation with important consequences for a significant number of vulnerable young Canadians, we cannot proceed with the trial-and-error approach. We have to get it right the first time. The federal government, as the drafter and promoter of Bill C-45, must ensure that all the provinces have sufficient resources, both financial and infrastructure-wise, to adequately respond to the collateral physical and psychological health problems the bill is likely to create. The government must legislate strict minimum standards that apply in all jurisdictions and not abdicate its responsibility in the cloak of provincial rights. Eliminate references to recreational use. The messaging and dialogue be changed to alert parents, educators, and employers of the possible challenges the legalization may create. Anticipate and provide for the needs for increase of service for non-infectious diseases. Distribution should be strictly regulated as to age and amount purchased and tracked through a centralized registry. The government should examine the European example of cannabis clubs requiring memberships, on-site consumption only, minimum age, etc., as a mode of ensuring that little of the legal marijuana makes its way to the streets. Rescind the right to purchase for convicted traffickers, people with substance abuse treatment histories, people with a significant acute psychiatric diagnosis, or those found to be driving under the influence. Invest massively in prevention, education, and treatment resources to meet the augmented demands likely to arise as a consequence of the legalization of cannabis. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. All right, now we'll start our first round of questionings with 7-minute questions and answers with Dr. Elfson.
Thank you for coming. Mr. Howlett, I was wondering if you could sometime in the near future provide the source of some of your information regarding Colorado. We have a correspondence from the Attorney Generals of both Colorado and Washington State regarding impaired driving and also the use among youth. and they tend to indicate the opposite of what you have said in this, that certainly with driving, the initial spike appeared to be due to improved detection methods that didn't exist before, and that the effect of use of youth actually after legalization has pretty much plateaued at what was the national average. So it seems in contradiction to what you're saying there.
Would you like a response now, Mr. Ellison?
Very quickly, yes. I have limited time, but yes.
Sir Ellison, the data comes from the impact study compiled by the Rocky Mountain High Intensity Drug Trafficking Area Study.
Mm-hmm.
And that is...
And what was the organization that performed that study?
That is referred to in several papers, both by Harold Gallant.
Mm-hmm.
I'll send you the exact
Thank you. If you could send references, that would be great. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Yeah, Mr. Bernstein, I appreciated your comment about young people. I mean, we agree. We do not want young people consuming cannabis. We know that, as you say, it affects the developing brain, and as well, Dr. Grant is saying, I echo those sentiments as well. We need to restrict this because we know it's harmful. I think we also need to, particularly appreciated the comment that we have to find out if young people are smoking a lot. The first question we have to ask is why? I practiced medicine for 20 years, and we do see changes in young people that do smoke it, or consume cannabis. On more than one occasion, I've diagnosed schizophrenia where it was very clear that the onset of psychotic symptoms predated the use of cannabis. Young people were self-medicating with it because they didn't want to talk about their symptoms with anybody. They started hearing voices and felt better when they smoked cannabis. That's not the whole story, but you're right. I think by a more open dialogue about these things, we have to ask these people, and not just young people, if anyone is consuming a lot of a substance, the first thing we have to ask is why. So I think that's very, very important. So Dr. Grant, in your brief, you said that, and in your statements here, that you recommended aligning it with alcohol, the legal age, with the legal age for alcohol. Knowing what you know about adolescent behavior and patterns, speculate, if you will, what would be the result if we had put the minimum age at 21 or 25, as recommended by the Canadian Medical Association?
Well, I guess the point that I was trying to make, thank you for the question, was that we already know that Canada's youth are experimenting with cannabis at a rate of about 30%, depending on what age. But by 15 years of age, 30% of Canadian youth will have already used or will have used cannabis in the last year. The reason that the Canadian Pediatric Society has said we must align the age of legalization for cannabis with other controlled substances like alcohol is that they're going to keep using. So setting the age at 21 isn't going to sort of magically reverse those numbers. And we then get into a situation where we're looking at what's the balance of harms and benefits. So if we put the age higher at 21 or 25, we are concerned that then we've got all these youth and young adults up to 21 or 25 who don't have access, should they choose to experiment, which we don't recommend, to regulated product with known concentration. So that's our concern. We don't recommend it. We know they're experimenting. It should be the same as alcohol and cigarettes.
All right, thank you for that. Now, you also wrote about public education campaigns, and that this has to be part of it. And again, we agree that C45 has to include robust public education, particularly directed towards our young people. We've seen public education campaigns in the past that were to say charitably, we're a little clumsy. I think we can all remember laughing at the ad with the fried egg on the pan, your brain on drugs. We know that in fact just did not resonate with anybody as an effective way of deterring. What elements what would be the most effective way of transmitting this to young people, that this is something they shouldn't be doing?
So it's getting a little bit outside my area of expertise, to be honest, but I guess a couple important points, which I mentioned in my brief: partnering with youth leaders, partnering with public health agencies, having messages, clear messages, in preparation for what's going to happen should this go through next summer, and not just sort of last minute, and making sure that there's adequate investment, right, of getting the word out, because I agree with with Peter Howlett and also Ian Colbert in terms of there needs to be more of a conversation. There's lots of myths around cannabis use for youth. If you ask youth, like we often do as pediatricians and adolescent medicine specialists in our offices, they're getting lots of information from like cannabis YouTube channel and different lobby groups, but there's not any kind of there's not clear messages around what are the risks. So, 1 in 6 will develop a cannabis use disorder. There's actually structural and functional changes on MRI related to cannabis use. Those messages aren't out there.
All right, thank you. How much time do I have? None. All right, thank you very much.
Okay, Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses for appearing today. I'm going to start with some statistics that Mr. Colbert and Ms. Grant shared, that 12% of Canadians are consuming cannabis and 30% of youth. So we've heard lots about what cannabis consumers want and need, but I think in the interest of balance for this bill, we have to look at this another way. That means 88% of Canadians, i.e. the majority, are not consuming. So how do we protect their rights not to be exposed to increased harm, like secondhand smoke, like the impaired drug drivers, and schizophrenic and psychotic youth? Similarly, 70% of young people are not consuming cannabis, so how do we protect them so they don't start consuming? We've heard a number of suggestions in previous panels, and so I want to talk about those two suggestions and then get input from each of you on whether you think those ideas would be good. So first of all, in terms of public education, we did hear from Washington State. They have about 7 million people, and they're spending $7.5 million a year on public education and have seen that as a great deterrent. So for us in Canada, with nearly 30 million people, I would suggest the 9 million that the Liberal government has come forward with will not be adequate or timely in order to address that. So I think we need more public education, and we need it sooner. The second suggestion is that in order to give the right message to children about how much cannabis is good for them, the legislation should say for people under the age of 18 that they should possess 0, but that any amount that is possessed would then be a ticketed offense instead of what language is in here. So I'm interested to hear from all of you if you think either of those two suggestions are good and your comments. We'll start at the left and go to the right.
I think one of the things that concerns us is messaging, that you can interpret recreational marijuana to suggest a lifestyle, or that marijuana is comparable to a sport. And we know from the data that it's physically and psychologically potentially harmful and lends itself to misuse. So what we would like to see, and perhaps the bill can reflect that as a change in messaging. It's not a question of legalizing or not legalizing, just change the presentation.
Okay. Mr. Howlett?
Yeah, I feel that the harm that the abuse or the extreme use of cannabis can create is evident. We live with it all the time. We have 500 young people a year and going through treatment, and most of them have cannabis as a precursor drug or their main drug of choice. So it's as Mr. Vamos just said, addressing the question of messaging, trying to affect culture, making it not a cool thing to do, developing the story and the narrative that points out that this is very damaging to you and very damaging to one over term.
But with respect to my two questions, so do we think that we should have more education sooner? And do we think that we want to send a message of zero possession for under 18?
Yes, I think the answer to both those, yes.
Ms. Grant.
Dr. Grant.
Dr. Grant, sorry.
So for the first question, yes, we need it to be adequately funded, and I agree with your statement around that. Sooner, messages sooner. I don't agree with the ticketed offense under 18. I think that's going to penalize youth, and it is not helpful.
Okay. Mr. Culbert.
So I think there's numerous players in addition to the federal government when it comes to education. So $9 million is a good start. Obviously, all the provinces and territories. And we have to differentiate between public education, which comes down to the nuts and bolts of what's going to be legal, where you can buy it, who can possess it. That's the education component. Then there's the health promotion component, which is the legitimate sphere of the federal government in health matters. So we certainly encourage a robust investment there and focused on conversation. In 2005, my association was funded by the federal government to have a project that was about getting parents talking to their children about cannabis use and driving. And it was about having the conversation. It was non-judgmental, it was non-stigmatizing, but just breaking down some of those barriers. There are a lot of misconceptions on both sides about cannabis use and the product itself that need to be broken down. Making sure that parents have access to those resources, valuable resources that tell the whole story, and then having that. Like, kids aren't stupid. You can have a conversation with them. And that's what I meant about we need to normalize the conversation, not use. We haven't even normalized the conversation about alcohol use, and that's a socially accepted substance. So there's a lot of work to be done because we're seeing a big societal shift as far as what the norms around drug use are in this country. We do support ticketing as opposed to those minors having a criminal offense.
Okay, very good. And the Renaults.
Yes, I agree with Dr. Colbert. I also feel that 8 decades of prohibition have really skewed our information. There has not been much real science done around cannabis, and now that we're moving towards a regulated framework, we'll be able to actually use science as a guide. And I believe that in entering the legalization of cannabis, that there will be a lot of studies. Obviously, things will be monitored very closely, and we can then, at some point, have more actual data to base changes in policy, to tweak the policy where it may need tweaking. As far as the age restriction, it seems appropriate to me to delegate a certain amount of that to the provinces, as we see differences in the legal age to consume alcohol in different provinces, in different jurisdictions. If the age were made higher than the age to consume alcohol, for a lot of us, I don't think that would make a lot of sense. It would effectively promote more alcohol use, which, quite frankly, I don't think we want to do. The incidence of fetal alcohol syndrome is a very profound...
Just in the interest of time, if I could get Mr. Bernstein and get some input from him as well.
Have I answered
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. So I think in the area of public education, your first point, I think that's a great idea. We're definitely in favor of having evidence-based education in young age about this is what drugs are. These are the various social scenarios where you might find yourself in drugs. These are the harms of drugs. These are why people take drugs and report feelings of benefit or otherwise in medical use or otherwise. So I think having a discussion from a very early age based on evidence rather than myth and scare tactics is good. I grew up under just say no in the frying pan with the egg, and here I am here I am testifying to the House Committee on legalizing drugs. So I don't think that those messages work in the way that they're intended to. And so I think basing it on evidence, and also having, where possible, having young people themselves as the educators and talking about their own experience would make it more effective. On your second point around the ticketable offense, I think again, as Dr. Culbert said, the ticketing is preferable to criminalization. I think in the best scenario, we would create a social framework where it's not necessarily a punitive approach against young people, but more working with them about use. And I don't think having the floor of no tolerance, zero possession is realistic. I think that would incentivize police to sort of go after just minor things, hassling young people. I think, if someone's smoking in public, it could be confiscated, and the peace officer could say, don't do this. It's, but I think ultimately, I don't think there should be any process at zero tolerance to be effective.
Thanks. Mr. Davies.
Dr. Grant, I want to kind of probe a little bit the state of the research on this to sort of separate what we believe and what we know. We've already heard from a number of witnesses the challenges of conducting research in a criminalized environment where there's all sorts of difficulties with doing research. I mean, it's hard to have control studies, we have a group of 15-year-olds smoking cannabis and a group that are not, and then charting their path. You have ethical considerations, of course, and of course the fundamental issue of causation versus correlation. A recent study from Harvard Medical School and the VA Boston healthcare system found that, quote, while cannabis may have an effect on the age of onset of schizophrenia, it is unlikely to be the cause of illness. And that in general, we found a tendency for depression and bipolar disorder to be increased in the relatives of cannabis users in both the patient and control samples. This might suggest that cannabis users are more prone to affective disorders than their non-using samples, or vice versa, end quote. So although intuitively I share the concern that cannabis use in young people is not a good thing and can't be positive. I absolutely believe that. I'm just wondering, I think it's important as a health committee that we find out what we believe from what we know. So is there a causative element established in the literature with respect to cannabis causing mental illness, or is it correlated?
So thank you for the question. As I mentioned in my brief, first of all, the CPS statement is based on the scientific literature, not on belief, but rather on the facts that we have at the time we're reviewing the data. The relationship between psychosis and cannabis is complicated. We can't say, or my understanding of the state of the literature is that we can't say with 100% certainty that it's causative, in the sense that only cannabis use in a young person, regular over time years, would for sure result in them developing a psychotic illness. However, based on many, many, many studies, we know that there are a number of different types of psychotic outcomes. We know from rigorous research that one of the side effects of using cannabis can be an acute psychotic episode. Some youth experience that when they're high. There is another type of acute psychotic episode that can last days to weeks. And often those youth end up coming to emergency rooms being seen because the psychotic symptoms have lasted beyond the high or the use. We know from research those youth, if they're followed, have an increased likelihood of about 50% of having another psychotic episode in the future, not related to cannabis. I'm not a schizophrenia expert, but reviewing the literature, there's definitely a link between regular, ongoing cannabis use that starts young, that continues, and the development of it. But, like I mentioned in my brief, it's not that alone. So from the literature, for example, the sort of risk of having a psychotic illness in an adult is about 1%. So add regular ongoing cannabis, that doubles the risk to 2%, which sounds quite low if we think 2% versus 1%. However, if you have a family member who has suffered from schizophrenia or a psychotic illness, and your risk as an individual is much higher, then doubling the risk with cannabis becomes significant.
So on the question of, are people who are prone to schizophrenia more likely to seek out self-medications, as Dr. Elfson said, or do people who use cannabis tend to that lead to more psychotic episodes? That's kind of the essence of my question. How do we know that? How do we know that the person wouldn't have had psychotic episodes in any event?
Right, and it's a great question. Schizophrenia isn't my main area of expertise, but there are a number of studies. I'm happy to give you those references. They're referenced in the Canadian Pediatric Society statement, indicating that it's not
there may be
it's not that the psychosis came first and then it's self-medicating, but rather it's the reverse. But it's complicated.
Okay, I want to just push a little bit on pursue the issue of edibles. I'm not sure I have your testimony correct, so I want to clear this up. Are you suggesting that this legislation should not legalize edibles?
I'm aware, my understanding is that in the current legislation, we're talking about pot and growing of plants. Not edibles is not mentioned.
Correct.
Okay. My concern is that we need to make sure that this issue around young children having accidental ingestions with edibles is up there, that people know about this risk, so that it's not lost.
Yeah, well, Colorado has done that, and we've heard evidence about this. They're absolutely correct about that, making sure that there's single servings, they're in child-proof containers, that there's no marketing to children, the product itself is stamped so that you can tell what it's going to be. All of these sort of conditions have been implemented in Colorado. Would it be your testimony that if we do that, then edibles should be legalized? And the reason I ask, I'm going to run out of time, so I'm just going to get my context out here. It's because of your testimony on aligning the age with alcohol and tobacco, that you felt it was preferable to get access to regulated product of known quantity and avoid high-risk behavior, which if you don't legalize edibles, you are leaving edibles to the complete black market where it's totally unregulated, and high-risk behavior in young people who will continue to have access with no regulation whatsoever will continue. So that was sort of I wanted you to square that circle for me. I guess I'm putting to you that we should regulate edibles, because if we don't, the exact same problems will occur that you described occurring by not legalizing cannabis at a proper age.
I'm not saying that edibles should be legalized. I am saying that there's lots of concerns of young people and toddlers ingesting edibles if they're around in the household. And even though those measures might prevent harm that you mentioned, child-proof, having them around, this is it's a concern. The edibles are a concern, and that's not been discussed.
All right. Thank you.
Mr. McKinnon.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to talk about education. One of the public policy objectives here, of course, is to reduce access or use, at least among youth. And of course, key to that, as we've heard from many people, is education. So what kind of education actually works for this? We've heard allegations to the fried egg on concrete example, and I remember way back, I remember a movie called Reefer Madness, which was in the 60s promoted as a means of keeping kids off drugs, and frankly it was universally scorned because it was so bizarre. So what works? I'd like to ask Mr. Culbert perhaps to start.
Thank you for that question. as I referred to earlier, it is about having conversations and normalizing the conversation about substance use and not limiting it just to cannabis. We are, as a society, very uncomfortable. We don't like talking about sex. We're not great about talking about alcohol, and we have a significant paradigm shift going here when it comes to currently illegal psychoactive substances. So it's making sure that parents, teachers, social services, and health professionals all have tools to help them have that conversation. Do I want to see a national campaign that is the government of Canada telling you how to smoke pot? No. I don't think that is a legitimate way forward. A national campaign that directs all Canadians to vetted resources that are going to help them have that conversation in different contexts. That is the way forward. It's simply having honest conversations and trying to leave personal biases or the myths that you've carried from your childhood out of the conversation and have an open mind when you're talking to kids or family members about this. And then be able to have an honest conversation about why you want to use these substances. And if it appears that there's problematic use happening, being able to have that conversation as well.
Okay. Ms. Renaud, would you like to respond?
I think what's important here is having the 3 levels of government involved. We need to ask the municipal opinions. They feel they've been left out of the discussion. We need to talk to the provincial ministries of education. Teachers have felt that they have been muzzled, that they haven't been able to talk about this issue. They have feared for their jobs. It goes that far that they have just left the discussion of cannabis to law enforcement officers, in particular the DARE program. Since 1982, the DARE program have literally taken over the classrooms and to discuss the issues of cannabis. And it's usually from a zero tolerance message and a just say no, which has left not only the children frustrated and unsafe because they stop listening. And while the teachers are in the staff room trying to, what do we do here? We haven't been given the responsibility to teach this. We have now asked that we have a moratorium on law officers in the classroom so that we can return to the responsibility for educators to literally teach evidence-based drug education in a holistic manner. The federal government needs to talk to the provincial ministries of education across Canada. We need to get the values of families discussed without fear and without judgment. And until we do that, none of the governments are talking back and forth. Parents are feeling that they have to take matters into their own hands. And if they do, educators must reflect those families. And right now, we don't see that. And if we can really get the dialogue going, have the discussion without the fear, and the federal government can actually help move that forward.
I think what I'm hearing is somewhat my own predilection here in this matter is that we need to avoid preachy and condescending, patronizing sorts of things.
Absolutely.
Right? I'd also like to comment. A comment was made by someone mentioning that we have to not talk about recreational marijuana or cannabis. I advise that in the Act, we don't talk about recreational, we just talk about cannabis, right? Would Mr. Renaud like to respond to the point on education as well?
Well, I agree with Judith that I think there's been a real dearth of good information available, especially to young people. And if they feel they're being lied to, the tendency, I think, is to turn off and not listen. And now that we'll actually be able to have credible studies done in a legal environment, we'll all be able to find out exactly where things are going and what information is relevant. And the main thing is to be truthful and honest and not have a predetermined agenda that needs to be supported, as has been the case in the past.
Okay, great. Thank you. Do you have time? It's amazing. Mr. Colbert, we've heard testimony that strict marketing and plain packaging could make it difficult for the new legal market to compete with existing illicit market. Would you share your rationale for recommending plain packaging? And we've also heard testimony that branding can be important within the context still of plain packaging. Could you respond?
Branding can be important to the bottom line of the private sector, plain and simple. It's why you make something look attractive so that people know that, oh, I want the product in the red package because that's the one my dad uses, whatever that product may be. Nothing about plain packaging prohibits the providing clear information about potency, outcomes, potential side effects of a use of the product. We need to not glamorize cannabis consumption the way that we previously glamorized tobacco and continue to glamorize alcohol. This is not an industry that needs help selling its product. And so it's a complete red herring that the poor industry isn't going to be viable if they don't have these rights given to them. They want to be able to market as strongly as any other industry wants to market itself, but there's no need for it. We have a proven marketplace in Canada already. As far as competitiveness with the current the illegal market, which won't disappear overnight, the studies in Washington State and Colorado have shown that people, when they have the option, prefer to go the legal option. Even if it's not exactly the same product they're used to, even if it's slightly more expensive, they'd rather not risk a criminal fine by purchasing an illegal product. So I think, once again, the legalizing and regulating is helping the legitimate industry and will eventually be we will see a reduction in the illegal market.
Okay, that completes our 7-minute round. We're going to 5-minute questions now, starting with Dr. Carey.
Well, again, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, another great panel. I wish I had some more time to ask you questions, but I got a very short period of time. I wanted to start by picking up on a point I think was Mr. Howlett said. With our youth, there's a diminished understanding of risk. And I really found the CMA was here, very credible witnesses. Dr. Grant, thank you for updating us on the science about the structural and functional effects. The problems with psychosis, schizophrenia. I've had a person close to me that it's been linked to. But my concern is still, are we doing enough to help our young people? Talking to parents in my community, some of the comments like, this is a big experiment Canada's going on. Very few countries have gone this way, and there's a lot of concerns. We can always get tougher, but I guess it's difficult to get, or we can always get easier, but it's always tough to get tougher. You mentioned something that I thought was interesting. Not too many people have brought this up, but you talked about higher THC levels and something of known potency. How would you see that being implemented? Okay, like, should a certain amount of THC concentration be prohibited from those under the age of 25? We've heard that age a lot. And how would you do that?
So one of the recommendations from the Canadian Pediatric Society is that one way to mitigate some of the risks would be because we know that youth and young adults are going to continue to experiment, would be to allow only lower potency cannabis be available legally to those under the age of 25. So that was our recommendation.
So it'd be different products available to different ages?
Lower concentration of THC, because THC is the psychoactive ingredient.
Because we've heard, the Liberals were very clear they want to take it out of the hands of organized crime, but we've heard from witnesses from other jurisdictions, organized crime's not going to go away. Decrease the use of kids. And again, from the Colorado experiment, we had Washington here yesterday, and as Mr. Colbert said, it hasn't gone up, but it certainly hasn't gone down any further. So I like this whole idea of educational implementing something. I'm disappointed that the Liberals have had 2 years and have done nothing yet, and this is rolling out in 290 days. But I wanted your opinion, because we've had witnesses here who claim to be experts, and they're saying comments like cannabis is not even as harmful as alcohol, for example. And I think the science, especially for our youth, and we should be concentrating on our youth, it's very clear that it is worse. With this bill, 12 to 17-year-olds are able to have for personal use up to 5 grams. And you're on the record saying you don't like the ticketable offense. 12-year-olds, that's grade 6. Okay, and you deal with kids. I don't, as a politician. What would you do with these kids if you've got, we've heard the government talk about harm reduction and that philosophy moving forward, but not a lot about the prevention side of things and the treatment side of things. But a 12-year-old who's the big kid in public school, who the younger kids are looking up to, they can have up to 5 grams for personal use in this bill. So if a teacher catches one of these kids, what do you do with them then?
So just to be clear, as I said in my opening statement, there's no safe age for cannabis use. Right? So as a Canadian Pediatric Society, we don't recommend, obviously, any children or youth experimenting because of all the risks I've outlined. In terms of the age of legalization, again, we know adolescents are already experimenting. Right? So the age isn't whether it's 21 or 25, it's not going to be a deterrent from that standpoint.
I'm talking about 12-year-olds.
And what I'm suggesting is that obviously that would be a grave concern, right? And so as a physician, getting back to what Ian spoke about, we'd be assessing that young person and trying to understand why, because that would be a mark of showing that there's something going wrong, most likely in that young person's life.
Well, what should be in this bill to allow you to do that? That's what I'm saying. Like, what's the mechanism now? Because if somebody's allowed to have up to 5 grams, which my understanding could be up to 15 joints, 12-year-old, the potential of sharing it, selling it, the criminal element utilizing younger people to get younger people hooked on it, it's there. And what tools should be in this bill to allow physicians, educators, and people who offer treatment to put them into that mode so that it catches it early, like prevention and treatment? What do we need in this bill that's not in there?
Well, I think it gets back to some of the comments of our first speaker this morning around sort of mandating that young people get assistance. Whether that's from a physician or there's some kind of connection with counseling and involvement with the family to understand what's going on.
So that needs to be in the bill?
Moving to Mr. Ayoub, we may need translation here.
Yes, I'm going to ask the question in French, so if you need any translation, please do so. Alors, merci, monsieur.
Thank you.
Everybody's ready. Just not to waste my time.
We're not. No, you're good.
Donc,
Thank you to all the witnesses for your testimony. Each was more interesting than the last. There are historic moments that we go through in time, and I think that this is one of them. Last year, we passed legislation on medical assistance in dying. Today, we are spending a lot of time talking about the legalization of cannabis. I heard from Mr. and Mrs. Renault, Mr. Colbert, and one other, a sense of urgency. Am I mistaken? Is there a sense of urgency that we need to take action to prevent and save our youth? I would...
Did misunderstood or...
Yes, there is absolute urgency. We have a fentanyl crisis. We know that in British Columbia now, across Canada. we have a lot of turned off people who have not really respected what they've been hearing from authorities, and that's right from law enforcement to educators to nurses to doctors. The last meeting I attended at an elementary school, the topic was cannabis in the brain. They called me up and they said, Ms. Renault, would you come and sit in and have a listen? There were 2 doctors, there were 3 RCMP, and there were 4 community service people. All of them said the urgency for children to hear from all of them, but what they needed was everyone had to be on the same page for the children to not be frustrated. And what I came out of that meeting with is the police want to work with the doctors want to work with the community services, and all of them want to work with parents. So everyone has felt isolated. And if we stop the isolation and have the communication develop, that curriculum will be able to be developed so the children will not be in harm's way.
Thank you, Madam Robin. Mr. Colbert.
Absolutely. The time for action is now. As mentioned before, parents, educators, health professionals need to know what the landscape is going to be going forward. We don't know that. Ontario is the first one to announce a plan for how it's going to roll out, and there's a lot.
I've got the answer, Madam Grant. Is it the same answer?
Yes, I agree.
Okay. Since you said yes to that question, what would be your answer? What would be your thought if you have the yesterday we had the police, the Ontario police said, and they said they were not ready. They would be not ready. What would be your answer to them? In the case that it's an emergency, so we need to address. On the other side, I've got some people say, wait, don't do anything, wait till we're ready. And on the other side, there is an emergency. My perspective is to save the children.
Absolutely. I would say that, as I mentioned in my remarks, we have high levels of use right now. We need to be doing something right now. And until we decriminalize the product, legalize and regulate it, educators can't have the conversation. Everyone is muzzled because it's still illegal. And so we need to move as quickly as possible. I think that law enforcement has absolute challenges, but to say that there aren't drug-impaired drivers today, they are taking action today. Is it going to be an explosion of drug-impaired drivers on July 1st, 2018? I don't believe so. But I don't want to take away from the real challenges that law enforcement is experiencing as well.
Un commentaire de ma part aussi.
And a comment from me. Until now, I've never sent my kids out to make purchases or youth to make purchases. I've never sent them out to criminals. Ms. Grant said earlier, 30% of our youth have a direct or an indirect tie to criminals and the mafia. The opposition is perfectly right. We want to eradicate the illegal side of things, to take the market out of the hands of criminals. Obviously, we want to protect our youth. But the fact that we continue to have 30% of our youth who have ties to criminals, well, that really speaks to me. It's something that we need to cut off. We can't wait. This should have been done yesterday. It needs to be ongoing. Do you have any thoughts on that? As the current situation, Madame Renault?
Dealers don't ask for ID. So I think that under the present system, which is no regulation, no control, all the decisions are being made by the criminal organizations. They decide the purity, they decide the price, and they'll sell to absolutely anybody. So we don't seem to have these problems with young people consuming alcohol so much, precisely because it is legal and because it is regulated. So our belief is that moving into a system of regulated cannabis will achieve the same results. It may take time because the fact is a lot of young people are using cannabis, and perhaps inappropriately. Cannabis as medicine may turn out to be a very powerful tool to discourage use where it's not appropriate.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Weber.
Caught me off guard there. Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the panel. Mr. Bernstein, question for you. You support the federal minimum age of 18 years of age in this legislation. You suggest that any higher will support the illicit market. You mentioned that strict enforcement policies do not work, that youth criminal penalties should be education and the soft approach, no criminal sanctions on youth at all whatsoever under the age of 18. And I also heard from Dr. Grant that you also do not agree with the penalization of youth or the ticketing infractions for possession. My question to you both is, does not this then create a perfect environment for the black market, for the illicit, the drug dealers to then go and approach these children who have no threat of legal consequences, to approach them and have them distribute their drugs for them? I just asked that question.
I think I'll start by questioning your premise that fear of legal sanction reduces youth behavior around seeking out cannabis and using cannabis. And I think our decades of prohibition, where absolutely cannabis had been prohibited, there has always been legal sanction on the table, and we have, as some of the other witnesses mentioned, the highest rates of cannabis use among youth in many countries. And so I think the question is, if we rely on those old approaches and ratchet up the punishment for youth, with the expectation that we think that is going to adjust behavior, I think that's misguided and not borne out by the evidence. And I didn't say there shouldn't be any sort of intervention among youth who are found. I agree if my 12-year-old son, for example, came home and had some cannabis, I think that would be, as they say, that would be a teachable moment. And I think the point being, we probably need to create teachable moments before that happens. But the idea is there's a conversation, and often that conversation should be with families who are equipped with evidence and equipped with with information to share to their own children. It should be available to school teachers. It should be available to guidance counselors and others. And I think, from young people, that sort of an intervention may very well be effective. Young people don't want to necessarily have confrontations with adults who are doing things, but I think it's all about, as the other witnesses have said, it's all about the approach. I think we know that criminalizing youth and just telling them don't do it is a recipe for the opposite to happen. So I think it's time to rethink how we're approaching this dialogue with young people.
Dr. Grant, any comments on that?
Just to say that I completely agree.
Okay. Dr. Howlett, Portage, your treatment center, primarily for marijuana addicts, is that correct?
No, it's for a wide range of substances, yeah.
You are obviously concerned about Bill C-45 in your comments. One of your recommendations was to the federal government should ensure that all provinces receive payments in order to or sufficient funding in order to deal with the health issues that will arise from the legalization of marijuana. Do you see a increase in demand in your service after this legislation is in place?
But I think it's evident to everybody that the supply of marijuana is not going to decrease. Cannabis is not going to decrease, it's going to increase. And so the issue of approach that's been identified as a central concern is what is preoccupying me as an individual, and I think most of my colleagues. There are ways to approach young people and ways clearly not to, and their inclination to listen and to be influenced by individuals is largely tied to they're heroes of the moment, they're influencers of the moment, and I think we have to be very thoughtful about how the messaging is communicated to them. but we're dealing with a situation where supply is not in decline, won't be in decline, and we have a cultural environment to deal with where it's been cool and marijuana has been benchmarked, has some outdated benchmarking against other drugs. It's if it's less dangerous, less concerning, and therefore indulge in the lesser evil. You're within certain boundaries of safety, and the fact that there are images of all the cool guys using it is the concern.
Absolutely, yeah.
Ms. Sidhu.
Thank you, Chair. In 2015, highest use of cannabis in Canada was among youth, 21%. My question to Mr. Colbert, you said illicit cannabis market is like public health Russian roulette. Could you expand on the risk for public health and safety if we adopt a higher minimum age as some people have suggested?
Certainly. As my colleagues have mentioned, those people are using 15 to 19-year-olds are 21% are using. If you set that the age at higher at 21 or 25, you're forcing those young people to continue to go into the legal market to obtain their product. It's not like they're going to stop. Complete prohibition hasn't stopped them. An age limitation is not going to stop them either. Interestingly, we see partially we see such high rates of use of cannabis in this country because our work around minimum drinking ages have been so successful. Also, there are limits on legal outlets for alcohol sales. In many parts of this country, especially in rural areas, it is much easier to get cannabis than it is to get alcohol. In fact, the cannabis comes right to your school. So to think that setting that age, despite the neurological evidence that may support it, is in effect going to continue the harms for those young people.
Thank you. And you said in your statement, we don't have the luxury of time. Canadians are already using the cannabis. When it comes to enacting the legislation, we have heard from some witnesses that more time is needed. What would be risk of delaying?
The risk of delay is added confusion amongst the population. We've signaled that we're moving in this direction, that there's always that perception of need for more time. I think the foundational work in Bill C-45 is on the right track. The provinces and territories have known since October 2015 that this was coming and have been working towards this. Will it be perfect on July 1st, 2018? No, but I think provinces will be on the right track. The delay, the potential delay, the harm associated is that you're keeping all of Canadians under a criminalized model that has serious negative consequences for all.
Thank you. And to the educator, do you think a shift of public education alone with legalization would achieve the same results?
Yes, I believe we do think that. Education around alcohol, for example, has been very effective, and also with reducing the rates of tobacco use among youth as well. And that's a direct result of the education campaigns aimed at those groups, at the youth groups. So I see no reason to think that the same paradigm would not work with cannabis consumption among youth.
Okay. And to Mr. Bernstein?
Yeah, I think I agree with that. I think the youth use is not going to decrease based on criminalization. I think education is important as part of this legislation. It should be thought of as a key approach, as I've mentioned earlier, a key approach to addressing youth consumption.
Okay, thank you. And do you have a time, Mr. Chair? Okay. Next questions to Ms. Grant. You said we need adequate investment, lots of myth in youth. Cannabis YouTube channel, need to clear message. So what kind of message, what kind of approach we should take that for education health purpose? Because health is a priority for our government, Canadians, for all Canadians. Can you expand on that?
So basically, there needs to be a huge education campaign for young people and families as part of that. And similar to what Ian has already mentioned, having conversations about the actual facts. So what are the facts? What are the risks? Communicating that clearly to Canadians, to families, to parents and young people, so that educators, physicians, etc., can be talking about that. I think harnessing the voices of youth and youth leaders would be really, really important in order to make those messages both appealing and using the kinds of language and words that young people it'll resonate with them. They'll be able to see themselves, understand. The peer-to-peer piece is important.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Davies.
Mr. Colbert, given your clear description of the harms caused by criminalization and the urgency to pass this bill, accordingly, would you urge the Minister of Justice to direct prosecutors to cease charging Canadians for simple possession right now, pending passage of this bill?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Renaud, Mr.
Yes.
Renaud, would you agree with that?
Yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Absolutely.
It would seem to be logical that if a lot of the harm that you've described to us here today has to do with the criminalized context in cannabis, organized crime involvement, the lack of product safety, the stigma and lifelong problems of criminal records that can attach to people. So I would think that would be something that we could and should be doing right now as well. Dr. Grant, we haven't talked about smoking. I take it, from a pediatric point of view, that smoking any substance of any type, tobacco or otherwise, would have significant and serious health impacts. Yeah. So would it be better? Would you say that it would be better to try to encourage the legal ingestion of cannabis by non-smoking methods from a health perspective, at least in terms of the respiratory system?
Well, if you're speaking solely respiratory, of course, not smoking is better. Mm-hmm. But there are unique risks with the edibles, back to the edibles again. Mm-hmm. So, for example, youth who are experimenting with edibles may be expecting to feel the effects of the cannabis sooner because of either what they've heard or experienced with smoking it. And so there are reports in the literature of concerns around youth when they are consuming edibles will consume more and more and more because their body hasn't metabolized it yet and they haven't had the high yet from it, resulting in significant overdose and ingestion.
Anybody ever died from that?
Not to my knowledge.
Anybody died from smoking? I'm sorry, you're not. I take it that's yes. People.
Well, your point. I mean,
smoking cannabis.
I'm not sure, sort of exactly
tobacco,
what you mean.
Smoking anything. I mean, I take it smoking products. There's a clear causative link between smoking any substance and death. Is that correct?
Oh, yes. I wouldn't disagree with that.
Thank you. I want to just come back to the age issue. I'm not sure where I'm landing on the age issue, and it seems to me that there's pros and cons. On the one hand, we have to set some limit. We're not going to throw it open and say anybody can, any child can have access. And there's arguments to link it to the age of legal access to alcohol, but then there's other factors as well. So I want to put to you, Mr. Colbert, this issue of let's say we picked 19. 7 out of 10 provinces are already at 19. 19 has the added benefit of making sure that it's not really going to be in high schools because overwhelmingly there aren't 19-year-olds in high school by and large. as opposed to if we set it at 18 in grade 12, half the class in grade 12 is going to be carrying legally up to 30 grams of marijuana, and the rest of the school does not. And also, we have, of course, the information we have on brain development, so that's one more year, I guess, of brain development. Would it not make sense to set 19 nationally across the board based on those factors?
CPHA would prefer the legal drinking age be 19 across the country, just because we know the evidence regarding intoxicated driving and accidents. The 1 year makes a huge difference. When we once again look at the whole picture, to separate alcohol being treated differently from cannabis, it doesn't make a lot of sense to have different ages in different provinces, and the education component becomes that much more complicated. It is a false barrier, and kids will see through that. They'll immediately question, well, if I only have to be 18 to drink, why do I have to be 19 to consume cannabis? So it's creating that logic of it. At the same time, Ontario, Quebec, I'm anticipating, as a border provinces, there will be that disconnect as well. So we'll have to start dealing with that the same way we've had to deal with it with alcohol. We would have preferred 19 across the country if it matched legal drinking age across the country. If I could just go back to your previous question, yes, millions of people have died of tobacco smoking. There are no cases of anyone dying of smoking cannabis. Chronic use does have some respiratory issues associated with it. And yes, there have been documented cases of death as a result of edibles. Now, it was.
Can you tell us where that research comes from?
So that was Colorado State, consumption of cannabis-infused brownies. Now, it wasn't the death. The death was a result of the person jumping off of a hotel balcony. So it's an associated death, but it wasn't metabolically related to the consumption.
Well, that was the purpose of my question, was the metabolic.
Yeah, so just to clarify.
And that completes our session, our panel, and I want to thank all members on behalf of our committee, and especially Mr. Bernstein. It's very difficult to be in your position, and we understand that, but we appreciate your patience with us, and it's hard not to be in the room and still be part of it, but you've done a great job. And to all our members, all our panelists, you've all brought your different perspectives and helped us a great deal to understand what we're dealing with. So thank you very much. I'm suspending the meeting, and we will reconvene at 1:45. Resume our, and this is again meeting number 66 of the Standing Committee on Health, and we have a panel before us now to discuss the age for legal possession and impact on young Canadians. We welcome our guests and thank you very much for taking the time to come. I'm going to introduce you, and then we'll have 10 minutes of a 10-minute introduction for each, and then we go into questions. And we will be bilingual, or will we not? We will be bilingual, so there are translations equipment there, so if you need them. All right, so right off, starting off from the Canadian Centre on Substance Abuse and Addiction, Amy Porath, Director of Research and Policy. We also have Drug Free Kids Canada, represented by Mark Paris, Executive Director, and William J. Barraquet, member of the DFK Canada Advisory Council. And from the Institut National de Santé Publique de Quebec, we have Maude Chapidot, Scientific Advisor, and Francois Gagnon. So I want to thank you all again for coming. And we'll start off with Ms. Porath, if you'd like to start off with your 10-minute opening remarks. And then...
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Dr. Amy Porath Waller, and I'm the Director of Research and Policy at the Canadian Centre on Substance Use and Addiction, or CCSA. CCSA was created in 1988, and we're Canada's only agency with a legislated national mandate to reduce the harms of alcohol and other drugs on Canadian society. We welcome the opportunity to speak to you today on the topic of age for legal possession of cannabis and impact on youth. CCSA's subject matter expertise on cannabis is founded on the research, policy advice, and knowledge mobilization activities that have been the priority area of focus for us since 2008. Accordingly, the issue of cannabis legalization is of great interest to our organization, and we believe we are well positioned to contribute meaningfully to the discussion on Bill C-45. In respect of time constraints, my presentation today will be brief. CCSA submitted a brief on Bill C-45 in advance of our appearance today, and we would be pleased to cover the areas in the brief beyond the scope of youth and age of legal possession. As many of you may already know, Canadian youth have among the highest rates of cannabis use in the world. Despite a decrease in use among youth in recent years, cannabis remains the most commonly used illegal drug among Canadian youth aged 15 to 24. Canadian youth aged 15 to 24 are also more than twice as likely to have used cannabis in the past year as compared to adults aged 25 and higher. Youth are also at greater risk of experiencing harms associated with cannabis use than adults, because adolescence is a time of rapid brain development. The risks associated with use increase the earlier youth begin to use and the greater the frequency and quantity they consume. Accordingly, delaying the onset of use and reducing the frequency, potency, and quantity of cannabis used can reduce this risk. An important point that I want to make today is that when we speak of a comprehensive approach to reducing cannabis use among youth, we refer to regulatory tools, but equally important, we also speak of a comprehensive, evidence-informed approach to prevention and public education, and I will speak more on this latter point soon. First, minimum legal age of access is an important component of a comprehensive approach to reducing youth cannabis use. Given the number of youth aged 18 to 24 who currently use cannabis illegally, the increased risk of health impacts must be considered alongside the risks associated with the continued use of cannabis obtained outside the regulated market. Setting the legal limit at 18 years of age at the federal level means that young people will not face adult criminal charges for cannabis possession. Setting the age at 18 also provides the opportunity for the provinces and territories to set additional regulations that can discourage use without the harms of criminal justice involvement. So, for example, the provinces may consider increasing the age of cannabis access from 18 to 19 to align with the minimum legal drinking age in most provinces. This provides a consistent message to youth of legal age that we trust them to use impairing and potentially harmful substances in a responsible way. A second regulatory tool that is an important component of a comprehensive approach to reducing youth cannabis use is pricing. We know that youth are price sensitive. Evidence from the alcohol literature indicates that standardized minimum pricing is an effective mechanism for reducing overall levels of alcohol consumption, and that indexing, or rather setting the price according to product potency, and in the case of cannabis by level of THC, this can incentivize the use of lower risk products. Certainly, ongoing analyses will be important to ensure that pricing maintains a balance between reducing consumption and encouraging diversion to the illegal market. So in addition to these regulatory considerations, there's also a need for a comprehensive, evidence-informed approach to prevention and public education in order to provide young Canadians with the knowledge and skills they need to make informed decisions about their personal use of cannabis. And accumulating evidence suggests that a multifaceted approach, one which involves several components, including programming in schools, resources for parents and families, community interventions, as well as mass media, will help to maximize outcomes among our youth. A comprehensive approach to prevention and education also requires proactive and ongoing investment, as well as ongoing monitoring and evaluation to ensure that it has the desired impact. CCSA has conducted focus groups with youth to understand their perceptions of cannabis and cannabis use. And in these discussions, youth told us that they want information about risk that is linked to tangible outcomes. And they want harm reduction strategies so they can reduce those risks if they decide to use cannabis. The evidence indicates, and we've heard directly from youth, that they want to hear both sides of the story on cannabis, both the benefits as well as the harms. So to that end, education and prevention initiatives need to incorporate what we've heard from youth in order to be impactful. We also know that youth continue to hold fast to certain misperceptions about cannabis, including the perception that everyone is using cannabis all of the time. And we've also heard from our focus groups with youth that while they recognize that drinking and driving is dangerous, they don't view cannabis in the same way. We know from our focus groups, as well as from the broader research literature, that young people are influenced by the internet, the media, public discourse on cannabis. So therefore, clear, consistent, and factual information that addresses myths and misperceptions is essential to cut through the many sources and types of information and messages that youth are exposed to about cannabis on a daily basis. Such information will help to establish actual social norms that lower rather than promote the use of cannabis. We also know from our research that youth want to receive information from sources they trust, who can speak credibly about cannabis, and depending on age, this includes parents and educators, but perhaps most importantly, it also includes peers. A comprehensive approach to prevention, therefore, means providing the needed training, resources, and consistent messaging for parents, educators, healthcare providers, coaches, youth allies, as well as peers. It also involves providing young people with the skills to critically evaluate the information they are receiving, and this can include digital and media literacy. It's also important for a comprehensive approach to include targeted messaging regarding high-risk cannabis use in order to assist young people in making informed decisions and reduce harms. And this includes information about the effects of frequent and heavy cannabis use at an early age, use in combination with other substances, because we know youth often use other substances in combination, use by youth with mental health conditions, as well as young women who are pregnant. So in conclusion, regulations, prevention, and public education can work together to promote healthy decisions among youth by increasing awareness of risk and awareness of strategies for risk reduction. Effective prevention and public education requires clear, accurate, and consistent messaging that is targeted and relevant to the key audiences, and it needs to be delivered by trusted messengers. I would like to thank the committee for the opportunity to speak today on this issue of vital importance to Canadians, and I will be pleased to respond to your questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Now we'll go to Drug Free Kids Canada. Mr. Paris, for you for 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Canada. Merci, Monsieur le Président.
To address this panel and to comment on the establishment of a minimal age for the possession of cannabis and its impact on young Canadians. Drug Free Kids Canada is a nonprofit organization devoted to educating parents about drugs, raising public awareness issues surrounding drug use, and facilitating open conversations between parent and teen in order to ensure that all young people will be able to live their lives free of substance abuse. With me today is DFK Advisory Council member Dr. William Barakat from the Clinique Médicale in Knowlton. He's a family practitioner, clinician, and expert in addiction and chronic pain with over 35 years of experience of dealing with families and youth facing substance use disorders. We are here before you today to make the case that whatever the minimum age for cannabis possession will be, actively protecting the mental and physical health of youth, keeping our kids safe from harm, must be a main priority of the government. We acknowledge and respect the recommendations that have been made on the minimum age requirements by others on this panel and publicly, but we have chosen to minimize the time we spend on talking about the effects of cannabis on the teen brain. We know the evidence is there. Rather, we have chosen to use our time to address the fundamental question in society today. What are the underlying reasons that young people turn to cannabis in the first place? For DFK, the issue is not at what age is cannabis less harmful, but why are kids consuming it at all? Dr. Barakat is here to talk about his hands-on experience as a frontline worker and to explain some of the reasons that kids consume cannabis and the consequences of addiction affecting them and their family. Dr. Barakat.
Thanks, Mark. So as Hugh indicated, I started in medical practice 1972. Soon after that, I got involved in addictions because nobody else was doing it, and I felt a great need. Over the years, countless people have passed through my hands and with great success, but I've developed certain keys, certain techniques, and perhaps by sharing these with you, it'll help you to understand the dilemma we have with the youthful use of cannabis. So I have a certification in addiction medicine, and I hope that the comments, the practical comments, will help to feed the creation of a public education program which even has to precede the legalization. So cannabis use in this presentation figures predominantly about high THC products. It does not include medical cannabis, which is predominantly cannabidiol or CBD, and it's very important to make that distinction. Teens often begin by using cannabis to relieve the anxiety of adolescence, naturally, and as a result of peer pressure. But beyond the recreational use, for some youngsters, cannabis is a form of self-medication for an underlying disorder, either mental, emotional, And the most common is attention deficit disorder, with or without hyperactivity. This provokes an anxiety and a feeling of inadequacy in youth. When they take cannabis, it calms this anxiety. It unfortunately also diminishes their capacity for attention, compounding the problem. ADHD and addiction are coexistent in at least 50% of cases, and I can say that many of the youth that I treat have an underlying ADHD problem not being treated. When I treat it, we get success. Other coexistent psychiatric disorders include generalized anxiety, latent psychosis, post-traumatic stress, bipolar, and all of these conditions exist in adolescents and are all too frequently missed by their treating physicians. So they need to be diagnosed and treated, or otherwise the teenager will continue to self-medicate. The parents of a habitual cannabis-using teenager and the physicians that treat them are well aware of the characteristic cognitive impairments affecting memory processing, reasoning and judgment, execution of tasks, insight, and time perception. These impairments become more pronounced with the duration and intensity of use, and they require many months to resolve after stopping. A retardation of the emotional maturation process ensues, and which is normally not completed, as you know, until the age of 25 in normal circumstances. If addiction develops, it will in a minimum of 17 to 25% of adolescent users. One also sees the features of addiction: loss of control of the quantity of use, the failure to recognize adverse consequences of use, and craving leading to obsessional use. The withdrawal syndrome after cannabis cessation, which includes irritability, insomnia, disorganization, lasts about 2 weeks, and it plays a role in the difficulty in cessation. But beyond that, in the months required for the resolution of the cognitive impairment caused by the cannabis use, contributes to a second phase of withdrawal, as the person awakens to a reality which is entirely foreign and frightening, causing them to experience panic and anxiety, which often requires enormous support, including medication. The sort of behavior we'll see is the 18-year-old who stops using, has not gone through his normal evolutionary growth from 13 to 18, reverts to 13-year-old behavior. There are not many longitudinal studies to prove what is regularly observed, what I'm talking to you about. They are appearing, however. The National Institute of Drug Abuse in Washington, D.C. has produced considerable work, Nora Volko, amongst others. They've been cited elsewhere. A new study undertaken by NIDA in 2016 on the adolescent brain and cognitive development should bring more evidence to light. A 2016 study in the UK looked at the pattern of cannabis use during adolescence and its link to harmful substance use later. In over 5,000 teens, followed from the ages of 13 to 18, they measured the amount of nicotine, alcohol, and illicit drug use. At the age of 21, they collated all of the data. They found that the problematic use of nicotine, alcohol, and illicit drugs occurred 20% of the time in those using cannabis, and it was an intensity at the rate related to the intensity of their cannabis use. So these are very telling studies that finally are being done. It's the sort of thing that we've perceived for years, but only now are they coming to light. And unfortunately, more money needs to be spent in order to alimент your public education program. The rising problem of addiction to illicit substances and diverted prescription drugs in adolescents and adults directly correlates with the high level of regular cannabis use as well. The vast majority of people with substance use disorder we treat, regardless of age, started with cannabis in early life. Every single heroin addict, cocaine addict, speed addict that I treat at 20, 30, 40, 50, they all started at the age of 12 to 13 to use cannabis. The case of teens caught up in the opioid crisis. Every teenager I see who's sniffing hydromorph content, an enormous quantity of opiate, every single one of them started by cannabis. And that's because of their loss of ability to discern danger. So as has been stated, adolescents will procure and use cannabis regardless of the legal restraints. With that in mind, the creation of an elaborate public education program is primordial. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Barkett. So Canadian youth have the second highest rate of cannabis use worldwide, which is already very problematic, and this even before recreational cannabis becomes legal. Cannabis is the number 2 substance used by teens after alcohol, with just over 1 in 5 teens, or 21%, using at least once. However, as teens grow older, consumption rises to over 1/3, 37% actually, in grade 12. Whether the minimum age for recreational cannabis consumption is set at 18, 21, or 25, it's not going to matter much if we don't equip parents and kids with better approaches to dealing with drug use. Drug-Free Kids Canada has already begun prevention education campaigns, but much more will be required. We already have produced this brochure that has been distributed in over 100,000 copies, and a multi-million-dollar multimedia national campaign to support it has been running since mid-June and will be ending at the end of September and will be repeated next fall until January 2019. A recent study has allowed DFK to assess the value of prevention to society. $450,000. That's the lifetime cost to society of one teenager suffering with addiction. This amount factors in health, law enforcement, and loss of productivity, but not the human cost to individuals and families. The benefit of DFK's prevention messaging, which encourages parents to engage in meaningful conversations with their kids about drugs, has been demonstrated to have protected 700 teens from substance abuse every year. If the cost to society of an addicted teen is $450,000, then DFK's prevention education messaging has saved Canadians close to $2 billion during our 6 years in operation. As a society, we need to demonstrate to our youth that there are better ways to deal with personal or mental health issues than turning to cannabis or other substances. We believe that parents can be central to changing the relationship that kids have with drugs, and we are here to educate and support them. We want to help parents build stronger resiliency in their kids to deal with the realities teens face in the 21st century. At this point, we know about the negative consequences of cannabis. Let's make sure we provide effective education and prevention awareness strategies well before legislation occurs, with ongoing messages that are consistent and clear to ensure that our youth are protected. We must remind the government's pledge to allocate a portion of the revenues towards prevention and education. This is the only way to make sure that young people are equipped to make informed decisions on a substance known to being detrimental to their health and well-being, but soon to become legal. I'd like to thank Dr. Barakat, the DFK Advisory Council, and this committee for allowing us to present our point of view. Thank you.
And we'd like to thank you for presenting it. So now we'll move to the Institute. I'm not sure, Madame Chapiteau, are you going to make the presentation or Mr.
I'm going to
Gang?
start, she's going to finish.
Okay, perfect.
Je vais présenter en français. Non.
I will be speaking in French, so please use your headset. Now's the time to use it. Thank you very much for giving us the chance to present our work today about the use of cannabis. At our institute, we're always interested in sharing our expertise with our colleagues across Canada. We did this last winter during our presentation at the FPT program about legalization of cannabis, and we also presented during pan-Canadian hearings on the topic. Public Health in Halifax also brought in our expertise during its conference on legalization of cannabis, and we're going to continue to present our work today to the benefit, we hope, of everyone. So our organization is a parapublic one. It was created by the Quebec government, and we have a scientific center of expertise that it supports the public health of Quebec in its work for public health. So in this framework, we have presented work on alcohol, tobacco, and on cannabis. And all of these research has one important common point that we'll discuss in our presentation. The sale of psychoactive products is really important if we have to talk about prevention. So for quite some time, we've been interested in the marketing of alcohol and the relationship with tobacco. And the tobacco industry, we've been looking at this for 10 years. And so today I will talk about C45 with regard to the marketing aspects of it. So age minimum is part of the strategy to curb the sale of this drug, but Maud will talk more about this later. So in terms of minimum access, our institute has a position is to maintain the access to the same 18 years of age, which is the same for alcohol and tobacco in Quebec. Over the next few minutes, I'll tell you why we have adopted this position. We all know, first, and scientific literature supports this, that age of 21 could delay the initiation age of taking drugs. But and it can be a public health disadvantage to have a lower age, but there are other advantages to having a lower age of access. There can be advantages for people 18 to 25 years of age. So if you haven't already read our work at the Institute, we recommend setting up a non-profit system that would either be public or private, but we would like to focus on non-profit activities controlled by a non-profit organization. And the first objective would not to make profits, but to focus on public health. And one of the advantages of this would be to look at the age. This distribution system has to help curb harms. Preventing use and preventing harm are two aspects. So for the 18 to 21 years old, we have this in mind. So in terms of the harms, we've worked a lot about the quality of the substance. We want these substances to be controlled in terms of their quality, security, and for the 18 to 21-year-old group. The legal access age for cannabis should at least be limited to a substance of quality, of controlled quality. So the access age is an important question, but it's part of a general range of concerns we have at the Institute regarding the sale and marketing of the drug in particular. And this is why it's so concerning with regard to cannabis and tobacco. In Colorado, we saw the marketing system that was set up there that was very intense, and we know there's been consequences on consumption on ages that we're directly interested in today, from the 12 to 17-year-old group. In 2009, it was legalized, and use in children aged 12 to 18 rose considerably. So in these age groups, so the increase rose to 31%. So in Colorado. And for the group age that we're concerned about today, this is the same potential consequence. Yesterday, you heard people from Colorado and Washington. They talked about what they saw in the emergency rooms and road accidents they saw there. And they had controlled substances. And we see the impact on the health system. That's it for me. And now, this is more than just a consideration of age. We saw what happened in Colorado. There's been intense marketing. And according to our analyses, We have to focus on marketing, publicity of cannabis. And this has led to the situation we saw in Collateral. Now I will let my colleague Maude speak about other aspects of Bill C-45, which also deserves some attention. Hello, thank you. Aside from the minimum age, preventing use of cannabis in young people largely involves establishing a tight legal framework about this project, which is called no ordinary commodity is by some of my public health colleagues. Creating an environment where using psychoactive substances is not encouraged or trivialized is one of the best things we can do for prevention. The measures taken by provinces and territories for sale and authorized consumption sites will be key in creating such environments. But some provisions of Bill C-45 and the regulations involved in it will also be highly important for marketing of this drug, particularly marketing to more vulnerable populations such as youth and minors. The INSPQ is therefore taking advantage of this opportunity today to underscore some of the analysis presented in its work to ensure better guidance around marketing strategies. Research on business practices in the industry of tobacco and alcohol industry shown how these strategies can be refined to control consumption of these subjects and the health problems that are associated with them. Research has also shown how young people are particularly vulnerable, and that is why our institute is in favor of a ban on any form of advertising or brand promotion, which raises 4 concerns with regard to Bill C-45. First, plain packaging should be imposed from the beginning, with information that allows you to make an informed judgment on the product. Packaging is in itself a promotional tool, and the ban in Article 26 saying that the packaging shouldn't be attractive for young people is unclear, and it's open to interpretation, doesn't seem strong enough. The report of the consultation on plain and standardized packaging published in 2017 by Health Canada should be quite informative on this. Secondly, promotional objects should not be allowed. Hats, socks, T-shirts, cups with hemp leaves or with medical cannabis company brands are popular with young people and encourage trivialization of drugs. So brand imaging on other types of objects, as promoted in Article 17.6 of the bill, also allows for derivative products of the same type. So this other type of products shouldn't be attractive for young people, but this type of brand promotion should be banned. Thirdly, brand promotion in premises off limits to minors provided by Article 17.2 also poses a problem. We know that young people gain access to these places, and youth aged 18 to 25, who are the strongest consumers of cannabis. And we wonder so this group of young adults is the most exposed to advertising in bars. And this doesn't really fit well with a public health approach. And this type of a promotion encourages use of cannabis, but also can lead to a combined consumption of cannabis and alcohol, which is even riskier, particularly in terms of transportation, security. Fourth, any efficient, effective strategy for publicity has to include the web. Bill C-45 bans promotion in the press and on the radio, but it says nothing about measures include for the web. And it's on digital platforms that youth are active in the industry as well. And so future regulation should take this reality into very close account. So while it's legitimate to think we could have set an higher age access for cannabis, it doesn't really fit well with the alcohol and tobacco products, because these substances are as toxic, if not more toxic, than cannabis. So any discussion of having an age higher than 18 should be part of a broader discussion on access to cannabis and the age of majority. In the meantime, we can amend or clarify some provisions of Bill C-45 and the resulting regulations to curb marketing promotion of cannabis to young people. And we hope that our thoughts presented today will help you in this respect. Thank you very much.
First round of 7-minute questions, and starting with Mr. Oliver.
Great. Thank you very much for being here today and for your presentation. Just as an opening comment, we're at the midway point now of our week of studying the bill, and at the end of the day, the committee will be having to go through a line clause-by-clause review of the bill. There were three principal objectives in my mind of why the legislation was brought forward. One was to get these drugs out of the hands of our youth, or at least reduce their access to it. The second was to reduce the function and role of the black market and organized crime, at least reduce their access to this space and revenues from it. And the third was a public health agenda, which was to ensure that the production of cannabis for consumption was done under by licensed facilities so that we understood the safety of the product, the toxicity or the dosage of the product as it was being prepared. Much of the presentations that we've heard, most seem to be in agreement with the legislation, but they are in disagreement about how the balancing between those three objectives take place, in particular the first one and the second one. So I wanted to just tease that out a bit more. So for instance, Dr. Porath, I didn't hear it clearly today, but I think in the past you've had a recommendation that a standardized minimum pricing to reduce consumption would be a recommended strategy. Is that right, sort of a national minimum pricing? And if that's not the case, then I apologize, but I understood that was something you guys had said. So you get to the point then where organized crime knows exactly what their lowest price their competitors will go to, and they can do a price thing. We heard from other witnesses that if the licensed market doesn't produce the variation in drugs, including even some of the most distilled product or high potency products, that youth will seek them out, and it leaves that window open for the black market to offer alternatives and to showcase, with packaging and whatnot. So, could you speak a bit to the balance of that? I understand from your perspective, the health focus can lead us down one path, but then it opens up this other competitive window of black market access, which we're also trying to deal with. So it's the duality of the act. Can you just talk about your views and how you would see those better balanced?
Certainly. So during my remarks, I was talking about how we could draw from our experience with alcohol in terms of standardizing the pricing of the potency of the product. So in terms of cannabis, if we could tie in the pricing or index the pricing of the THC content, that could help sort of incentivize lower risk youth, so lower risk use. So the higher the THC, the higher the potency of the product, the higher the pricing. So that's sort of what I was recommending as part of my remarks, that if we can draw that, lesson learned from the alcohol field, that might be one way that we can encourage lower risk products.
So you weren't
being
recommending
used.
a minimum pricing. It was just something that was more price sensitive to the level of THC. Okay.
Yes.
And sorry, from the sorry, I won't be able to pronounce your name very well, but Mr. Gagnon and Madame Chapotos.
We have a lot of experience with controlling alcohol and tobacco. In terms of alcohol, if we have a monopoly, we can control the market, the illicit market, quite well for alcohol and tobacco, even though there are still some products that are produced illegally. So that's one point. Cannabis.
Chiefs Association, that the presence of organized crime in this space is pervasive, it's ubiquitous, it's not at all like the alcohol system where I think if you had to go back, however number of years back it was that we legalized alcohol to understand the black market consequences. But yes, sorry.
Oui, mais donc c'est ça, je pense.
So I think we look at the long-term aspect, we can see that gradually the illicit market for alcohol is on a decline. It wasn't really the case in Quebec, but in terms of alcohol, we can say that we didn't lose control of the black market. Yes, there is illicit alcohol, but it's not.
Alcohol side, but wouldn't you agree that there's multiple brands, there's multiple marketing, there's limited like ciders at 2% up to 90% proof?
Yeah.
Like there's a wide range of product and a wide availability of product, not a very narrow, you can get this type of alcohol or this type of alcohol, which is more restricted. So the competition was effective by product variety, but you're recommending against that for cannabis.
Dans la variété des produits, je vais...
In terms of the variety of products, I'll come back to that later, but we're really focused on a non-profit model. We want public or private distribution centers, but they should be non-profit so we can control them. But what's important for us, as I said earlier, is to have a non-profit orientation. As you've mentioned, the SAQ in Quebec has a monopoly, and it has a diversity of products, but
I think maybe it was Madame Chapadeau that was talking about limited product variety and limited offerings. Did you not raise that?
Non, en fait, non, c'était plutôt...
No, it was more about creating an environment that ideally doesn't trivialize the substance. This is the position that we favor to ensure a transfer from the illicit market. We still have to document this market. It's unknown. So we favor a prudent approach. Yes, there is a diversity of products with different THC levels. This is not really dangerous, but it's the derivative products with hats and brands. This creates an environment that trivializes drugs. And in terms of product diversification, we have to give access to the product, but should we have a multitude of types of products, or milkshakes, or muffins, or chocolate candy? There's quite a wide range of products that could be offered. But these strategies try to create new clients. They try to attract people who wouldn't ordinarily use drugs in other forms.
Okay, now we'll go to Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses. Definitely, I want to thank you all for your work to try to help reduce the number of youth that are taking cannabis. And one of the concerns that we've heard about is the potency of marijuana today is sort of increasing compared to where it was. So I'd like to hear from each of you what your view is on being able to grow 4 plants in the home where there's no real control of potency and where children live and can be exposed.
I can answer for you. It's, listen, I live with addicts every day, right? They're in my office, and these regulations are not going to stop people from growing their own. They will, they have, and they always will. And yes, it is more potent. You know, they do crossbreeding, and they've increased the percentage of THC up to the 20 and 25% that get people very stoned. Don't forget, too, you know, a lot of analogies are made with alcohol versus cannabis. Alcohol, you get rid of it over the next 12 hours. Cannabis is a highly lipophilic substance. It's dissolvable in fat. It dissolves in the brain tissue. It's there, and you pee it out 4 to 6 weeks later. Okay, so there is a cumulative effect, especially in the young and developing brain, which has all of the nefarious cognitive impairments that we talked to.
So you're okay with having it homegrown?
Well, listen, I'm not okay with it, except that they're going to do it anyway. That's why I'm saying that public education is the way that we're going to avoid kids from getting into it.
All right, and Mr. Paris?
If I can make the analogy, I've spoken about alcohol being the number one substance being abused by teens today already, and they're consuming it and they're getting it somewhere. So, you know, the tight regulations with alcohol, how's that work for us yet? So the question is, and it's always been, we're the number one consumers of cannabis in the world already. So the question is getting back to the source of why are they doing this, because no regulation is going to change that.
Dr. Porath.
I would echo the comments of my colleagues that it really underscores the importance of prevention messaging, public health messaging for parents, young people, though youth allies, so people that interact with youth about what are the effects of cannabis for better education.
Okay, Mr. Gagnon.
Il y a 2 éléments à la
2 points. We said that we should allow home growing and regulate it as long as it's not for profit. One of the options we've had is access to home growing for cooperatives of users as long as they sell it for not for profit. Home growing does create challenges. There can be mold in the homes, and children can see it as a trivial substance. In the general system, we think it would be good to have an option to have cooperatives of users so they could grow it in farms, for example, away from homes. And this would help people moving from home growing to places outside of their home. So that's my answer. I would just like to compliment what my colleague had to say. We have to look with public safety, but perhaps with these cooperatives of users, if we could register them, and so we know where the growing is taking place, rather than coming across haphazard locations.
For Dr. Porath and Mr. Paris, Dr. Porath, I think you said you had a national mandate to reduce harm for alcohol and drugs, and I think that is great. Have you been aware of any government programming to do the kind of prevention education with parents and the public since the Liberals announced in 2015 that they were going to legalize marijuana?
So we do a great deal of work at the CCSA in collaboration with many partners. Some of those partners involve the federal government, different provincial governments, municipalities. So some of the products that I could talk about today, we've collaborated with a partner in Ontario, Parent Action on Drugs, to develop an infographic based on a systematic review we did looking at the effects of cannabis use. And I talked about our focus group research that we've done. So we actually created a friendly infographic for parents that talked about the myths that youth have and what does the evidence actually say to counter those myths. We've recently collaborated with Mark Perry and Drug Free Kids in the talk kit that he shared with the members today, and as he mentioned, there's a lot of uptake, a lot of parents using this, and it's really key that we get the evidence out.
Yeah, this is an excellent program. Mr. Perry, did you receive any government funding to help with that? Or?
The only funding we've got was for translation, printing, and distribution. But the brochure itself, to be quite frank, was originally developed by our sister organization in the U.S. called Partnership for Drug-Free Kids. We were given the Canadian rights to it, and we Canadianized it, we updated it, we made sure it was all evidence-based, working with CCSA in particular, going through all of the research. Then it was vetted as well by Health Canada scientists as well. So this brochure has gone through many layers of review and was considered one of the best ones out there right now.
For sure. My last question has to do with the definition of youth in C45. The youth are defined as people ages 12 to 17, and then there's a number of provisions. But children under the age of 12 are not included. So, you know, where we talk about a trafficking offense to people 12 to 17, it's covered as young people, but there's nothing in there for people 11 and younger. So one amendment that I was considering was thinking about defining youth as just persons under the age of 18. And I'm looking to anyone here for their comments.
Well, that's an interesting point because, you know, we've been focusing primarily on teens, and when we do our campaigns on drug-impaired driving, particularly high driving, we kind of extend that to about 23 because really driving age is from 17 to 23. But we know for a fact that, you know, experiments with cannabis starts at a very early age, and the average age is, what, 15? But we've heard, you know, anecdotally, 11, 12, 13. Probably Dr. Barakat can confirm that. But it's an interesting point that, you know, so if we're going to have cannabis in the house, is there not a way that we should make sure we protect every kid?
Time's up.
That's it. Thanks.
Mr. Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ms. Porath, it strikes me that if one of the aims of this bill is to reduce use by young Canadians, we'll need to know why they're using it. So many people have pointed out that use by Canadian youth aged 15 to 24 is either the second highest in the world or among the highest. So why is that?
It's a very good question. It's a question that I get asked a lot. In our focus group research, we heard from the young people what are some of the reasons why they're using drugs, and cannabis in particular. And a lot of young people talked about dealing with stress, dealing with mental health issues, and they were really using cannabis as a way of self-medicating to deal with some of the pressures from school, pressures that they're experiencing in their day-to-day life. I don't know if that gets at your question of why Canadian youth are some of the highest users. I don't know if I have an answer to that. I just know that it's a startling statistic, and one that we want to address.
I don't mean to put you on the spot. I mean, maybe we don't know the answer. I'm going to ask him a question, Dr. Barakat, because I would imagine that youth in France, Germany, Mexico, Uruguay also are suffering from stress and issues. So I don't know that is really the answer. So, Dr. Barakat, do you have any idea why use among Canadian youth seems to be so high?
I think cannabis has gotten a free ride. The older generation seems to have made it a banal issue that, oh, well, it's just pot. Because the generation that thinks back to it, we're smoking 4% and 6%, and not what the kids are getting their hands on today. And also, the information has not been divulged to people of the exact mechanisms of damage in the developing brain, and that's where we need to really step up to the bat. You know, I remember once giving a lecture to a group of doctors on adolescent addiction, and they all sat there with their jaws dropped, and one of them, who was in charge of an adolescent health clinic, said, well, in Quebec, we have normalized the use of cannabis by adolescents. Normalized. It's normal behavior. No, there's an excuse. It's not. And so, you know, we've just done a poor job because of the lack of research. Look, I mean, research in medicine occurs because drug companies see something to enrich their shareholders at the end of the line with a new medication. Not enough money has been put into research to demonstrate what's going on. So,
and I don't want to belabor this point, but is that different than Western Europe? I
think that probably, you know, if you look at Holland, where it's sold in street corner stores, the number of youth that use is far lower than here. Perhaps they've had a more public discourse. You would probably know more, Amy, because you study those sorts of things. I don't really know it. I just know that for some reason, people haven't twigged to the fact that we've got a very high dropout rate from school. We've got a high rate of addiction. How come we have this opioid epidemic of diverted prescription opioids? Who's taking it? Teenagers. Which teenagers? The ones that started with pot. I mean, it all fits when you're in that milieu day in and day out.
Well, we did a study on opioids, and we found that in 2016 there were 19 million prescriptions written for opioids. So that might have something to do with it when there's one prescription for every 2 Canadians for opioids in the country. But okay, I want to move on to education. It strikes me as common sense, and I think a lot of witnesses are saying this, that we should be starting the education yesterday. if not today. And in fact, the task force recommended that the federal government take a leadership role to ensure that capacity is developed among all levels of government prior to the start of the regulatory regime. We don't have to wait till July 1st, 2018 or thereafter. You've heard the federal government has announced $9 million for education. And that's the amount of money that Colorado is spending on education this year, with 1/7 the population. And Washington State is spending $7.5 million, which has 1/5 the population. So I guess this is a pretty obvious question, but shouldn't we be ramping up the federal contribution on education now in advance of the regulatory system coming into being?
Just to specify, I think the 9.5 million was over 5 years. And so it's not even 9.5 million a year. So if you look at that, quite frankly, it's a drop in the ocean, you know. And our campaigns that we do as a not-for-profit organization with our 60-plus media partners who provide us with the time and space for free as public service announcements, we generate on our own $15 million a year in free public service time and space. In the last 6 years that we've been in operation, $100 million of public service announcements have been aired on opioids, drug-impaired driving, and now cannabis. So we have been on that forefront. We took the leadership with this thing because we followed the task force recommendations, and we weren't waiting for anybody. We just go and do our stuff.
Thank you. And I'm not sure who said this. Maybe it was you, Ms. Porath. I'm not sure. That the government should allocate money from tax revenue for treatment and prevention. I don't know who said that. Was you, Ms. Can you quantify that for us?
Well, I mean, just for example, we're working right now trying to work with a group in Quebec, La Maison Jean Lapointe, that have developed a very fine in-school program at junior high and senior high level, and with teachers. They've developed a program that was funded by Health Canada and is ready to go. They've been doing it for like 3 years. The cost of doing these in-school programs is about $10 per head. So they've been doing it with 160,000 Quebec students, and have an extremely high level of recognition of the program. We would love to roll this out in English Canada. There's 1.5 million teenagers in the rest of Canada. At $10 a pop, you get the number right there. It's $15 million.
I was going to ask a quick question. Back to this issue of stress. I mean, it would almost seem to me that we should be addressing the social determinants of this problem too. It strikes me that it's not just talking about cannabis, that if the underlying problems that are facing, we're raising a generation that is very, very stressed out, and then should we not be researching and investing how we can address those fundamental issues in addition to sort of the tertiary issue of cannabis use?
Totally agree. It's all about, and you mentioned that as well, is about resiliency. Building resiliency in our kids so that they don't become anxious and over too many things. I mean, we know the social media and everything else has caused another level of anxiety that maybe the previous generations didn't face. But at the end of the day, you kind of have to question the helicopter parenting approach. Has it been, have we developed a bunch of anxious young kids who, as soon as they have a problem, they turn to drugs? And that's why we got to change that view that there's better ways to deal with these personal issues than going to drugs. Whether you're, going through, your parents are going through divorce, or you're suffering from neglect or abuse or self-identity issues, all of these things come into play, and it can't be that the first solution is going to start to take drugs. And that's what we've got to change, that dialogue.
Thank you very much. That's very good. Now moving on to Dr. Elfson.
Right, thank you, Chair. Thank you all for coming. I should acknowledge that, I agree, this is a very, very good resource. I noticed that there's also, thanks to Health Canada, apparently they also assisted in the support and collaboration and distribution of that. So, glad to see that we're having from all, a lot of sectors in helping to create this. But congratulations, it's very good work. So, Dr. Barakat, really, something you said really resonated. We talked about this yesterday with some witnesses, is the fact that you, or rather earlier today, you do have some underlying problems with it. Why are they consuming substances? In my medical career, we talked about people who actually had psychiatric illnesses that predated their cannabis use or their drug use and self-medicated. It's analogous to, we used to be told by our mothers, don't sit too close to the TV because you'll need glasses. And then it turned out, why didn't we ask why they were sitting so close to the TV in the first place? So it's one of these things that we need to look at. And you're right, if they're abusing any substance, you need to be looking into why has this been happening? And the drug abuse is only going to make it worse. So but you have to remember to deal with two problems now. What got them there in the first place, as well as the issue. So thank you for helping to underline that. Now that we're, we talked to some colleagues in the States on another committee about this. Whenever we mentioned research, anything research regarding cannabis, everyone would look uncomfortable and change the subject because federally, of course, it's still illegal and heavily stigmatized. We need more research, as you said. We need a lot more research. Do you feel that the legalization is going to remove some of this stigma and stimulate more research into the subject, both from an addiction standpoint and its use medically?
Yeah, I should hope so. And the research is also going to be in the direction of medical cannabis because, we're flying by the seat of our pants. We know it works. I'm involved in the Quebec Cannabis Registry. And I have 220 patients to whom I prescribe cannabis oil, predominantly CBD, for chronic painful conditions. And to my amazement, these people drop their opiates like stones. Stop taking them. They are far better relieved. So there's a number of different illnesses that are benefited by it, but we don't have the neurobiological research to demonstrate to us what exactly we're doing. So it's a trial and error thing. So yes, and research the research, I mentioned a couple of things, this United Kingdom study where they followed 5,000 kids aged 13 to 18, the National Institute of Drug Abuse that's launched this development of the brain and adolescence study, and all of the other work that Nora Volko at NIDA has done. All of this stuff has to be brought to the fore and told to people. We used to have in the 80s and 90s the TV commercials about smoking that were so enormously successful. The most notable of which was the cigarette that hung like this because of the causing impotence. And but people remembered, and the smoking rates are down phenomenally. Well, we need to bombard the public with this kind of thing.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Thank you. Madame Chapardeau, you had talked about how you believe that this should be plain packaging for all cannabis products. You also recommended that it not be advertised in places like bars because you don't want that combination of cannabis and alcohol in the same place. That part of it I agree with completely. We heard some testimony that in regards to branding, that the people who take intoxicants, they have something in common with those who consume alcohol, that there is a sense of, as it were, brand loyalty, because we do know that the different brands of alcohol will have the different labels, and some witnesses thought that if you had plain packaging, that would have these items look pretty much like the black market. It would be hard to differentiate, or you wouldn't have the same loyalty, and that users might have more brand loyalty, as it were, to buy the marked product. How would you respond to that?
The whole question of plain packaging is quite controversial within the public health community and the industry. There's a way we can look at packaging and look to set them apart from the illicit market. So we already see the first figures for tobacco in Australia, in France. There is an association. There's part of a range of measures. There are advertising campaigns and other measures that come into play with regard to perceptions. Perception of color can also affect our perception of the cigarette. It can be one of the motivations in stopping smoking. So if you buy a package of cigarettes, if it's white or pink or green, brown, we think that cigarette won't taste as good. It's all part of our subconscious. It's kind of part of an overall approach that combines various measures. The whole question of young people. In Quebec, we've done a study about tobacco, alcohol, and drugs in secondary students, and we learned that since the beginning of the year 2000, usage rates dropped dramatically from roughly 40% to 23% in 2013. It's quite a big difference here. So we tried to find why there was this drastic decrease in cannabis use. Did the dependency change? But towards the end of the 90s, there was a lot of efforts done to denormalize this tobacco in Quebec. So it's also with regard to bars in Quebec, the law does not allow any brand promotion for cigarettes. So why would we allow this for cannabis? We have to ask the question.
On a completely unrelated note, I'm glad to hear you referencing Australia. We're getting some propaganda from the tobacco industry saying the plain packaging experience in Australia hasn't worked. But again, I'm glad to hear someone corroborating that this does work. So on that unrelated note, thank you very much, and I believe that's my time.
It is your time. Thanks very much. Now that completes our 7-minute rounds. We're going to go to our 5-minute rounds, starting with Dr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And again, thank you to the witnesses. So little time, so many questions. I just wanted to start, though, by commending Drug Free Canada for the booklet. The government's had 2 years now. It's their own mandate, and it's a little disappointing. I think Colorado actually called the government out for a lack of funding being allocated to these public education campaigns, because we're all aware of how important that is and important of getting it out ahead of time. So kudos to you guys for taking that leadership role. We've also heard that lack of resources for data collection and the importance of data collection. I wanted maybe to start with Dr. Barakat. Do you think that there needs to be an annual report released to the public on marijuana consumption in Canada following legalization? And do you think this type of transparency would help raise awareness? Because if you look at the government narrative, they're saying one of the reasons they're doing this is to decrease marijuana use with our youth. We've heard from our witnesses that that isn't the case that they're seeing in Colorado. So we'd like to find out what's working, what's not working. What about these annual reports? Do you think that's important?
I think it's essential.
Okay.
It'd be very useful, and really, you're having to put your money where your mouth is. And if we're doing it in order to help society, for people to understand what cannabis does, the benefits of it on the medical side, which are not yet completely researched, but we certainly have some direction that it is a useful substance, but that high THC substances can have nefarious effects, especially in developing youth. And if we see that there's a rise in use in the under 18s, then we're in trouble. It means that our public education program has not worked.
Mm-hmm. Well, that and the whole transparency of it. Do you think by being transparent, instead of just keeping this data or not even releasing it, do you think that in itself will help raise awareness?
I would think so. I mean, transparency to me is public health. I mean, we have to be as transparent as we would if we were talking about the rates of diabetes. Okay. I mean, it's essential.
Any other comments?
I think if we're using public money to do research for the good of the public, then the public should know.
I think I agree. We talked to witnesses before you, and this whole challenge, like I said, I think we're all in agreement. We'd like to see youth use decrease in Canada. It's way too high. But there doesn't appear to be any tools in the toolbox when we look at this legislation. And there's been all kinds of opinions. I know my colleague brought up for kids between 12 and 17 in this bill, it allows for up to 5 grams, which, you know, is disturbing for some of my constituents to think that a 12-year-old who's in public school, this is like grade 6, right? The old kids will be able to have this on their possession for personal use. She mentioned maybe it should be a ticketable offense, and nobody wants to criminalize kids, okay? We don't want to have them carry that over. My understanding, status quo today, we had a gentleman, a lawyer from BC, he says most police officers don't even charge kids, they just confiscate it, but it does give them the opportunity to address it, maybe bring it up to parents and teachers. There's nothing in this bill, like they say they want to decrease youth use, but there's really nothing prescriptive in here, no ideas. Do you have some ideas? Is there a way that, like a 12-year-old, you deal with these kids every single day as a gateway drug, that age? What tools can we give our educators, our public health officials, that if there is a problem, we can get kids, into some type of program or some type of educational system that'll help them?
That's a very good question. You know, the most of the youth that are referred to me is because they were apprehended at school in possession.
Now, do you see that as a good or a bad thing?
That's excellent. I mean, the kids are called out, the parents are called, and then what they do is, so you have to see your doctor. Well, thank you very much for mentioning it. My pet peeve is that our medical profession has turned a blind eye to addiction for far too long. And the tremendous epidemic of opioids that we have is not just because we overprescribe. It's not people weren't doing it on purpose and overprescribing. It's because we had to treat chronic pain. We had nothing good to do it with. So we tried the opiates. The big problem is that when people become addicted, or kids have alterations in their behavior pattern because of early onset use of cannabis, the average doctor doesn't know what he's doing. He's never been taught. Medical schools in 2017 still don't teach addiction. I've been receiving residents, R2s in family medicine, third-year medical students for the past 35 years in my practice that come and spend a month. I am the only exposure to the treatment of addiction that they will get in all of their medical training.
Could you emphasize a little bit more about, you said having them called out is actually a good...
Absolutely. Yes, because look, if a kid is 12 years old and he's using, I'm sorry, but it is not a benign thing. There are going to be consequences. I mean, especially a kid that has it at school, he's either selling or else he's habituated.
Now what would you recommend to put into this bill then for that?
I don't know. I'm not a legislator, but it's certainly, if schools apprehend, I think that there should be not a sanction, not a legal sanction, but a call to the parents and that they're obliged to consult medically. The big problem is, who are they going to take them to?
Well, you said the kids that are called out now, is there any permanent consequences for that?
No, there's no permanent. Well, yes, they're discharged from school for, say, 2 weeks, during which time they cool their heels and they get a chance to come and talk to their physician.
Time's up. Thanks very much. Moving now to Mr. McKinnon.
Thank you, Chair. It's pretty clear that the key to success here will be public education for youth. And in that respect, I'm interested in hearing more about you say you've had a multi-million-dollar campaign running since June. What's been the nature of that campaign? What are its goals? Are you able to measure its results?
The goal of the campaign was to get this brochure into the hands of as many parents as possible. So by the call to action in our message is, download the brochure or get it for free. And you go on our website and on the homepage, they can either download it or get it for free. Like I said, to date, we've distributed 100,000, either have been downloaded or have been sent out and distributed. We sent out 36,000 samples to schools, medical clinics during the course of the summer. And we're now seeing orders coming in, school principals ordering 300, 450 copies of this for all their parents. So I suspect that the 100,000 is going to grow very quickly, and that's a good thing. But it needs to be supported by mass media, and these campaigns, we have experience, we've been doing this. This is our 12th national multimedia campaign. And the secret to it is to keep doing it. Our campaigns are continuous, 12 months of the year. We have 60-plus media partners, television, radio, print, every form of out-of-home media you can imagine. And it's ongoing. We replace one campaign with another. But education messages can't be just a 6-week spurt and then off you go. And the problem is we get the messages for free. But if the government has to do it, like Health Canada, who have done education messaging, they have to pay for it. And it's extremely expensive. I mean, national multimedia campaigns could cost tens of millions of dollars a year, easily.
So this campaign was about this document.
Correct. Yes.
So further campaigns would probably expand into other things.
We would continue. Our plan is to recycle that campaign in September of next year and to run right up to mid-January of 2019, where our next campaign starting in October is going back to the misuse of prescription drugs and the need for parents to secure their meds and bring back all leftovers to the pharmacy. Last year alone, with the help of Shoppers Drug Mart, we recuperated 243 tons of unused and expired medicine. This year, we're expanding that with probably about 4,000 retail drop-off points, with most of the major national chains coming in on board with this campaign this year. That campaign will run till mid-January. Then we go back to a campaign on drug-impaired driving called The Call That Comes After, that actually just won a international award for Best Creative.
So apart from promoting access to this, which is a good thing, what other kinds of ads would you see or promotions to dissuade youth from marijuana would you envision?
Well, I think there needs to be some campaigns aimed directly at the kids. These campaigns that we do are directed at the parents. But I think there has to be different types of approaches. With kids, you won't use the same media mix as you would with the parents. You know, they don't watch the same, they don't consume the same media. So I would see national campaigns, but both in school and also multimedia, but different types of media mix aimed at youth and continuing to, you see, there's a direct equation between a sense of risk and trial. The higher the sense of risk, the lower the trial. So kids, you know, it's not about scaring them, but if they sense that it's a risky proposition, they'll think twice about going down that path of risky behavior. So.
You don't see ads of the nature of this is your brain on marijuana kind of thing.
It could be, but I think it would be a different approach. I think now we know this. Science has been proven that there is, and kids are starting to get it. They're starting to understand that there is some risk to their personal health and their development of their brain. Same thing with drug-impaired driving. We've got to change the dialogue here. Kids understand after 20 years of Mothers Against Drunk Driving doing campaigns on alcohol, but kids don't see it taking a joint and driving as risky as alcohol at this point. So we got to continue that as well.
Okay. Do you have more time?
Just a couple of real short questions.
Oh, that was going to be tougher. Madame Chapadeau, you spoke about branding. We've heard a testimony that while promoting in terms of branding is, I would agree, could be problematic, but identification of product in terms of branding would be useful to help people recognize product that they're familiar with so they would know what they're getting, know what they're dealing with. Would you like to comment on that?
En fait, ça rejoint un peu la discussion.
Kind of go back with what I said with my colleagues. Recognizing a brand, there's a difference between recognizing the brand, yes, but recognizing or making the product more attractive to a consumer as covered by the bill. We shouldn't be stimulating demand for new clients, and that's why we want plain packaging for public health, whether it's tobacco or cannabis. It's one of the things that we favor, that's favored in scientific literature.
Moving on to Mr. Weber.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Dr. Barakat, do you believe that marijuana is a gateway drug?
Oh, yes, without any doubt. I mean, I cited that United Kingdom study, and that's really, it puts into evidence what we've known for years. But finally, somebody quantified it.
And the reason for it? The reason is because the marijuana product is not doing what it used to do for these
I don't know
users?
if it's necessarily because it's more potent. It's simply because it hinders the person's cognitive development, which causes them to undertake risky behaviors because they lack judgment. I mean, reasoning and judgment are the two principal cognitive impairments. And so that's why they go from using that to, and if they have an underlying disorder, if they are ADD, as a sizable proportion of teenage cannabis abusers are, and they're not treated, then they need to calm themselves. Once you treat the ADD with the appropriate long-acting stimulant medication, that helps them to learn and to concentrate and feel good about themselves, they stop using.
Right, right. You have opioid patients that you are now prescribing marijuana to because of the CBD in it.
Yes.
For their chronic conditions, and it's successful, apparently, that's what you're saying. Patients who have post-traumatic stress disorder, they're also, I hear, are moving into the marijuana medication. Is it for the CBD or is it for the THC for those particular
They're having to
patients?
use THC because it has the more calming effect. The trouble is that the THC is so strong, and what happens when you use the CBD, which is anti-epileptic, by the way, the CBD, it's also anti-neuropathic pain, but you need a combination of the two. And what we're doing in our practice is mixing a proportion of 1 part THC to 2 or 3 or 4 parts CBD, the amount that is required to neutralize the stoning effect of the THC. And it goes for pain conditions, it goes for chronic inflammatory conditions such as rheumatoid arthritis, inflammatory bowel disease. So we're seeing good results. The trouble is that we're sort of a bric-a-brac study where the patient is obliged to buy his own from one of the companies that produces cannabis under the aegis of Health Canada.
Interesting. Again, I'm just a little bit confused here with respect to the difference between CBDs and the THC. The THC is more of a hallucinogenic type of drug.
Psychoactive.
Psychoactive.
Yeah. Cannabidiol is non-psychoactive.
Right, yeah. So these patients with post-traumatic stress disorder, are they looking to hide their trauma through a hallucinogen drug rather than...
The most troubling feature of PTSD is insomnia. It's the dreams, the nightmares, recurrent nightmares, the reliving of that trauma, whatever it was back in their past. And so you use medications that will help to deepen their sleep. And if they try taking benzos or anything else, they just don't work. Antidepressants just make them feel poorly. And so we've happened onto a few things. One of them is nabilone, which is a synthetic cannabinoid. Looks nothing at all like CBD or THC, but it helps to improve the depth of sleep and to suppress...
What does it have in it, THC or CBD, or a bit of both?
It is neither. Now, nabilone is neither.
Oh, neither?
It is neither. It's just a synthetic cannabinoid which came out on the market to help in pain management years ago. Doesn't work, but it does work for inducing sleep in PTSD. Now, the people that we have who want to get on it because of PTSD and sleep disturbance, we're using an equal combination CBD-THC. They're 50-50, so they're not stoned, but they relax enough to have a more profound sleep.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Chair. I'm finished with my
Other
questioning
questions?
there.
Okay, good. All right, then moving along to Madame Forte. Welcome.
Oui, bonjour. Merci beaucoup de votre présentation.
Thank you very much for your presentation. We're really happy to hear that you've worked so hard on your campaign with parents. In my riding, it's very diverse. There's a lot of young Indigenous people, young Francophones from various cultural communities. Do you think in campaigns for public awareness, do you think there's a way that we can reach these type of people? Yes, we're also reaching out to parents, but how can you reach out to more specific populations in your campaigns? I'm not sure about your question. Our campaigns, when we prepare them, we test them with a sample of at least 300 parents. So we make sure there's a diverse range of parents to get the best possible answers, to make sure we're targeting the center of the bullseye as much as possible. Perhaps for some communities at risk, we could do specific campaigns, but it's hard for us as an organization that depends on the goodwill of media that gives us airtime. When we get this space in the paper or this airtime, we're not sure when we're going to have it, so it's hard for us to really control the target of the various communities. Do you think it'll be important going forward, given your experience and expertise? Is it important to look at these questions? Children are children, parents are parents. their problems are kind of somewhat the same overall. Whether it's in the U.S. or in Canada, parent problems are the same, perhaps with some exceptions. But in general, I think that youth all go to school together. Madame Chapados, in your presentation, you talked about the importance of using digital platforms and the web with regard to marketing and promotion. Can you tell us more about that, the type of measures that you suggest in your presentation? This is not, I don't really have a lot of expertise in social marketing, but there are apps that are available. But as an expert, have you done studies or to see how this could be applied to what you studied? No. But what we do know, however, is that young people are online. You just have to walk around Montreal and you can see billboards with web applications from dispensary companies that are right now illegal, but tolerated. So this is a challenge. The industry's already present on site. Okay, thank you very much. Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Now to our final round with Mr. Davies.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have warnings on tobacco products. We have warnings on alcohol products. I presume there's going to be a warning on cannabis products. Maybe I'll start with you, Ms. Porath. What should be on that warning?
I think we need to have evidence-based information on that warning. I don't think we want to take a scare tactic approach, but I think we really need to state what the facts are. We've identified that there's still a lot we don't know about cannabis, but there has been some research, and we can come to some firm conclusions in a few areas. We know that it increases the risk of psychosis. We know that it impairs the ability to safely drive a motor vehicle. We know there's a risk for addiction. So I think based on the science that we know conclusively, I think that is what should inform the warning labels.
Dr. Birkett or Mr. Perry, would you add anything to that?
I think, as long as it's evidence-based, because kids are smart, they can go and find out, and if they smell that it's, BS, then they're not going to...
Could be counterproductive, actually.
Yeah, exactly. So, no, it's got to be totally evidence-based. I totally agree. And, certainly marketing should be out of the question. Right now, we are seeing medical cannabis companies sponsoring concerts of rappers, giving it a bit of a lifestyle thing, and that, to me, is a huge no-no, because, we learned with alcohol, it's too late now, we can't undo that, we can't unscramble that egg, but we had to unscramble it in tobacco, because way back, you had ads from doctors saying smoking is good.
Question, why can't we roll that back? I mean, why couldn't we, if we've done it with tobacco, why? I mean, what's the stadium in Montreal called for hockey? Is it the Molson Centre?
Correct. It's Bell Centre now.
Bell Centre, but it was Molson Centre, right? Yeah. I mean, is it that kind of thing? I mean, why couldn't we bring those kind of...
I think trying to unscramble that egg at this point, mostly...
But again, we've done that for tobacco. We've completely unscrambled. So why couldn't we?
The harms of alcohol, I think we'd all agree, are huge to society, just like we know that the health impact of tobacco was hugely difficult. And we know that there are some dangers and risks with cannabis, so let's not fall into the trap of alcohol.
Well, the reason I'm pressing on this is I'll just venture a thesis I'm the father of 3 children who've grown up, that young people are particularly sensitive to hypocrisy. And the hypocrisy of seeing us with differential treatment of alcohol, which I will argue is the real gateway drug, and also is responsible for at least as much, if not more, harm. And again, that's not to minimize cannabis, it's to place it in its proper treatment. Is there not a risk that if we're perceived not to have the same kind of approach to alcohol that we are to cannabis, that youth are going to look at their parents kicking back with 6 scotch on a Friday night and, as someone else said, pop a Valium, and does that not damage credibility when we talk about the harms of cannabis? Or if we have a different legislative framework in terms of advertising and tolerance. I mean, do we not risk perpetuating that sense of hypocrisy among young people, which will dampen our ability to get our message in?
You know, 10% of the population has an inherent inability to drink alcohol in a controlled fashion. These are the people we call alcoholics. There is a genetic predisposition to the loss of control, the cognitive impairments that they suffer from. And it's the same kind of cognitive impairments, but there are two different drugs, one with an enormously protracted duration of action, cannabis, and the alcohol that the next day you're sober. And unless you're a daily drinker, in which case you're going to have cognitive impairments. So it's important. You can't nuance these things on a cover of a product where you're going to talk about the problems. But I think it's just important for everybody to understand that the things we can say so far is that this is a damaging drug in the developing brain, and it is a risky substance to use in motor vehicle driving.
Sure.
And so those are about the only two things that we can say right now. The other thing that I would love to be able to say is if you're an adult recreational cannabis user who is habitual, you're using it a lot, guess what? You've got an underlying psychiatric disorder that you are masking. Because I treat those people. They come in at the age of 30 and 32, and they've been smoking for years, and they can't get off it. And so I discovered that their underlying ADHD and coexistently, 20% of the ADHD is bipolar, right?
Can I just get a quick question, because I'm going to run out of time, and it's to do with treatment. It's one thing in this country is I believe that there's an appalling lack of publicly paid for universal access to treatment facilities.
Absolutely.
Now, people come to see you with this. Are you finding beds for these people in every case that's appropriate for them, that's paid for by our public health system, or do we need to ramp up our expenditure?
It needs to be ramped up, but you see, the treatment centers, unfortunately, these one-month treatment centers don't really accomplish a goal. No. The cognitive impairment is such that during that first month, the poor person doesn't learn anything. Yeah. And that's why there's such a high relapse rate immediately upon departure.
Well, I think the standard now is not 1 month, it's 3 months to 9 months.
It's got to be 3 months
to
6 months, that's right. And the centers, look, if the person's fortunate, in quotes, to be on welfare, he'll get into one of the multitude of treatment centers that take their welfare card in Quebec. If it's somebody who's not on welfare, he's going to have to sublet his apartment and gather the money to go in and pay $2,000 a month, which most people can't afford, especially if they have a drug problem.
All right, we're done,
There's a
Mr.
huge
Davis.
problem of access.
We're done, but we have some time, and I'm just seeking consensus is there interest in carrying on? We're actually done our questions, but we're learning here, so I just wondered, is there a consensus to have 4 more questions? Because we can have 4 more questions at 5 minutes. We can fit that in. All right, we're in. Dr. Ellison.
Thank you. Dr. Barakat, I wanted to challenge you on one of the things you've said in the last round of questioning. You referred to marijuana being a gateway drug. Definitive textbooks on the subject, and we're talking textbooks that are used in residency and for postgraduate fellowships for toxicology. Ellenhorn, medical toxicology, Goldfrank's toxicologic emergencies. These are the definitive textbooks on this. They're very, very clear that the concept of marijuana as a gateway drug has never been definitively established. This is also said repeatedly in multiple scientific journals on addiction in the meantime. Given that information, what is the basis of the statement you said about marijuana being a gateway drug?
The basis is the 30-plus years of observing, and the basis is also coming to the fore with the studies such as the United Kingdom study that I just quoted, only published this year, having terminated in 2016, where they followed kids from age 15 to 18 and saw a definite correlation between abuse of the 3 substances, nicotine, alcohol, and illicit drugs.
I agree there's correlation, and that is why that effect was always described.
Where the nuance is the coexistence of a psychiatric disorder, most predominantly ADHD. See, when the ADHD goes unnoticed, then the kid self-medicates.
I will agree with you completely.
And then when you look at adult addicts, there is easily a 50% coexistence of addiction and ADHD.
On that, you and I are in complete agreement. There's a large proportion of addicts of all sorts of drugs that mental illness goes hand in hand with, where people will, self-medicate for mental illness. But this is a different issue. The issue that if you, try marijuana, it's the gateway drug to harder things. There's many studies that show correlation. However, it's a difference in correlation and cause and effect. This has been studied for decades, and every time they saw a correlation, there were so many confounding factors and comorbidities that it was never firmly established that the marijuana as a gateway drug was ever definitively established. And to my best knowledge of the literature, it still hasn't been firmly established on that particular point.
Look, whether it's a gateway drug or not, it is deleterious to the cognitive development of
and on
the
that
young
we
brain.
on that we agree.
On that we agree, and that's
Yes.
all you need to say. Because the whole thing about what we see is a very high correlation. Look, when I say that every addict that I treat started to use cannabis at the age of 12 to 13, I don't know the mechanism by which it happened, but it's a fact.
Oh yes, again, I'm saying that, but again, it goes to credibility. Something that Mr. Davies had said, that if we're teaching, our kids things, we want to make sure it's the right evidence, and we want to say the things that are credible, that they aren't going to look up somewhere and be disproven. The fact that it's deleterious to the developing brain, that is true. And, so we can say that definitively, they'll listen to that, it's credible. But I don't want the message to get mixed with other things where there's so much information out there that actually says this particular thing, if one of the things we say is don't do this because it's a gateway drug, and there's lots of evidence, then that's not the case or hasn't been established, then we can do more harm than good by promoting this narrative. That's
you can't scare people. It's like telling an alcoholic you're going to die of cirrhosis. He's not going to die of cirrhosis. He's going to have an automobile accident. He's going to make 1,000 people miserable, and he'll never have a happy life. I mean, that's the message you have to deal with.
Exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And if I don't run out of time with my own questions, I'll share with Dr. Carey. Now, Dr. Barakat, you seem to know quite a bit about marijuana and its effects on people. So I have a lot of little questions that I was saving. One of them is, Health Canada says that men that want to start a family shouldn't use cannabis. Why do they say that?
Health Canada says, I'm sorry, what?
They say that men that want to start a family shouldn't use cannabis. Why do they say that?
No, I think there was an old study that showed that there was a fall in sperm count and impotence, but I don't believe those things are true.
Okay. The hemp producers have asked for an exemption from this cannabis legislation. Do you have any concern about that? They're saying it's low THC content, and so, it's...
I mean, it's going to be the same rules. I mean, kids shouldn't be using it. If they smoke enough of it, they're going to accumulate it in their brain and suffer similar effects. I mean, I don't think if I had a young child at home, I'd enjoy having him walking around smoking hemp.
All right. And the last question I have is about the possession amount. So 30 grams was set as the limit that you could have when you're over 18.
This is dried cannabis, right?
Dried cannabis. And so do you have any concern about that amount? I mean, depending on how you roll the joints, it could be 60.
Listen, just like I said before, I rub shoulders with addicts all day long, every day. And if they want something, they're going to get it. Okay? And so you can limit the amount, but how do you apply that sort of thing? It really is education, making people understand. And the whole notion that cannabis has had a free ride through the years because people have just said, oh, well, it's only pot. Well, I'm sorry, but there's far more to it than that. In the youth, it causes harm. In adults who are abusing, they're masking an underlying disorder.
Okay, very good. Thank you. I'll turn it over to Dr. Carey.
Oh, how much time do I have?
Far too much.
Okay, that's great to know. That because my colleague across the way did bring up a really important thing about credibility. I think when you're talking about youth use of marijuana, we need to be honest. We need to show the science behind it. That's one of the challenges I have with the government's approach to this bill, because they're saying they have to legalize because they want to decrease youth use. And the evidence we're actually seeing a committee here, Colorado, Washington, that's not the case. So what we realize, the government's going down this route. We'd like to make the bill as best as we possibly can, the best bill for Canadians, to look after the health and safety of Canadians. So I was wondering, with your understanding of the bill, what do you think the federal government needs to address youth use in marijuana. Do you think that this bill is the answer to solving the high usage amount amongst our youth, or do you think there has been a lack of certain things that need to be put into this bill? I know I talked a little bit about the educational lacking, the data collection, the tools in the toolbox to get kids into some type of treatment. We really would like your advice, and I'm going to just like to go from the panel from Dr. Barakat across. If you could help us make this a better bill in those ways, it'd really be helpful.
I just see the bill as an opportunity to finally get out the information about cannabis and to dispel the myths that exist that it's a harmless substance, especially at the moment when we have already legalized medical use and people automatically draw the conclusion that, well, all cannabis is the same, it's good for your health. See, so, I mean, we need to educate people. People just don't understand. You know, when I see an old lady of 80 years old with rheumatoid arthritis and I put her on cannabis oil with a bit of THC, she's horrified until I explain, you know, and then she's surprised when she comes back and she's no longer using painkillers.
Well, we know prohibition doesn't work, so I think, you know, we need to do something else. And I think that getting to the root cause is one of the solutions. But also, it's to take away break down those myths. You know, when kids say to their parents, well, it's just a natural plant, Mom, you know. Well, that's when the parent has to say, well, so's poison ivy. You know, not every natural plant is good for you. And so we just got to make that evidence-based so that they understand that it's not a harmless drug. There are consequences, and so that the kids have to make those informed decisions. If we're going to make it 18, they're old enough to vote, to smoke, to drink, to drive a car, and borrow money for a house, then, you know, even though their judgment's not totally fully developed, that's why we got to build up with them the information so that they feel they're going to make a smart choice.
CCSA was fortunate to visit Colorado and Washington State a couple of years ago to really hear from the colleagues to the south what were some of their experiences and lessons learned. And I know you heard from some of those witnesses yesterday. So just to reiterate what we heard when we visited Washington and Colorado and some of the dialogue we had here today. So really strong upfront investment in prevention and public education, and really make sure we have targeted messages for different groups. So we're going to need public education for youth, but we're also going to need it for their parents. We're going to need, you know, beyond a mass media, that multifaceted approach that I spoke to during my remarks. So evidence-based program in schools, community interventions, supports for parents. Anyone who's working with youth really needs to understand what are the effects of cannabis and how to have that discussion with young people, because it's not easy, and really commend Drug Free Kids for their tool to sort of help parents sort of unpackage that and really, you know, how to start that conversation. The other thing I would emphasize is really having resources for the implementation of the legislation, and that's something that we heard from a lot of the stakeholders when we went down to Washington and Colorado, making sure there's enough training for law enforcement, making sure there's resources for, you know, aside for the prevention, but also for treatment, and we talked a bit about that today as well, so making sure that we have that investment. And then the other piece is research. As a researcher who's been studying cannabis for 16 years, there's a great deal we know, but there's so much we don't know. My organization led a 2-day meeting last fall where we pulled together 50 of the North American experts on cannabis to really start to map out what are some of the priority areas where we need further research, and we're working collaboratively with CIHR and our partners at Health Canada and Public Safety to really start to move forward with that agenda. I'm actually at a meeting next week in Montreal with CIHR. So if those would be the points I would emphasize. We need investment for research, ongoing monitoring and evaluation, and investment for prevention and public education. So thank you.
I don't want to repeat everything my colleagues just said, but it's not part of our Institute's mandate to recommend anything else other than what we've already recommended during our comments about C45. But if I want to go beyond this a bit, I'll perhaps to ask you to introduce in the bill provisions that to make sure there's no for-profit distribution in Canada. But this goes beyond our jurisdiction at the Institute. But in Quebec, we recommended everything we can do possible to make sure that there's no profit systems that's in place based on tobacco and alcohol. We've seen what's happened on public health, and everything we can do to limit market or even get rid of it altogether is very important. I would also like to add that since you mentioned Colorado, what they observed, the increase they saw there goes back to 2009, before pot was legalized in 2014. So non-medical cannabis was legalized in 2014. So the data you mentioned goes back to prior 2009, before this time. And there's other reports that say that it's not the change in legal status that leads to a rise in use. It's marketing. So whether you decriminalize it, as was the case in Europe, or you legalize it for non-medical uses, you have to bear this in mind. You shouldn't demonize cannabis. It's important to look at its relation to alcohol, etc. But it's not an ordinary product. It's not benign. And we have to look at it with this in mind.
Compliment you, Dr. Carey. You're learning from Mr. Davies. Mr. Davies.
Thank you.
5 minutes.
It's funny, I wrote down these words. It seems like our approach is legalize, regulate, discourage. That seems to be the general approach that we're having to this, which I think is appropriate given everything we're hearing. But I want to come at from the other point of view. You know, there's this phrase that if you're out of step with the Army, maybe it's not the Army. And I'm just wondering if we could spend a moment on some of the reasons that millions of Canadians do use cannabis responsibly. And so I'm thinking, much like some Canadians on a Friday night go home and they have a beer or two, or they enjoy a couple glasses of wine, there are clearly millions of Canadians who use marijuana because it's pleasurable. Or maybe it helps them deal with some pain. And these are the words of Dr. Neil Boyd, who was here the other day. I think that's a reality of why people use it. And there are millions of people who do not experience the negative impacts that we're describing. They don't experience psychosis. They don't lose their jobs. They're not, getting into car accidents. So I'm just wondering, we haven't spent any time on that aspect of how the education component of government policy as we go to legalize this product. Do we run the risk of losing credibility if we don't acknowledge some of that? I'm sorry, I don't really have a cogent question to put that in, but I'll just throw that out for your consideration and comment. Anybody who'd like to?
On traite les substances.
We treat psychoactive substances differently. For alcohol, we admit that there's some pleasure involved. So we want the system for regulating alcohol to reflect this. But for tobacco, we don't admit that there's pleasure involved or any benefit to consuming it. Users may say that they benefit from it or else they wouldn't use it, but we treat these substances differently. But what I can tell you is that this question about pleasure is better taken into account by looking at the benefits that users can feel from their consumption. But you're quite right to underscore the fact that there are different user profiles. Today, what we can say is that based on evidence that we have for tobacco and alcohol, most of these users are of a certain profile, but we imagine it will also be the same thing for cannabis. 20% of users in Colorado consume 80% of the volume of cannabis. So with regard to regulation and prevention and treatment, we have to differentiate the various products and look at this aspect as well.
Asking is, none of them are perfect analogies. You know, cannabis isn't the same as alcohol. It's not the same as tobacco. I mean, I agree that tobacco gives a sense of pleasure, but I don't think there's a smoker that'll tell you in any way that it's good for them in any way. But cannabis users, I think, who do use it occasionally and responsibly, I think would probably differentiate that product from tobacco. So how do we differentiate from a public policy point of view with responsible cannabis use?
Well, I think one caveat I think we have to make with cannabis is drug-impaired driving, because I think in that particular case, as far as I'm concerned, impaired is impaired. And so if we make that clear to everybody that, you know, whether you're smoking pot, drinking alcohol, or worse, the mix of two, you shouldn't be driving a vehicle. End of story. But beyond that, absolutely, I think there, you know, we can't say that everybody who smokes a joint is going to go stoned out of their heads. The danger, though, is that if we don't have a controlled way in terms of the contents, when we get into highly concentrated like shatter, which is essentially a concentrate that has up to 30% and even more of THC, this is getting into serious levels of content, of psychoactive content that I got to believe have started to get really into a danger zone here. It's like having, you know, 80 proof alcohol.
Yeah, it's just that people become non-functional when the levels of THC are so elevated. I like the way you put it: legalize, regulate, and discourage. But you know, if we're going to legalize, that means you have to regulate. But discourage, who are we discouraging? Youth, and we're educating adults about the use. And like I said, a lot of people are self-medicating. Whether it's a painful condition, whether it's a psychological condition, they're self-medicating. And the other thing is, with the legalization is going to come the availability of oral compounds that they can take. Why should people be smoking this stuff and taking in all of the products of combustion? So, you know, I think there's a big field ahead, and I think the government is dead right in proceeding with legalization because of the fact that it gives us an opportunity to educate.
As if it, sorry.
Mr. Oliver.
Thank you very much. When we heard from Colorado, and we saw a letter actually that they had drafted that had gone to the Attorney General, Honorable Mr. Sessions. So they said in the most recent National Survey on Drug Use and Health that between 2013 and 14 and 2015 and 16, the period in which adult use marijuana businesses really opened their doors, youth marijuana use has declined by about 12%. And they attributed that quite remarkable outcome, because we haven't achieved that, to three different activities. So one was enhanced funding for law enforcement to really tackle the black market and make sure there was proper restrictions put in place there and charging, which the government has currently done. Appropriate education and awareness. In fact, they had appropriated $22 million, I think, from their marijuana tax revenues for education, which goes right to the heart of what your message, I think, is, Mr. Barkat and Mr. Paris. That's really what you're here to talk about. And then the third was strict regulatory provisions to prevent youth use, including age verification requirements, point of sale and prohibitions on advertising, packaging, and products. So when I asked them, was there a magic bullet in those three sort of tiers of activity, was there a magic bullet? And they said no, they were all really important to getting that youth utilization rates dropping. So I know you're here primarily to talk about the importance of education and health promotion message. The other two you're simpatico with as well. Do you have any concerns about those other two?
I totally agree. I mean, I think regulations has got to be important. How it's going to be sold, where it's going to be sold, what are the contents, what about edibles, and where is it going to be consumed publicly in the house? Are we going to allow parents to smoke pot in the car when their kids are sitting in the back? I mean, these are very serious questions. We had, parents, who have 4 plants of cannabis in the backyard, and the kid goes in the backyard and starts chomping on leaves. There's lots of scary.
I do think the Act and the government's actions find a really good balance in those priorities,
Yeah.
and I think you're really emphasizing that health promotion message in your the education message today.
The parents have to take
I had one
the
other question. Sorry.
responsibility.
So the other thing we heard. So you were in your nonprofit model, which is an interesting model. It's the first time I've heard that one sort of being put forward so strongly. From Colorado, they raised a concern about preventing vertical integration in the industry, and particularly separating grower producers from distribution marketing from retail. So in a nonprofit model, would you have concerns about vertical integration? Do you think that they should be separated? Would there be 3 categories of nonprofits, or do you think a monopoly vertically integrated nonprofit would work?
The model we propose in Quebec includes a state model with vertical market integration, whether it's fully public, private, with distribution points. For us, it's really important is to be logical, but our model does include a vertical integration of the market.
You're not worried about a monopoly to that extent, then? Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
All right. Well, look, I just want to thank the panel on behalf of our committee. We've certainly learned a lot, and we've enjoyed your presentation and your comments and information, and a lot of consistency with the hearings and the presentations we're getting. An awful lot about research and information and public awareness and training. Anyway, again, I just want to thank you on behalf of the committee for taking the time to do this and sharing your experience. We're going to suspend and return at 4 o'clock. Going back to our meeting number 66 to order, and now we have a panel here to discuss prevention, treatment, and low-risk use of cannabis. And we welcome our visitors by video conference and those who are present. I'll just go through an introduction. As an individual, we have Gabor Mate, retired physician, on video conference from British Columbia. And there we are. And then we have from the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, Benedict Fisher, Senior Scientist, Institute for Mental Health Policy and Research. And hopefully we have Bernard Lafall, Medical Head, Addiction Medicine Service, video conference from Toronto. Do we have him? I don't think we have him. We have an empty chair. From the City of Toronto, we have Eileen Davila, Medical Officer of Health, Toronto Public Health. Thanks very much for coming. As an individual, we have Sharon Levy, Director, Adolescent Substance Abuse Program, Boston Children's Hospital, by video conference from New York. Welcome. Thanks for taking the time to help us with this. And from the Ontario Public Health Association, we have Michelle Swarley, Chair of the Cannabis Task Group, and Elena Hashaminejad, member of the Cannabis Task Group. So welcome and thanks very much. We're going to open with 10-minute opening statements, and I understand some of you are splitting your time, but we like to try to keep it at 10 minutes. And I'm going to offer Mr. Mate, a retired physician, Dr. Mate, if you would like to open up with 10 minutes opening statement to give us an idea where you are.
Well, thank you for including me in this conversation. It's a pleasure to be here. My work in Vancouver was for 12 years in the downtown east side of Vancouver, which I think is notorious throughout North America as the continent's most concentrated area of drug use. And right now I travel extensively internationally to speak on addiction and related issues. In terms of cannabis, first of all, I welcome the legislation that's going to bring some rationality to the policy around this substance. Drug laws in general, and I'll refer to that later, are quite irrational in the sense that they have no connection to logic and very little connection to science whatsoever. When it comes to marijuana, it's a substance that's been around for a long time. I think the first archaeological evidence of its use in human beings goes back 4,000 years, and it was first mentioned in a medical compendium published in China 2,700 years BC. So that's how long its use goes back to. In modern times, it was well known to the British in India, where a physician studied it and found it to be helpful in tempering nausea, in relaxing muscles, and in treating pain. And as a matter of fact, Queen Victoria herself was prescribed marijuana for menstrual cramps. So the medical use of the substance and what you might call its recreational use goes back a long time. In terms of its addictive potential, it's just a misbelief that the plant is either in itself addictive or that it's a gateway plant for other addictions. If there's a gateway substance to addictions, it's tobacco, because most people who end up addicted to anything use tobacco first. But it's not a question of gateways. The fact about any substance, whether it's marijuana, whether it's heroin, whether it's alcohol, whether it's food, whether it's stimulants like cocaine, is that most people who try them, even repeatedly, never get addicted. But a minority will. So the question always becomes, is the substance addictive? The answer is yes or no. In itself, nothing is addictive, and yet potentially everything is addictive. And whether something becomes addictive or not depends very much on the individual susceptibility. Now, those susceptibilities may be, to some extent, genetically determined, but for the most part, I don't think that's where the answer lies. I think, fundamentally, the substances that people use serve a function in their lives. So if you take the case of ADHD, it's well known, for example, that kids with attention deficit hyperactive disorder are more likely to use marijuana. Why? Because it calms the hyperactive brain. So very often, addictions are self-medications. They begin as self-medications. Marijuana also soothes anxiety. Now, does that mean, therefore, it's benign? Not necessarily, because some people will start to self-medicate, and they start using it to the point that now it creates a problem in their lives. Now it's an addiction. So the question of a substance being addictive is not to do with the substance itself, but whether or not a person uses them to the degree that creates negative impact on their lives. And like any other substance, marijuana can do that. So it's neither true that it's addictive, nor is it true that it's not addictive. Again, it's a very individual matter. And the question is, how do we approach that? Well, first of all, we have to approach it rationally. This may be shocking or surprising to non-medical personnel, but legal substances like tobacco and alcohol are medically far more harmful than almost any of the illegal substances. For example, if you take 1,000 people who are heavy smokers or heavy drinkers and compare them to 1,000 people who use heroin in a non-overdose amount every day, and you look at those people 10, 15, 20 years later, there's going to be much more disease and death in the alcohol and tobacco users than amongst the heroin users. Now, this is especially true for marijuana, so that long-term studies show that over time, marijuana users just don't suffer significant consequences, with one significant exception, and I hope the committee takes this into account, which is that there's a very persuasive study out of Britain that showed that if adolescents use marijuana extensively, during their period of brain development, that can actually have deleterious effects on their long-term psychosocial and cognitive functioning. In other words, while it's true that marijuana is not as harmful as the already legal substances of tobacco and alcohol, it's also true that used extensively during the stage of brain development in adolescence, it can have negative long-term effects. The question is how to address these problems. Well, the trouble is with the adolescents and marijuana is that even when the substance has been completely illegal, as up till now, it did not stop adolescents from using it. In fact, it's the easiest thing to get for almost anybody, age 12 onward. I don't know what in the legislation can possibly address that issue. I don't know what legal measures can stop the use by adolescents. In other words, when we're looking at prevention, we have to really look at why people use them, what's in the culture that's driving their use, and how can we address those issues. And unfortunately, when it comes to drug prevention strategies, the idea of telling kids that stuff is bad for them just doesn't work. And the reason it doesn't work is because the kids that are listening to adults are not at risk. And the kids who are really at risk are not listening to adults. So the real issue is, how do we create conditions in our homes and in our schools where children will actually listen to what adults have to tell them? Because without that connection, that trust on the part of the adolescent, they will simply listen to their peer group far more closely than to the adults. When it comes to the treatment of any addiction, and again I say there is such a thing as marijuana addiction, when it comes to the treatment, and then I'll define addiction as any behavior, substance related or not, that a person craves, finds temporary pleasure in, and enjoys and finds relief in temporarily, but which causes negative consequences in the long term, and the person can't give it up. That's what an addiction is. And when it comes to treating any addiction, simply trying to address the addiction itself is inadequate, because there's always a reason why people use a substance or people engage in a certain behavior. And when you ask somebody, why use marijuana? Well, it makes me more relaxed. When you ask somebody why do you use heroin, because I don't feel emotional pain. In other words, the real problem is not the use of the marijuana or the heroin. The real problem is the emotional pain the person is having. The real problem is the overwhelmed state of their brain. In other words, the addictions are always a secondary attempt to solve a problem. And addiction treatments, which for the most part, I have to say, in this country, don't address the real issues. Addiction treatment, for the most part, address the behavior of addiction, but not the underlying causes of it, not the underlying purposes that the individual finds in the behavior. Those treatments will be insufficient. And so that when it comes to prevention, I think we have to look at what conditions in this society promote substance use in large numbers. What is it that's making, if you look at the statistics for our children, the number of kids who are anxious and depressed, alienated, troubled, diagnosed with this, that, or the other is going up and up and up all the time, and every year the statistics are more and more dire. That's the real issue. The drug use then is a secondary phenomenon. It's those primary issues of what's in our society that's driving the mental discomfort of our youth. That's what we have to address. And those are broad social questions. When it comes to treatment, then it's, again, how do we address the trauma and the stress and the emotional distress of individuals who then use substances to soothe those factors. So again, we have to look into causes rather than just behaviors. I don't know where I stand with my 10 minutes. I'd like to bring it to a close. I want to say only that I'm encouraged by Parliament's willingness to take a rational perspective towards something that our attitude has been completely unscientific and irrational. I just really hope that the same open-mindedness and willingness to be realistic will at some point very soon be extended to drug policy in general, because all the irrationality that has characterized marijuana policy in this country for decades still characterizes opiate policy, for example. And the current epidemic of opioid overdoses could be addressed very effectively, for example, but only if we take science and experience into account, and if we actually look at the evidence. And some years ago, I was asked to speak to a Senate committee on an omnibus crime bill, and I said to the honorable senators that as a physician, I'm expected to practice evidence-based medicine, and that's a good thing. And I wish only for Parliament, when it comes to drug laws, that you would practice evidence-based politics. Because the evidence internationally is that the current approaches to drug use in general not only do not work, they make the problem worse. And so, thank you again for your attention. I'm very encouraged by this moving forward, and I hope there'll be more to follow. Thank you.
And thank you. On behalf of the committee, we very much appreciate you taking the time to do this. Now we're going to go to the Center for Addiction and Mental Health. We have Dr. Fisher, and I understand you're going to split your time with Dr. Lafall. Your 10 minutes, is that correct?
Yes, and I'm very glad that he's actually here now. So,
oh, there he is.
The chair is full. Thank you, honorable members. It's great to be here with you and share some thoughts with you. My name is Benedict Fischer. I'm a senior scientist at the Institute for Mental Health Policy Research at CAMH and chair in addiction psychiatry at the Department of Psychiatry at the University of Toronto. I will share my opening remarks with my colleague, Dr. Lafall. I will speak to you primarily from the public health perspective, and he will speak primarily from the clinical perspective on treatment. I have worked on cannabis epidemiology, interventions, policy for almost 20 years, and let us generally say that we very much welcome the federal government's initiative towards legalization of cannabis use and supply with strict regulation, because we believe, and we have stated that clearly in our 2014 CAMH policy framework, that we believe that this is the best way to improve public health and safety outcomes related to cannabis use. And we did say that before it was politically popular on the federal level. Cannabis use, I'll make a few substantive comments. Cannabis use is not benign in terms of health risks. Cannabis use is associated with a number of different acute and chronic health risks. I will not repeat those. They're very well documented in the scientific literature. This is a panel on prevention and treatment interventions. I'll elaborate a little bit on the prevention side. In the intervention field, we typically distinguish between primary and secondary prevention. Primary prevention being general prevention, secondary or targeted prevention being aimed at users to reduce concrete use-related risks for adverse outcomes. Let me emphasize that primary prevention for cannabis, even or especially under legalization, is an important facet of policy and interventions. Let me emphasize that abstinence from cannabis use is still the safest and most reliable way to avoid and reduce the risks of use. However, we have a large number of Canadians, about 15% of the adult population, but up to 40 to 45% of youth and young adults who've made the decision, for whatever reasons, to be users. So we have to combine our efforts on the prevention side to both keep the true abstinence rate as low as reasonably possible, but to do everything we can to reduce the risks and harms among those large populations of people who've made the decision to actually use. That really, in essence, is the main practical challenge under legalization. Given that the majority of use is concentrated in the age group 15 to 29, in other words, youth and young adults, we have to ensure that this sizable population of young Canadians makes it through that cannabis use period with as little and most limited health and social harms as possible into mid and late adulthood for legalization to succeed as a public health intervention. That's essentially the quintessential challenge under legalization policy for the benefit of public health. To elaborate a little bit on the secondary or targeted prevention side with some examples, of course, secondary prevention is a very broad realm or range of efforts that relate to a lot of different details of especially how legalization is designed and implemented. In other words, things like what do we sell, where do we sell, who do we sell to, how do we control contribution, but also things like avoiding promotion and advertising, pricing policy, all those kinds of aspects of the organization of legalization as it is enacted, as we know very well from data from alcohol and tobacco policy, are extremely powerful levers in terms of the risks and harms that we want to avoid. So a lot of these details, or the devil that is in those details, is very relevant to the kinds of outcomes that legalization policy will produce and entail. I'll just give a couple of examples. So what will be extremely relevant for those kinds of risks and harms is what products are sold. We should avoid selling high-risk products, high-potency products. At the same time, things like edibles should be allowed because they bear the potential to reduce important, for example, smoking-related harms. We should categorically not allow any kind of commercialization through advertising or promotion that leads to higher use and higher harms, as we know from alcohol and tobacco. We should keep distribution in public hands or public monopoly hands. Pricing and taxation is enormously important, but not in a static way. But it needs to be flexible so we can adjust to organized demand and supply. And I'm personally concerned about restricting cannabis use and potentially production through home growing to private homes. It's not in the good interest of public health. Finally, there's also the potential to reduce risks and harms among cannabis users through behavioral choices they make. That's exactly the conceptual basis of the lower risk cannabis use guidelines that we launched in June from an international committee of scientists, published in the American Journal of Public Health, endorsed by the Federal Minister of Health and 5 leading national health organizations. This is one ready tool for targeted prevention among users as part of a comprehensive prevention strategy that we're happy to help with. I'll hand it over to my colleague, Dr. Le Foll, to speak on issues of cannabis disorder and treatment.
Thank you, Benedict. Dear honorable members, thanks for the opportunity to talk about treatment of cannabis use disorder. As a way of introduction, I am a clinician scientist. Sorry?
No.
I'm a clinician scientist working at the Center for Addiction and Mental Health, so I practice in addiction medicine. And I have done research on impact of cannabis, doing studies on cannabis administration in human subjects, but also clinical trials studying treatment approach for cannabis use disorder. I would like to start by describing the variety of clinical presentations that we can see. We can have subjects presenting for cannabis intoxication. So the symptoms there will be euphoria, but it can be also tachycardia, altered judgment, sometimes psychiatric complication associated with intoxication. I'm talking here primarily of anxiety symptom and psychosis symptom. There is no overdose associated with cannabis, so it's much less risky than opioid, as an example, that can lead to death. There is also very clear symptoms that can occur when a subject discontinue exposure to cannabis after regular prolonged use. So there is a very typical cannabis withdrawal syndrome that has been described. It presents with anxiety, dysphoria, sleep disturbance, irritability, anorexia. So cannabis withdrawal can be distressing in an individual, but it's not life-threatening here again. And but we know that experiences cannabis withdrawal symptom makes cannabis cessation more challenging and is associated with higher risk of relapse. But as mentioned before, the main challenge is the loss of control over the use that can develop in a fraction of users, so that's called the addiction problem. So currently in the field we are defining this as cannabis use disorder, and cannabis use disorder is characterized by a pattern of cannabis use that causes clinically significant distress or social impairment. So there could be negative consequence associated with drug use and inability to stop using. So previously the field was using the terminology of abuse and dependence, dependence being the more severe form of addiction here. So the research based on epidemiological survey clearly indicates that around 7 to 9% of those that use cannabis during their lifetime will develop dependence at some point of their life. There is a higher fraction that will lose control over the use and that will develop cannabis use disorder. It is estimated that the fraction will be around potentially 30–40%. It is important to realize that those numbers are lifetime numbers, which means that you have subjects that will have a problematic cannabis use only for a restricted period of time in their life, and they will go over this pattern of problematic use without necessarily requiring specialized treatment. But it is currently seen as a growing problem because we see more and more people coming in addiction treatment that request specifically treatment for cannabis use disorder, but also that have cannabis associated with their addiction. I would like to make it clear that at this point of time, the number of subjects coming for addiction treatment with cannabis use disorder as the main reason is very small compared to the number of subjects that seek treatment for alcohol or opiate. In terms of treatment, so treatment of cannabis use disorder can be performed in an outpatient setting, but sometimes patient can be treated inpatient or in residential treatment, but usually that is more for the subjects that have concurrent psychiatric issue or polysubstance use. It is recommended that the treatment provider evaluate precisely what are the treatment goals of the patient, and those may vary greatly. So some subjects may want to be completely abstinent, some may want to reduce their level of use or avoid risky use.
Yeah, Dr. LaFall, I have to ask you to bring it to a close. Your time is up.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but I have to do that. Could you just bring it to a close?
Sure. So
Thanks.
we have mostly at this point of time interventions that are effective, and those are psychosocial intervention. It's mostly cognitive behavioral therapy and motivational enhancement therapy. So analysis of the literature indicate that those are the most effective treatment approach. It should be noted that the treatment sector in addiction is not necessarily using those approach that have shown the best efficacy. There is currently research done on pharmaceutical treatment for cannabis use disorder. This is not yet a mainstream treatment approach. It's still under the domain of research, so it's a domain for which we do not have currently pharmacological intervention available. And we think that it's very important that more trial being done in this area in order to generate the evidence that will lead to better practice in the future.
Okay, thanks very much. Now we'll go to the City of Toronto. Ms. Davila.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everybody,
I'm
and
sorry,
thank you.
Dr. Davila.
That's okay. I'm fairly flexible with the title, although
You have
I
to
did
be
work hard to
flexible
get
here.
it. Anyway, good afternoon, and thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to speak with you today. As you've heard, I am Dr. Eileen Davila, and I'm the Medical Officer of Health for the City of Toronto, where I serve the 2.8 million residents of our very fine city. I should point out that my comments here today do represent the view, not just my views, but the views of Toronto Public Health and of the Toronto Board of Health, and are restricted to the proposed legislation for non-medical cannabis. So just to kick off, I'd like to say that we do support the goal of Bill C-45 to provide Canadians with legal access to cannabis, and in doing so, ending the practice of criminalizing people who consume cannabis for non-medical purposes. As you've heard from other presenters thus far, the science on cannabis is indeed still emerging. We do know that it's not a benign substance. We know that it's a psychoactive substance with known harms of use. It's therefore imperative, in my opinion, and in that of my organization, that the development of a regulatory framework is guided by public health principles to balance legal access to cannabis with reducing harms of use. So as you've heard already from some of the other witnesses before you today, there is health evidence that shows that smoking cannabis is linked to a number of health conditions, respiratory disorders, including bronchitis and cancer. It's also known to impair memory, attention span, and other cognitive functioning. It impairs psychomotor abilities, including motor coordination and divided attention. These are relevant public health concerns because of their connection to impaired driving in particular. You've also heard that heavy cannabis use during adolescence has been linked to more serious and long-lasting outcomes, such as greater likelihood of developing dependence and impairments in memory and verbal learning. And in addition, the risk of dependence increases when use is initiated in adolescence, as rightfully pointed out, by Dr. Maté. As you may know, motor vehicle accidents are the main contributor to Canada's burden of disease and injury when it comes to cannabis. A recent study reveals that many Canadian youth consider cannabis to be less impairing than alcohol. However, as mentioned earlier, the psychoactive effects of cannabis can negatively affect the cognitive and psychomotor skills needed for driving. In addition to strengthening penalties for impaired driving by amending the criminal code as put forward in Bill C-45, preventing cannabis-impaired driving will require targeted public education. It's my understanding that the Government of Canada is preparing a public campaign to raise awareness about drug-impaired driving. In Toronto Public Health, we would recommend that the government use evidence-informed messaging, targeting youth and young adults in particular, and to launch this campaign without delay.
Further, I would recommend that the government support municipalities, provinces, and territories with local initiatives to discourage people from driving after consuming cannabis. In its final recommendations to the government, the Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulation expressed concerns about the reliability of predicting impairment based on levels of THC, the main psychoactive compound in cannabis, detected in samples of bodily fluids. These concerns have also been raised by other organizations, including those in the United States. I would recommend that the government make further investments in research and refinements to technology to better link THC levels with impairment and crash risk for developing evidence-informed standards. The stated key objective of Bill C-45 to prevent young people from accessing cannabis is central to adopting a public health approach to the legalization of cannabis. We must apply lessons learned from tobacco and alcohol in developing the appropriate policy framework at all orders of government to prevent young people from using cannabis. As mentioned by my colleague here to my left, evidence about tobacco advertising shows that it has an impact on youth smoking and that comprehensive advertising bans are most effective in reducing tobacco use and initiation. Personally, I welcome the requirements in Bill C-45 that maintain existing promotion and marketing rules in place for tobacco, including restrictions on point-of-sale promotion. We'd also like to see these restrictions strengthened to include advertising in such venues as movies, video games, and other media, including online marketing and advertising, which are accessible to youth. Further, additional research on the impact of marketing and promotion is essential for making evidence-informed amendments to regulations and to develop prevention strategies, and federal funding should be targeted to this area. Furthermore, we know that labeling and packaging are being used for promoting tobacco and tobacco brands. While I appreciate that Bill C-45 prohibits packaging and labeling of cannabis in a way that could be appealing to young people, a key omission in the Act is a requirement for the plain packaging of retail cannabis products. In a recent report, the Smoke-Free Ontario Scientific Advisory Committee identified plain packaging as a highly impactful tool for reducing tobacco use. The requirement for plain and standardized packaging for tobacco is currently being proposed in Federal Bill S-5, and we recommend you do likewise for cannabis. Fundamental to a public health approach for legalizing access to cannabis is regulating retail access. I'm pleased with the province of Ontario's recent informed intent to establish a provincially controlled agency for the retail sale and distribution of non-medical cannabis, separate from that for alcohol. A government-controlled retail and distribution system that is guided by public health objectives and social responsibility will ensure better control of health protective measures for cannabis use. I also urge your government to direct other provinces and territories to establish a retail and distribution system that is guided by public health principles and social responsibility. I commend the government for not legalizing access to cannabis-based edible products until comprehensive regulations for its production, distribution, and sale have been developed. The experience in the United States cautions us of the challenges posed by edible cannabis products, including accidental consumption by children, overconsumption due to the delay in feeling the psychoactive effects, and ensuring the standardization of the potency of cannabis in edible products. I would now like to draw your attention to some of the limitations of the existing cannabis research. While there is growing evidence about the health impacts of cannabis, some of the research findings are inconsistent or even contradictory, and causal relationships have not always been established. There is still much that we don't know. Most of the research to date has focused on frequent chronic use, and the results must be interpreted in that context. More evidence is needed about occasional and moderate use, as this comprises the majority of cannabis use. I therefore urge you to earmark funding for research related to the full range of health impacts of cannabis use, in particular for occasional and moderate consumption. Evidence-informed public education will be imperative for implementing an effective, health-promoting regulatory framework for cannabis. There is an opportunity to promote a culture of moderation and harm reduction for cannabis that may extend to other substance use, especially amongst young people. The Government of Canada has stated its plan to pass Bill C-45 by July 1st, 2018. However, in the meantime, Canadians continue to be arrested for possession of cannabis. Criminalization of cannabis use and possession impacts social determinants of health, such as access to employment and housing. Given that cannabis possession will soon be made lawful in Canada, I urge you immediately to decriminalize the possession of non-medical cannabis for personal use. In closing, I would like to reaffirm that Toronto Public Health supports the stated intent of Bill C-45 and recommends strengthening the health-promoting requirements in the bill. I appreciate the complexity of building a regulatory framework for non-medical cannabis. Given that we're still learning about the impacts of cannabis use, the legal framework for cannabis must allow for strengthening health-promoting policies while curtailing the influence of profit-driven policies. I look forward to the ongoing consultations with the Government of Canada on the evolving policy landscape for this important public health issue. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. Now we're going to go by video conference to Sharon Levy, Director of the Adolescent Substance Abuse Program from New York. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment on Bill C-45, Act Respecting Cannabis and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act, the Criminal Code, and other acts. As a developmental behavioral pediatrician and a researcher in the field of adolescent substance use, I'm concerned about the potential impact of these changes specifically on the health of children and adolescents. I've served as the chair of the American Academy of Pediatrics National Committee on Substance Use and Prevention, and I've been the director of the Adolescent Substance Abuse Program at Boston Children's Hospital since its inception in 2000. Over the past 17 years, I've evaluated and treated hundreds of teens with substance use disorders. And while much of my comments have already been said in one form or another, I'd like to speak from personal experience. So cannabis is an addictive drug that's particularly harmful to developing adolescent brains. Teens that consume cannabis have poorer life outcomes on a number of measures. They have more mental health disorders, including depression, anxiety, and psychosis. As a group, they complete less school and are more likely to be unemployed or underemployed than their peers. These harms are distinctly different from the harms of use of other substances, such as tobacco, alcohol, and opioids, but they're no less serious or consequential. As the director of an adolescent substance use disorders program serving youth aged 12 to 25, I work regularly with children and young adults who use cannabis. In fact, more than 90% of patients that we see in our program have a cannabis use disorder. And while almost all of them started their drug use histories with cannabis, few stick to one drug alone. Almost all of our patients in treatment for heroin addiction first used cannabis, and most use it very heavily. We've treated a number of teen cannabis users who've developed schizophrenia right in front of our eyes and who will never be able to care for themselves or live independently. We don't know what would have happened to them if they hadn't used cannabis, but the science and the statistics made us wonder if they might have had a different life had it not been for a completely preventable risk factor. More commonly, we see again and again adolescents whose cannabis use more subtly impedes them. Two patients with similar histories paint a very clear picture of cannabis addiction. Both were good students in high school and accepted to elite universities where they began using cannabis heavily and ended up failing out. Both blame their changing academic status on heavy cannabis use. All four of their parents have been devastated. One of the fathers confided about adjusting to his own hopes and expectations for his son. A few short years ago, he had envisioned his son becoming a successful professional. Now, he simply hopes he'll be able to function well enough to support himself. The list goes on, with many adolescents that I care for falling short of their own educational goals, underemployed, and struggling with mental health disorders while their families watch and wonder about their future. Bill C-45 would prohibit the sale or marketing of cannabis to adolescents and younger adults under the age of 18. and legalization is often proposed as a mechanism to reduce youth access by taxing and regulating cannabis, raising the price, eliminating the black market, and making shop owners gatekeepers. This approach has failed with other substances in the past. Marketing restrictions have historically been of limited utility when tested against the potential for substantial profits. While it's illegal for tobacco companies to market cigarettes to children, the familiar story of Joe Camel is a good example of how pernicious advertising can be. In the U.S., the experience in Colorado, which was one of the first 2 states to legalize cannabis, is instructive. The number of teen users in Colorado increased by 20% in the 2 years immediately following legalization, while falling by 4% in the rest of the country. As a developmental pediatrician and also the parent of 2 teenage children, this finding isn't at all surprising. The retail sale of cannabis serves to normalize use. Teens are very, very responsive to cultural trends. When cannabis use is condoned, teens are more likely to use it. To argue otherwise is simply unreasonable on a developmental perspective. In the U.S., evolving cannabis policies have resulted in changes to cannabis itself. The concentration of THC, the main active ingredient in cannabis, has increased dramatically over the past 3 decades, exposing users to higher levels of this drug than ever before. That's one of the reasons the science has been so tricky to pin down, because the product is actually changing. New edible products, including cookies, candies, and sodas, have appeared on the market and are sold under the umbrella of marijuana. Now, this market expansion is to be expected because creating new and improved products is a tried and true technique for boosting sales by constantly inviting new users to try and old users to add new products to their repertoire. Dabbing, a newly popular way of using cannabis, results in extremely high blood levels of THC. Higher THC exposure produces more euphoria and also causes more medical problems. In our clinical practice, kids are coming in with new problems that we rarely saw 10 years ago. Cannabis hyperemesis syndrome, which causes recurrent vomiting, was once rare but is now quite common in our practice. Psychiatric symptoms and complaints have also increased. Many of our patients have heard voices, experienced delusions, or become anxious and paranoid with cannabis use. In a study that our group is currently conducting in our primary care center, more than 25% of cannabis users report that they've hallucinated while using cannabis, and more than 30% report having been paranoid. As a pediatrician, I find these numbers terrifying. While there's been limited study of these questions in the past, our clinical experience suggests that these rates are increasing, just as would be expected with ever-increasing drug exposure. Drawing from my experience as both a researcher and a clinician, I'd like to offer the following suggestions. First off, I recommend that delivering clear messages to youth that avoiding cannabis use is best for their health. The American Academy of Pediatrics and the Canadian Pediatric Society both oppose marijuana legalization and encourage parents, healthcare providers, teachers, and other adults to give clear and unambiguous guidance to children. Campaigns that educate the public in an attempt to prevent use or delay initiation could be beneficial. For example, the Truth campaign that targeted tobacco use was remarkably successful in shifting the public perception of tobacco from glamorous to repulsive. Rates of tobacco use plummeted over the past 20 years with the stigmatization of smoking. Cannabis is well known to be a psychoactive substance that's particularly detrimental to developing adolescent brains. Although misconceptions that cannabis is healthy because it's natural or safe because it's legal have cultural traction, they're false, and they require ongoing strong messaging of evidence to the contrary. Age restrictions are effective at reducing youth substance use. In the U.S., enactment of the National Minimum Drinking Age Act, which effectively raised the drinking age to 21 in all 50 states, resulted in a 16% reduction in motor vehicle accidents, was a direct result of lower alcohol consumption. Canada, which has lower drinking age, also has the highest rate of problem alcohol use in the Americas. These facts support higher minimum age limits as a good public health strategy. Innovations to cannabis-based products are public health risks, particularly for adolescents. It may be that addictive substances need completely new policy approaches, novel regulatory schemes that control or eliminate profits, control prices, and conduct surveillance at both the individual and population levels should be considered. This type of approach would be expensive and would require unprecedented collaboration between branches of government and other sectors of society. History and current evidence suggest that simply legalizing cannabis and giving free rein to the industry that it will engender would be to entrust private industry with safeguarding the health of the public, a role that industry is not well designed to handle. Finally, we need more clinicians trained to treat adolescents with cannabis addiction, and this will require financial support. With the legalization of marijuana in Canada, there will be a pressing need for healthcare providers specialized in youth addictions and treatment of adolescent substance use disorders. I am pleased to report that the first physician to acquire specialized training in pediatric addiction medicine in all of North America is a Canadian who is currently training at Boston Children's Hospital. Much more support and many more funded training spots and training programs are needed. Thank you for listening and for the opportunity to address this panel.
Thank you, Dr. Levy, and we're fortunate to have access to your expertise, and we'll be asking you questions shortly. In the meantime, we're going to hear from Ontario Public Health Association, Michelle Sowerly, Chair of the Cannabis Task Group, and Elena Hashiminejad, member of the Cannabis Task Group. So I don't know how you're going to split the time. You're going to split the time?
Yes, we are.
All right, I'll give you a 5-minute signal when you're 5 minutes in.
Oh, we're going to alternate.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, that's what we're going to do. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and committee members. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before your committee. My name is Michelle Swarley, and I'm representing the Ontario Public Health Association in my capacity of chair of the Task Group for Cannabis. I'm pleased to be joined by my colleague, Elena Hashiminejad, who is a member of the Task Group. The Ontario Public Health Association, or OPHA for short, is a nonprofit, nonpartisan association that brings together those committed to improving people's health from the public and community health, academic, voluntary, and private sector. Many of our members, be they public health nurses like ourselves, are working on the front lines to promote and improve public health in their communities. OPHA has been championing prevention, health promotion, and protection since its creation over 68 years ago. Our mission is to provide leadership on issues affecting the public's health and strengthening the impact of people who are active in the public and community health throughout Ontario. Our task group encourages the federal government to adopt a public health approach to cannabis regulation to allow for more control over the risk factors associated with cannabis-related harms. Based on evidence that the risk of cannabis are higher with early age of initiation and/or high frequency of use, a public health approach aims to delay the age of initiation of cannabis use, reduce the frequency of use, reduce higher risk use, reduce problematic use and dependence, expand access to treatment and prevention programs, and ensure early and sustained public education and awareness. We advocate for the federal government to apply the health equity lens and recognize the roles played by the social determinants of health, to understand those that are most likely to be affected by the legalization of recreational cannabis, and to support corresponding strategies to mitigate impacts. Elena will now highlight OPHA's recommendations.
Thank you, Michelle. I'd like to start off by indicating our support for the Federal Task Force on Cannabis Legalization and Regulations objective to protect young Canadians by keeping marijuana out of the hands of children and youth. So as it's been shared, I'm sure today and throughout this week, that Canadian youth have the highest, or have one of the highest reported rates of use among developed countries, which we know is concerning because research has found that the brain continues to develop until the early 20s. Now, to protect young Canadians, it's important we consider some of these prevention measures. So Health Canada recognizes that tobacco packages have been powerful promotional vehicles for the tobacco industry and has stated that it is committed to introducing plain packaging, which a lot of my fellow colleagues have also highlighted today. As part, we recommend that the same regulations be put in place for cannabis products as well. We recommend clear and restrictive requirements for the mitigation of sale and promotion of products to youth, considerations for unintended exposure, and retail licensing requirements. We recommend that all cannabis and cannabis-containing product labels include clearly displayed THC and cannabinol content, evidence-informed health warnings, harm reduction messages, and information and accessing support services. So although plain and childproof packaging may reduce some risks of unintended exposure through regulation, it does not effectively reduce risks for edibles, where children may mistake edible products as regular food when these products are not enclosed in their packaging. With that in mind, we recommend that regulations regarding edibles consider the impacts of product manufacture that resemble candies, cookies, gummies, and other products typically marketed to children. Lastly, given that the significant portion of cannabis users are young adults, we encourage the federal government to facilitate discussion with all levels of government to ensure that the minimum age is consistent. A consistent minimum age would eliminate cross-border variation, which limit the effectiveness of minimal legal age regulations to protect young people.
We also want to ensure Canadians are well informed through sustained appropriate public health campaigns, and for youth in particular, ensure that risks are understood. As mentioned earlier, the Canadian Centre of Substance Use and Addiction report on Canadian youth perception of cannabis stated that overall youth considered cannabis to be less harmful than alcohol and other substances. Youth also felt confused about cannabis laws. We are concerned that there's not enough public awareness about the harmful effects of cannabis, and further research is needed to continue to understand the impact, be it on the brain development, pregnant and breastfeeding women, or in other areas. We urge the federal government to engage youth in the creation of the health promotion materials and strategies targeted to them. To ensure the public is fully aware of the harms associated with cannabis use, we recommend the government develop and implement an evidence-informed public education campaign ahead of the federal legislation being passed. Both general awareness to promote lower-risk cannabis use guidelines and targeted initiatives to raise awareness of the risks to specific groups such as adolescents, those who are pregnant, and people with personal or family history of mental illness are needed. It is also crucial that the federal government commits to using high percentage of revenue gains from the sale of cannabis products as a source of funding for prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement. Significant funding towards population approach for mental wellness, stress management, and healthy coping strategies must also be considered.
It's also important to note that in terms of keeping our roads safe, we know that impaired driving is a leading criminal cause of death and injury on our roadways, and cannabinoids are among the most common psychoactive substances that are found in deceased and injured drivers in Canada. So we agree with the federal government that there is a need to strengthen our impaired driving laws to better understand drug-impaired driving. In addition, we also support the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police recommendation for advanced funding for enhanced officer training and drug recognition technology investments to ensure a clear and reliable system for identifying, testing, and imposing consequences for drug-impaired driving prior to legalization. In terms of workplace wellness, cannabis use or impairment in the workplace, especially in safety-sensitive positions, can pose a danger to everyone, including the person who's impaired. While substance use in the workplace is not a new issue, employer groups and workplaces would benefit from clear guidance from both the federal and provincial government regarding measures, such as policies and procedures that they can follow through with, to address cannabis use in the workplace. In addition, access to programs and services to support employees with dependence or problematic substance use needs to be greatly increased.
Lastly, we support research and conducting ongoing data collection, including gathering baseline data to monitor the impact of the new framework. Our task group emphasizes the need for investing in research and centralized national surveillance systems so that problems can be detected at an early stage, successes are tracked and emphasized, and course corrections can be made. This should be implemented now so that we have baseline data. We also emphasize the need for a comprehensive policy monitoring and evaluation framework. Moving forward, we recommend further research to investigate maternal cannabis use during pregnancy and impact on birth and childhood outcomes, the impact of cannabis exposure through breastfeeding, the impact of cannabis use on mental health, interactions between cannabis use and pharmaceuticals, testing methods to determine cannabis levels and/or impairment levels, the health effects of heavy, regular, or occasional cannabis use, just to name a few. Our recommendation is to enhance current national surveillance systems, such as the Canadian Community Mental Health Survey and the Canadian Tobacco, Alcohol, and Drug Survey, to include additional questions on public opinion on cannabis policy and regulation, awareness of the health effects of cannabis use, the effects of cannabis use during pregnant or while breastfeeding. This data can help inform the development and changes to health policy, public health programs, and communication campaigns geared towards cannabis use.
We would like to conclude by thanking you for the opportunity to convey the ideas and recommendations from our members. Further recommendations related to the legalization of the recreational use of cannabis can be found in our position paper, which we've left with you today, titled The Public Health Implications of the Legalization of Recreational Cannabis. Our position paper expands on the recommendations that we've made today, along with other areas of focus, such as taxation and age, sales, access, and we'd be happy to speak to these as well. OPHA believes that Bill C-45 and the recent response from Ontario are steps in the right direction. We believe that through effective public health focused policy interventions, a comprehensive, collaborative, and compassionate approach to drug policy can be put in place, which furthers the government's commitment to legalize, regulate, and restrict access to cannabis. We welcome the opportunity to collaborate with the federal government and others to achieve this shared goal, and will continue to offer our local, provincial, and national networks, our evidence-based information, the knowledge and expertise. We thank you for your time and consideration today.
And thank you very much. Now we'll go to a round of 7-minute questions, and we'll start with Ms. Sidhu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you all for your presentation. A key goal of this legislation is to restrict access of young Canadians to cannabis in order to shut down the illicit market and keep profits away from criminals. Government has set the federal legal age at 18, with provinces able to change this. Mr. Fisher, could you tell us on the reason you believe 18 is the right minimum age for the federal law?
Well, 18 or 19, as it was decided in Ontario, is a good political compromise, I'd say. It's a good political compromise because it makes the age limits consistent with alcohol and tobacco regulations. It wouldn't make sense otherwise. It wouldn't make sense to let people drink at age 19 and consume an overall less hazardous substance at a higher age. At the same time, and I've used this term before, I think there's a certain sense of, if you allow me, political naivete, in the sense that we will legalize and regulate and set an age limit, and all of a sudden, all the young people below age 19 who used cannabis under prohibition when the age limit was 500 years or 0, that they all of a sudden will stop using cannabis. We have to be very realistic and aware of that. The best we can hope for under the age limit of 19 for people under the age of 19 is that we will have trickle-down beneficial effects to that age group that make their use less risky, less harmful through regulated products, safer distribution, etc., combined with more effective and realistic and evidence-based prevention. But please do not fool yourself that legalization with the strictest and best possible regulation will eliminate cannabis use for the people under age 19. We would all fool ourselves. That will not happen. That is the Achilles heel of the current policy and law proposed. Politically, it wouldn't be more defensible to lower the age limit. I understand and appreciate that, but we have to put everything in motion to reduce the risks and harms of what will certainly be ongoing cannabis use at the highest levels relatively to other populations in the age groups below 19.
Thank you. I noticed that you also support the model of the LCBO in Ontario as the distribution system. Why do you feel this is a better than private storefront sales?
I supported all along a publicly controlled, a public monopoly distribution system. Whether LCBO stores alone will be the best system, I think, is in question, and I question that personally. I advocated for a hybrid model between public LCBO-based and community storefront outlets, primarily for the following reason. The success of legalization will, to a large extent, hinge on the fact to which extent we can effectively bring current consumers from illegal markets and sources to legal sources, in practice, not on paper or in theory. In other words, if we design a distribution system now that is, perfect on paper, but it's too strictly regulated, too sterile, too aloof from the realities and wishes and preferences, as subjective as they may be, of current users. And they will not go there, but keep buying illegal, hazardous, risky products from illegal markets and sources. Legalization will fail. It will have succeeded maybe in abstract theory, but it will have failed in practice. This is a crucial hinge variable of the success of this, whether we can bring users, all of them, as many as possible, from illegal markets and sources to the legal markets. And therefore, that part of the equation needs to succeed. And at this point, we don't know perfectly how to do that best and well. We have good theoretical ideas. I think some of the ideas are a bit misguided as it is currently designed, probably overly restrictive and too sterile maybe, but it will remain to be seen, and we need to try and see what happens, and if necessary, adjust, and that may have to be little, that may have to be a lot, but we have to bring people into legal distribution systems. If that doesn't happen, if we don't succeed, legalization to a large extent as a public health venture will fail.
Thank you. My next question to Dr. Davila. Thank you for serving 2.8 million Toronto residents. I noticed that you support the idea that cannabis products should be sold in plain packaging. Could you tell us why you favor this model?
So, as I referred to in my remarks, the idea is to borrow from that which we know from other products that are already out there. So there's quite a bit of research with respect to how packaging impacts the uptake and use by youth in particular. So we do know, and I do believe there's good reason to believe, and I think my colleagues just to my right also speak about this within their position, that plain packaging actually, one, allows for the opportunity for appropriate information to be conveyed, but also minimizes the attractiveness to youth. And as we've heard from all of us across the table here, there are particular concerns around initiation of cannabis use in youth, and particularly heavy use in youth, and its long-term consequences. That's where evidence is actually most solid, despite the fact that we know that our understanding, our comprehensive understanding of the health impacts of cannabis is still something that's very much in development. So the notion is to try to minimize or reduce attractiveness to youth so as to minimize the negative impacts, the negative health impacts, and the social impacts associated with early initiation and heavy use in youth.
Time's up. Dr. Carey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to the witnesses. Again, we've had great witnesses here, but so little time to ask you questions. I got so many. Maybe I could start off with Dr. Levy. First of all, thank you very much for participating in this really important committee that we're having here. As a developmental pediatrician and somebody who's on the ground, we really appreciate your input. And I want to ask you a question. We've had different opinions, but one thing is clear. It says the younger you start smoking marijuana, the higher the chances of becoming addicted. And in this legislation, I was wondering what you think of the fact that the legislation is going to allow 12 to 17-year-olds to possess up to 5 grams. Now, my understanding that could be 10 to 15 joints. Is the federal government sending the wrong message with that?
You know, that's an excellent question. I think that I've heard a lot from other committee members about the need to decriminalize marijuana possession, marijuana use. And I think that that's very important. What we don't want to do, because what we know is a failure, is to arrest users, arrest those who are in possession of cannabis and send them off to jail or give them criminal records. That doesn't help anybody, and it doesn't. You know, it's a waste of effort, it's a waste of time, it's a waste of money, but it creates also bad consequences down the road. On the other hand, you know, there are ways in which the judicial system can be used as leverage to get people into treatment, and so for for underage users, I think there's a tremendous opportunity to really use the opportunity not to arrest them or give them a criminal record or throw them in jail, but to somehow use the opportunity of their possession to have them evaluated, to have them meet one-on-one with a physician or social worker or other health professional who can really figure out how, where on the spectrum use falls and determine the appropriate next steps, which could be anything from advice and guidance all the way through more formal treatment for cannabis use disorder.
Well, the panel before you asked a similar question to one of the other doctors here, and what's become obvious is this legislation before us really doesn't give those tools. I don't think anybody wants to see a young person criminalized and have that record follow through, but one of the witnesses did say that there should be a way that it will allow the issue to be addressed, and we still haven't come up with any answers there. We're hoping to see, as all of us sit around this table, we want to make it a better bill if the government's going down this route to see the best we can. There's also controversy over how dangerous is cannabis to young minds. We had, again, the former panel said it is more dangerous because of the cumulative effects for young people. We had Dr. Fisher, and he said that this is a less dangerous substance. I was just wondering, for your opinion, is cannabis less dangerous than alcohol or for youth, or is it more dangerous? You brought up these different things about new disorders, things along those lines. What's your opinion?
Right. So I think that each substance has its own profile of consequences and harms, and there's some way that the question is really comparing apples to oranges. Mm-hmm. So cannabis use very clearly gives problems with mental health disorders and problems in functioning. By the way, those are harder to pick up because typically monitoring systems are picking up things like heart disease and lung cancer, right? That's the classic problems with smoking, and they are not so good at picking up depression or underemployment. So we can miss some of those, so that's an important point. But I think that to ask which of those are more harmful is really not such a logical question. I think both of those outcomes are bad. We'd like to avoid all of them, and to try and compare the substances, to me, doesn't make a whole lot of sense.
Well, that I agree. I think both of them are very significant and very serious, and because youth in Canada have this idea that it's just pot, nothing to really worry about, we really have to get ahead of the education, and I think the current government, they've had 2 years to get out ahead of this, and it's a real lost opportunity, and that's kind of where I want to talk to the OPHA. You mentioned the importance of things like data collection, and again, in this bill, we're trying to make it a better bill. And we've had witnesses say data collection should be ongoing now. And this bill, I don't think, even addresses it. I don't even see anything moving forward for data collection and helping out the provinces and municipalities on how to do that. You talked about education. And again, what a lost opportunity. They've had 2 years to do that. We had a private organization talk about what they're doing. And the government's put forward, I think, $9.5 million over 5 years for Canada. Now we had Colorado, $10 million for a population per year, for a population of 5 million people. Washington, $7 million for 7 million people. And I was wondering if you could really comment on the lack of direction in this bill for data collection, education, and you also meant treatment.
I can speak to the education piece and more just highlighting, like you said, the importance of the education. I think coming from when I work frontline and I have the opportunity to go out to schools, for many years we had difficulties even going into schools. So I think the fact that we are moving towards this has brought the attention to even allow us to begin talking about this substance, because it's not, I mean, for us that work in frontline, it's not that we haven't attempted to, but there's always been a barrier because it's been an illegal substance. Mm-hmm. And we know that Canadians are amongst one of the highest users, and we know from even our fellow colleagues from CCSA that when they are interviewing youth, or even when I see youth up front, the perception is that it's it's natural, it's not harmful, and that's where that big gap is. So yes, education needs to start, and I think one of the biggest keys to prevention is bringing that education, and not just so much to youth, but to parents, to educators, to those who are working alongside youth. And, you know, they are a population that's important. But I think something that's also that needs to be brought up is a lot of youth are questioning why we're moving towards legalization. It kind of at times builds up the perception of that it's more safe. So I think even having education on the reasons why we are moving towards this can at least help in them understanding that we're not legalizing this because, quote unquote, as you know, some of them quote in some of these interviews, is that it's natural or, you know, it's a plant, but for the reasons that we have outlined. So I think those are very key components in education that need to be started. And I know when we look at different public health units, we all are trying to work together and do the education. And I saw the drug-free kit, which we have heard about
Well,
too.
if I could interrupt you, though.
Yes, of course.
290 days before it's implemented. Have you had any support from the government?
Mr. Carey.
Oh, darn. Okay.
Okay, Mr. Davies.
Thanks to all the witnesses for being here. Dr. Maté, if I may direct some questions to you first. The Liberal government has asserted that the proper public policy in respect to cannabis is to legalize it and to meet a specified set of purposes. And I want to say the New Democrats agree with the government on this in terms of the proper policy approach. I want to read you the purposes of why they want to legalize cannabis. The purpose of this act is to protect public health and public safety, and in particular to protect the health of young persons by restricting their access to cannabis, protect young persons and others from inducements to use cannabis, provide for the licit production of cannabis to reduce illicit activities in relation to cannabis, deter illicit activities in relation to cannabis through appropriate sanctions and enforcement measures, reduce the burden on the criminal justice system in relation to cannabis, provide access to a quality-controlled supply of cannabis, and enhance public awareness of the health risks associated with cannabis use. Yet, Prime Minister Trudeau has gone on record as explicitly ruling out taking a similar approach to other substances. And so I'm picking up your comments at the end of your opening statement. Is that a rational position to take in your view?
Well, thank you for the question. I think there are two worlds. There's the world of reality and there's the world of politics. And somehow the two have to be conjoined. I think in the realm of politics, I totally understand why the government has taken the very rational step and for laudable purposes that you just outlined of bringing rationality into the marijuana situation. I also understand for political reasons it would just not be popular and acceptable to a lot of people due to ignorance and a lot of propaganda over the decades to bring that same rationale into drug policy in general. However, if you're asking me from the human point of view, so from the political point of view, I totally understand it. From the medical point of view, from the human suffering point of view, from the humane point of view, from the point of view of what would best serve prevention, treatment, and healthy judicial system approaches. Of course, I can't agree with the present reluctance to extend the same broad-mindedness and rationality to the other drugs that are currently illegal. So, yeah, politically it's understandable. From the point of view of what would be best and what would be right and serve the population, no, I can't agree with the present approach.
Okay. Well, I'm just wondering because we've heard lots of evidence about cannabis and its health impacts. It's the undesirability of using it, its impact on young people, yet we, as a parliament, are trying to provide a rational system that recognizes that while people are using it, we may as well regulate it and ensure that organized crime's not involved in it, there's safe amounts of it. And of course, I come from Vancouver, where the opioid crisis is raging. We're on track this year to have more deaths than last year, which was in itself a record from fentanyl and other opioids. And it strikes me that a similar approach if this is the right approach to cannabis, I'm struggling to find out what the differentiation would be with the other drugs.
Well, yes, I agree with you. In the United States, a presidential commission recently reported that every 3 weeks they suffer the equivalent of a 9/11 because of opioid overdoses. And yet the overall policies are not changing. So there's a real contradiction between what's happening in the real world and what's happening in the realm of politics. I will be in Ottawa, I think, in November. And the event is scheduled, I believe, with the participation of the former health minister, now Indigenous Affairs Minister, Jane Philpott. I trust if the event goes forward, we'll be talking about this material, and I totally share your impatience and frustration with the lack of congruence. The fact is that all substances that we've talked about today, marijuana included, the illicit substances, like tobacco and alcohol, can have deleterious negative effects. So it's not a question of anybody saying that these things are good. It's a question of saying what's the most rational policy towards them. And just as we've learned with alcohol to our great cost, what prohibition costs, and just as we've learned, or should have learned by now, the impact of prohibition on opiates and other drugs, just as we finally realized the impact and the irrationality of prohibitive approaches on marijuana, I hope at some point we get to the stage of rationality when it comes to drug policy in general, and I wish for that no less fervently than you do.
In a May 2017 interview you conducted with Jay Zilnor, you said, "The fundamental assumption that informs the legal approach to drugs is that drug use, and particularly addiction, is a choice that people make."
Yeah.
So your current Attorney General, Jeff Sessions, recently made a statement about how we had to go back to the 1980s and to Nancy Reagan's just say no approach. And he thinks that that's the way to prevent drug use. If people are just told how bad drugs are, they'll stop using it. So the public conversation on drugs simply does not take into account the realities of why people use and get addicted in the first place. In your view, Dr. Mattei, what are the realities of why people use drugs and get addicted in the first place? And how would that inform public policy?
Well, this pertains to the present discussion on marijuana as well and prevention. If Mr. Sessions was right, that those policies of telling people that drugs are bad and not to use them at any age, if those policies worked, why does the United States have 5 or 10 times as much heroin use as it did 10 years ago? So in other words, the current situation more than amply demonstrates the failure of that kind of approach. And the reason people use drugs, and I indicated that to some degree with marijuana, if you ask actually young people, what do you get from it? They'll tell you what they get from it. They'll get a sense of social connection. They'll get a calming of their minds. For certain conditions like ADHD, it's actually a soothing effect that they crave. Heroin is a painkiller. It soothes emotional and physical pain. Stimulants make people feel more alive and more present and more vivacious, more vital. And the real question is, why is it that people have emotional pain? Why are so many young people anxious? Why are so many young people depressed? And why are these numbers going up and up and up? Why are more and more kids diagnosed with ADHD, which itself is a risk factor for addictions of all kinds, particularly marijuana addiction? Those answers are not to be found in individual people. They're found to be found in social factors. And so when I'm talking about prevention, our prevention approaches really have to address those social factors. What's happening in the schools? What's happening in the homes? What's happening in the culture? And I know that this legislation can't address those questions in any comprehensive or even deep way, but I certainly concur with all my colleagues who said that this should be a publicly monopoly-based system. And I also concur with everything they've said, that the money that's made from it should not go into funding highways or anything else. It should go into funding programs that help prevent the social conditions and the social pressures that drive young people into drug use. In other words, I think if we're going to have a monopoly here, let's use the income from that to actually address the real issues as to why kids are driven to use drugs. And finally, I'll say that, and I've written about this in one of my books, that the problem with exhorting kids not to do stuff is, one more time, that the kids who are listening to adults are at much less risk. And the kids who are at high risk are not listening to adults. because of what's happened in their lives. So that our prevention approaches need to go beyond telling kids not to use stuff. It has to go also to bring these kids into a healthy relationship with adults so that they will listen to us. And that's a big, big issue.
Time's up. Mr. Oliver.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for the testimony that you've given today. We've had a number of sort of fairly wide-ranging conversations about different things, but for us as a committee, at the end of the day, what our mandate is we need to sit down and actually review the act, sort of in a clause-by-clause way. Does it meet the stated objectives? Does there need to be amendments? So in that regard, one area that we haven't really delved deeply into as a committee yet is this issue of packaging, branding, promotion. And I just thought I'd spend a bit of time on that with you. So I think both Public Health and APHO have proposed the plain packaging, and I've certainly seen that for cigarettes, and it's worked very well in certain jurisdictions. I'm just not sure how you legislate it. So what I was going to do is just quickly read you what's here in the Act around promotion and around branding, and see if you think it's sufficient, or if you'd have any advice to us as a committee to add more to it. So under promotion, and I'm going to shorten it a little bit just to keep it easier, it's prohibited to promote cannabis by communicating information about its price or distribution, by doing so in a manner that there is reasonable grounds to believe it could be appealing to young persons, by means of testimonial or endorsement, no matter how displayed or communicated, by means of the depiction of a person, a character, or an animal, whether real or fictional, or by presenting it or any of its brand elements in a manner that evokes a positive or negative emotion about a way of life, such as glamour, recreation, excitement, vitality, risk, or daring. So those are all the ways you can't promote. And under branding, it says a person may promote cannabis by displaying a brand element, so like Players versus, I don't even know what the brands of cigarettes are, but by displaying a brand element on either on the product or on a thing that is not the product, not cannabis, other than a thing that is associated with young persons, a thing that there are reasonable grounds to believe could be appealing to young persons, or a thing that is associated with a way of life such as one that includes glamour, recreation, excitement, vitality, risk, or daring. So those are, pretty clear limitations. It's sort of a name and a maybe color, which isn't quite, in cigarettes there's not even color used in plain packaging. Is there anything you think, is that sufficient in your minds for around promotion and around branding to strictly prohibit anything that would make this product appealing to young people? Any reactions to that?
So I think, having heard, the list, I mean, it sounds like it's got most of the elements covered. I'd have to reflect on it a little bit more, but the notion is to follow the evidence that has been used and which has been shown to be impactful with respect to plain packaging as it applies to tobacco. I mean, I think we have some experience with that can be used to inform the committee in its deliberations on this particular issue.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to, I'm going to echo that, but just one thing to point out. Again, we would have to look at this a little bit more in depth, but I know that even when we look at some of the lessons learned from Colorado and Washington, they had stated that individuals express that when there is the legal option to getting cannabis, they prefer that rather than going illegal. And I know that there's been that discussion of finding a balance, right, with branding and marketing, and thinking that if we don't have that, then where is the competition? Or, individuals do go for that branding piece, or, like they do with cigarettes. But I think as we have learned from the lessons with tobacco, and as my colleagues have pointed out, the benefits of plain packaging and what we have seen, and knowing that in other jurisdictions that have legalized cannabis and that individuals are still taking that route, does promote that. The plain packaging is something
in your
that
experience of plain packaging, does those prohibitions, that like you can't just say plain packaging, I don't think that's a legislative term, right? You have to sort of be more descriptive. Does that cover off the plain packaging in your mind, or do you think there's specific elements that should be added to those prohibitions?
To what you had read out the bill? Again, I would probably have to look into that a little bit more to give, I know
But
that.
if you wouldn't mind, if anything comes to mind
Yes, of
later, I
course.
would love to see anything you have
Yeah.
on this, because nobody wants this to be promoted to children in any way or make it look
Mhm.
attractive. Any of the other witnesses have any comment on promotion or branding? Yeah. Yes.
I'll just add here that, of course, part of the issue or the challenge, the genie's out of the bottle a little bit because the bill allows private commercial producers, right? And quite a few of those issues are tied to that. You cannot have really commercial producers without any branding or advertising or whatever, because they have to have a name and they'll use a certain font, et cetera, right? So part of the genie is out of the bottle a little bit. Now the environments, the products, the advertisement, that has to be as rigorously, as restricted as possible. A key issue that I think you need to address, or the bill needs to address, is sort of things like cultural promotion. I read papers, and there's already cannabis music festivals and culture festivals and movie festival, all sorts of other things that we don't necessarily directly associate with typical advertisement and promotion. So it needs to be looked at much more broadly and widely. In tobacco and alcohol, there are the issues of indirect or branding and advertising .2, virtual world, websites, computers, etc., which are very, very difficult to legislate and restrict in the best of circumstances that need to be thought about here. But this is a tricky challenge, and of course, we've given or proposed to distribute in Ontario, at least through the LCBO or a public monopoly, which we think is very safe and restricted, but at the same time look at how alcohol is advertised and promoted in those public monopolies. The glossy brochures, buy as much as you can, are everywhere. So there's a lot of tricky details still.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I just read a very limited section in here dealing with promotion and branding. There's a whole other section on prohibition against sponsorship, prohibition against some of those kind of public events you referenced. I was just focusing really on that promotion, on the promotion packaging bit on this question.
Time is up.
Yeah, my time's up. Okay, thank you very much.
That's completes our 7-minute rounds. Now we're going to go to a 5-minute round, starting with Mr. Weber.
Boy, I thought I was the next 5-minute, but thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'll direct this first question to Dr. Levy down in New York. Because you are a developmental pediatrician and your experience with Boston's Children's Hospital and such, I'm curious, and it was brought up in Michelle Swarley's presentation, and it hasn't been talked about much around the table here, and that is the effects of marijuana on pregnant expecting mothers. And I'm just curious, are there any studies out there? I know that there's not a lot of studies with respect to marijuana, and we need more research, but maybe you can talk a bit about your experience with pregnant women and their usage of marijuana and the negative effects that occur from that.
Well, I can't say too much because there haven't been adequate studies yet. I personally care for adolescents, occasionally pregnant adolescents, but I don't typically care for newborns, so I just want to make that clear. Okay. I can tell you that the concern is that marijuana is very fat soluble, so it crosses membranes very well, so it's going to cross the placenta, and very concerningly, it's going to be in very high concentrations in breast milk. So a breastfeeding mother who is using cannabis is actually going to deliver a much higher dose to her infant than she is ingesting herself. The studies on the impact of what that does, I think they're all, pardon the pun, but they're in their infancy, and I think it's going to take a period of time for us to really understand that.
Mm-hmm. I was going to direct that to Dr. Davila as well. Any thoughts on that particular issue with respect to pregnant expectant mothers and use of marijuana? any knowledge of studies out there?
Yeah, to be frank, it's been quite some time since I actually practiced that type of medicine. So I don't know that I have a particular comment to add on that particular topic. I would suggest to you, however, that, even amongst, non-pregnant individuals, as I mentioned earlier, there is fairly limited research on this subject, largely because it has been illegal in most jurisdictions for quite some time. So.
Right.
That's hindered our ability and, again, speaks to the need for further research.
Absolutely. Absolutely. There's still much that we don't know, and research is essential.
And much that we do.
That's true,
right?
too.
There's, we do have information, but I agree that there are areas that require further undertaking and study.
Exactly. I addressed this one to Dr. Maté. You worked down, and you mentioned down at the Vancouver East Side. Is that where your practice was? Of course, we all know East Hastings quite well. I had the opportunity to tour the Insight facility there with colleague Dr. Carey a few months ago. And it is really disturbing to see the number of people there and throughout the country and the world who have these addictions. We had a presenter here just before this session here, indicating that he felt, as a doctor, that marijuana was a gateway drug to harsher drugs. And I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that, Dr. Maté. Do you believe that marijuana is a gateway drug to further on?
First of all, thank you for the question. I just want to make a comment on your previous one about pregnancy. I think it's an important question. And I think that from the medical point of view, you would advise a pregnant woman, and possibly the legislation can consider this, that they should be warned that since we don't know what the effects are, since the research does not exist, in general, the best policy is to avoid stuff that we don't know the effects of.
Big experiment.
So that's just rational thinking, I think, in the absence of good evidence.
Absolutely.
As to gateway drugs, the fact that somebody uses marijuana first and then goes on to use something else afterwards, or uses tobacco first and then goes on to use something else afterwards, does not mean that there's a gateway drug phenomenon going on. In fact, we don't even know that there's such a thing as a gateway drug phenomenon. Gateway means that unless you open that gate, the person doesn't go through it and doesn't become develop a problem. Now, that's just no evidence for that.
Yeah.
It may be the case that a lot of people, before they get to the heavier drugs, will use lighter drugs, if you like alcohol, tobacco, or marijuana, but there's not necessarily a causative relationship. What is much more the case is that the people who are driven by their internal discomfort to use any substance at all are then more likely to use other substances in a heavy way, or are more likely to use other substances in the same way later on. But that does not mean that the one led to the other. And I don't think there's any evidence for basing policy on a gateway drug theory.
Thank you.
And I appreciate the evidence of Dr. Levy from New York that a lot of the adolescents she deals with who have substance use disorder in general may have used marijuana first. But that doesn't mean that there's a causative relationship, nor does it mean that illegalization, and I know that Dr. Levy, you're not suggesting that illegalization is a good idea at all. So from the point of view of legislation, I think the gateway drug theory is just not a helpful way to look at it.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much. Okay, Dr. Elson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Dr. Maté, I really appreciated your comments about having to think, what is the best science, but also you have to think politically. I'm a physician, but now, as you have probably guessed, I have to also think politically in my current job. So it was kind of amusing to think about that in the way that is part of our the deliberations at this level. Now, one of the things you mentioned earlier, and we've had a lot of discussion about this, is that there are many people with pre-existing mental illness who then go on to develop a substance use disorder, whether that be cannabis, tobacco, alcohol, or anything. Do you believe that if we had better investment and commitment into primary mental health care, and were more effective at treating people at the primary care level, would that be helpful in primary prevention of a lot of drug use disorders?
Well, absolutely. I mean, in almost in every case of substance use, you can identify something that's present. Often ADHD, and I talk about ADHD because I've been diagnosed with it myself and I know a little bit about it. But also depression, anxiety, post-traumatic stress disorder, social phobias, bipolar disorder, which typically is self-medicated with alcohol. You know, so in a lot of cases of substance use, there's a pre-existent mental health problem. And not only that, of course, as some of my colleagues have pointed out, the drugs then themselves can either cause or exacerbate mental health problems. So there's a strong correlation, both in cause and effect. So that from which you would follow the pertinence of your comments, which is that that better mental health treatment, particularly amongst adolescents and children, would tend to reduce drug use. That's what my belief is, and it makes sense for all kinds of reasons. Now, the broader question, again, which I've raised a couple of times, not to be answered in this context, is what is it about our culture and our way of life that's driving more and more people? Like, why are studies in Canada and the States every year show more and more kids who are suffering from symptoms of mental health disorders of all kinds? So there's something's going on here, and that's a broader social question. But specifically when it comes to mental health treatment, yes. If in the schools we had better recognition of mental health problems, if we recognize that many of the behavioral problems that we're seeing are actually manifestations of inner turmoil, if the schools, for example, could act as screening venues for identifying kids at risk, and we could do this much more broadly on a community basis as well. The more we did this, I think the less substance use we would have to confront.
All right, thank you very much. Now, Dr. Davila, we talked about impaired driving due to cannabis. And I agree, certainly in not just in my experience talking with my patients, but going back to when I was in high school in the 1970s. Yes, I'm that old. There was that belief that there was nothing wrong with driving on it. There were people I knew who would smoke it, and they swore that their video game scores improved after smoking up, so driving must be okay. People have always believed that nonsense. Now we know that the ads. There've been a lot of ads on drunk driving, and by a lot of metrics, they've been pretty effective in getting the message across. MAD, particularly, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, have been one of them that have some very, very powerful and effective ads. Are we overdue in getting the same message about driving while impaired on cannabis into these ads, and perhaps putting that in the same context? And might that have a little more credibility now that we're dealing with a legal product the way we are with alcohol?
Well, I would like to think so, and I would agree that, I mean, as I mentioned in my remarks, injury and motor vehicle accidents actually are related to that, are the main contributor to the burden of illness associated with cannabis right now in this country. So, might those education campaigns, help? Yeah, I think that's part of it. And I think there are, again, there's a whole series of or elements that are required in an education campaign, impaired driving being one of them. We've heard from other panelists here, or witnesses, that in fact there's other topics of conversation, like trying to ensure that our young people do understand that the earlier they start and the more they use, particularly if they start early, the more likely they are to suffer longer-term consequences. So, but by the same token, I think we heard from my colleague here to the left that there's lots of use amongst youth. We have to try to, again, a wise thing to do, as is the case with virtually every drug, is how do we adopt, one, a preventive approach, and two, where it is being used, a harm reduction approach, right? Minimizing the harms associated with the use of that substance, whatever it is, at both the individual level and ultimately at the social level.
Time's up. No? Time's up.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Gladue.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to all of our witnesses today. My colleague, Mr. Davies, read to you some of the purposes of the legislation, the more important ones being the protection of the health of young persons by restricting their access to cannabis and providing access to a quality-controlled supply of cannabis. So we've been looking and listening to testimony to try to find best practices of how do we keep cannabis out of the hands of our young people. And Washington said that their data shows that now with what they've implemented, young people are having a harder time getting hold of cannabis. So what they did, they merged their medical marijuana and their recreational marijuana supply systems so that it's controlled, it's age restricted, it's tracked. And they've only allowed home growing for medical purposes. And so my question for Dr. Fisher is, do you think that this current legislation that allows home growing is going to provide a quality controlled product that will stay out of the hands of younger people?
Since you're asking me the question so directly, I'll tell you that in my opinion, the home growing provision is one of the worst pieces of the current legislation draft for several reasons. I think it's a very bad idea for public health. A, because we should not rely on private homes for the production of psychoactive substances. Second of all, there are adverse potential health consequences to other people in the home or everyone in the home, as a matter of fact, and those include a lot of non-users, but also vulnerable people like children or parents or spouses. Thirdly, it's probably the safest way to ensure possible diversion of cannabis from what is otherwise a supposedly regulated and restricted market. And number four, the home is probably, at least in our society, unfortunately the former police chief of Toronto is not here anymore, but is the most difficult environment to actually control and regulate for authorities.
Absolutely.
So overall, the home growing is probably the worst or the most inappropriate place where cannabis should be produced. We should leave that to licensed production, distribution, and retail outlets.
I fully agree. And Dr. Davila, knowing that home grow operations are 24 times more likely to have a fire, and knowing that the Ontario Police have already testified that they are going to have great difficulty trying to enforce this, would you agree that the home grow option is probably the least preferred way of making sure that we keep cannabis out of the hands of our children?
Well, I would say, I don't know that it's the least preferred with specific regard to that goal. But I agree with my colleague Benedict Fisher here that this is not not an ideal or optimal provision within the context of the legislation, and it's rife with difficulty for sure on a series of levels. Whether it does anything with respect to access to youth, I mean, clearly we prefer and I've expressed that opinion that a publicly regulated, well-controlled and well-monitored method of distribution is the right way to manage it.
Very good. Thank you. And Dr. Livy, I was very interested when you talked about tobacco and the stigmatization of tobacco, because it brought to mind the fact that, tobacco was already legal and an age had been established, and it did nothing to prevent people from smoking at alarming rates. And so it was really that public awareness campaign to change public opinion that was most effective. And so I'm interested in what your thoughts are on doing the similar thing for cannabis. I mean, obviously we've been talking about legalizing it for 2 years, and we haven't had that public awareness campaign. So could you expand on that?
I think that that's got to be a critical component of the public health strategy is our campaigns to get out the real message about marijuana. There is a lot, and we heard this earlier in the testimony, there's a lot of cultural traction around the messages that marijuana is safe, it's harmless, it's natural, and it's legal. So I'll tell you, in my experience, the state where I practice, which is Massachusetts, has recently passed legalization as well. And kids come in now and say, well, I know it's not that bad because it's legal. And so there's a lot of work there that needs to be done. Say safe and legal don't mean the same thing. I think that because of where we are with marijuana, we can actually use tobacco as an analogy. It's legal, it's not safe, it's not healthful, it doesn't cause any overdoses, but that doesn't mean that it's safe for consumption. And I think making those comparisons is really critical, and having children, but also their parents and the other adults that interact with them understand this and give very clear messages.
Thank you very much. I think my time is up, Chair.
Time is up. Now, Mr. McKinnon.
Thank you, Chair.
Three of them.
Dr. Mate, my riding is Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam in the Lower Mainland. So as a Lower Mainland resident, I'm well aware of your long advocacy and as a force for good in this area. So I'd like to welcome you in particular to join us today. And I particularly appreciate your insight and clarity of testimony. I note that our government has invested $5 billion in budget 2017 to provide mental health support, including for 500,000 people under 25. And this goes, I think, to prevention, I would suggest to you. So in your model that you propose for addiction, many of the underlying causes are mental, psychological problems and psychiatric problems. So I would ask you if you think that significant funding for mental wellness programs and funding for early diagnosis of mental illness conditions is worth doing, and whether it's an effective prevention mechanism.
Lost the sound.
Oh, maybe it's back.
Dr. Mate, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can't hear you. We've lost the sound just for a minute. We'll try to hook it up again. Us too.
Seconds, so maybe in 20 seconds
We'll have you back in 20 seconds. We hope.
Maybe we can try now and see if it works.
Could you talk to us and see if we can hear you? No, we can't hear you yet. No, we thought we might have you, but we don't have you yet. But we'll wait. Is it a telephone line?
I think it's.
Who's trying to fix it?
The technician over there. Do you want me to confirm with them or?
Pardon?
I can go.
Yep. Okay, Dr. Mate, could you do a test? No, we still haven't got you, and my understanding is we're not going to be able to get you. If we haven't got you now, we're not going to be able to get you. So I would like to say thank you very much for your participation. It's been very enlightening to share your knowledge and experience. I'm sorry we can't finish up. But Mr. McKinnon, you still have some time.
Well, I could sing, I suppose, but you wouldn't like that. I'm going to defer to any of my other colleagues who might have questions. I was all ready for some great questions.
I'm sure you were.
So I'll pass.
All right. Okay. Well, then for the last question, Mr. Davies, as usual, you always bring up the end.
Thank you. Dr. Davila, you issued a report on approaches to protect health and minimize harms of use, and you noted how the criminalization of cannabis and possession impacts the social determinants of health. You pointed out that people arrested and convicted of pot possession can face long-term consequences, including access to employment, housing, social stigmatization, and economic status. You pointed out, I think, that this disproportionately affects young Canadians and racialized and marginalized communities.
Now you have sound.
I hope this isn't the federal government system.
We could hear something very interesting now.
Only run by the federal pay system.
You also pointed out that based on current rates, this was back in June, that 59,000 people will be arrested and 22,000 will be convicted for simple possession of cannabis before this legislation comes in. And you've called for the immediate decriminalization to start now addressing those concerns. Is that still your position?
Yes, it is. Right? As I mentioned, we're talking about long-term consequences associated with the, personal possession, and these are, we were talking, and Dr. Maté, before his unfortunate sound issues, was talking about many of the social problems and the social factors that actually drive lots of these things. I think, in fact, creating new social harms does not make sense.
Now, C-45, I've used this term before, it legalizes to some degree, but it's not full legalization. It'll be less illegal. There still will be criminal penalties for possession over 30 grams, for growing over 4 plants, for selling. If a 20-year-old sells to a 17-year-old, subjected to criminal sanctions. Would you agree with me that C-45 continues to risk disproportionate harm on marginalized and racialized communities by continuing essentially a criminalized approach to some forms of cannabis?
Well, I think that certainly exists, but I think there is some question as to how legislation is implemented in reality, right? Practice, there's that which is on paper, and then there's what actually happens in practice. So I will agree with you that there is still some potential, but as I understand it, this is an initial foray, and in fact there are other areas which are not being regulated under the existing legislation, which may be subsequently regulated, and presumably other elements might also be.
Let me move quickly to that other area in my limited time, because edibles and other concentrates are not covered by this legislation, and I believe you have recommended that those products be regulated, as was pointed out by Ms. Hajimandit-Jad, that the lesson from Colorado is that people prefer to obtain their products from legal sources. So if we're going to keep edibles and concentrates and other products in the black market, then this bill will not meet its full potential. I think, what is your position on whether this C-45 should include edibles and concentrates in the legalized, regulated frame?
So in my comments, I think I talked about how, I think this is a reasonable approach for now, and that we should continue to move forward and think about and ensure that we're actually capitalizing on the experiences of other jurisdictions, right? It's a question of trying to balance out, so I agree that people do prefer to have access to legal products. The question is, how do you actually implement that in a fashion that maximizes the public health principles and minimizes harm and increases public safety. And it's always, as I think many of our other colleagues commented on, a delicate balancing act. But I am supportive of actually regulating these products so that we can ensure that public health principles are, those that are governing these products and their use.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thanks very much. Well, that brings to a close our panel for today. And again, I want to thank all of our panelists on behalf of the committee members for sharing your information, your knowledge, and your experience with us. I want to acknowledge our video conference participants, Dr. LaFolle and Dr. Levy. It's difficult to do what you've done today, and we appreciate your patience with us and to share your time with us. But again, thanks to everybody. You've added a lot to our contribution. You've participated in Bill C-45, and we appreciate it very much. So with that, I'm going to end the meeting, but tomorrow, I just wanted to say that tomorrow we're having a fifth panel tomorrow night at 6 o'clock from 6 to 8 instead of that's the last panel on Friday is moved till tomorrow night. So
With dinner, lasagna, and Caesar salad?
it'll be pizza.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, the last panel that was scheduled for Friday
is
has now
now
been moved.
tomorrow evening from 6 to 8. It'll be the fifth panel tomorrow. We'll have 5 panels tomorrow instead of 4. Okay, meeting adjourned. See you tomorrow morning.